In the summer of 1976, on the vast Gobi Desert of the Northwest, the sun burned as if it wanted to set the earth on fire. An old dark green Liberation CA-10 truck crawled forward on the rocky, uneven road like a tired old ox, panting heavily. Dust rose in thick clouds behind it, filling the air with choking grit and the smell of hot engine oil. The truck bed was packed with wooden crates tied tightly with hemp rope, precious supplies being sent to the Frontier Construction Corps. At the very back of the truck, under 2 layers of heavy, airless tarpaulin, Lin Jiaojiao felt her life slipping away.
Who?
She curled up into a small ball, wedged between the crates, her clothes soaked through with sweat. After 3 days without water, her once rosy lips were dry and cracked, and her throat burned as if filled with hot sand. Even swallowing hurt. This was the 3rd day she had been hiding here. To escape the widower in her village, a man with yellowed teeth and a terrible reputation, Lin Jiaojiao had taken a desperate chance. In the dark of night, she had climbed onto this truck while it stopped to refill water. She didn't know the license plate or where the truck was headed. She only hoped its wheels would carry her far away from that nightmare. But she was a city girl, raised in comfort, and had no idea how harsh the Gobi could be. 3 days and nights without a drop to drink. The truck bed was like a steaming pot, and she felt like a fish left to dry in the sun, about to shrivel up completely. I can't die here. I still have my space. Her mind was hazy. She bit the tip of her tongue, trying to focus enough to open the absolute freshness supply space she had brought with her when she crossed over. If she could just get some food or water from it, she might survive. But her body was too weak, her thoughts too scattered. Her fingers moved unconsciously, scratching at the tarpaulin above her head, making a faint rustling sound. Creak. A sharp screech of brakes suddenly cut through the air. The strong jolt made Lin Jiaojiao lose her balance, and her forehead hit the hard wooden box in front of her with a dull thud. The sharp pain made her see stars and almost faint, but it also forced her to stay conscious. The truck stopped. Outside, she heard the heavy sound of doors slamming, followed by the crunch of boots on gravel and the rough voices of men shouting. "Boss, this heat is unbearable. The radiator's boiling over. We need to stop and add water." A young, impatient voice called out. "Fourth, stop talking and get a bucket. Second, check the tires. Third and fifth, keep your eyes open and stay alert," another voice ordered. It was deep and rough, like sandpaper scraping wood, but full of authority, the kind of voice that clearly belonged to the leader. Lin Jiaojiao's heart pounded wildly. People, water. Her instinct to survive completely overcame her fear. Clenching her teeth, she used all her strength to lift the heavy oilcloth covering her. Her trembling fingers finally pried open a small gap. Blinding sunlight pierced through the opening, making her eyes water. Under the truck, 5 men were gathered around an old Liberation truck, busy working. They were the well-known Luo family 5 Tigers of the Northwest Transport Line, tough men no one dared to mess with. Luo Yen, the 4th brother, was carrying a bucket toward the front of the truck when he suddenly stopped, his ears twitching in alert.
Boss.
There's movement in the truck bed. At once, the 5 men's relaxed expressions vanished. Their bodies tensed like wolves catching the scent of danger. In those days, long-distance drivers feared 2 things most: fuel thieves and roadside bandits. Either could cost a man his life. Luo's son, the eldest, narrowed his eyes, cold as ice. He reached behind his waist and drew a short defensive knife that gleamed in the sun, then gave Luo Yen a small nod. Luo Yen understood immediately. Stepping on the tire, he climbed up onto the truck bed with the quickness of a mountain monkey. He grabbed the corner of the oilcloth and yanked it back. "Who dares touch Luo's goods?" His words stopped halfway, choking in his throat as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. His eyes went wide in shock. The brothers below frowned when they saw him frozen in place. "Fourth, what's wrong? Did you find a thief?" Second brother Luo Lin adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, while his right hand quietly tightened around the large iron wrench he was holding. Luo Yan's throat moved nervously, and for the first time, a faint blush appeared on his dark face. He stammered as he turned his head. "Be brother. It's not a rat. It's a person. A woman." "A woman?" Luo's son frowned deeply, took 2 quick steps, and climbed into the truck bed in one smooth motion. The others exchanged glances and hurried to follow. 5 tall, strong men filled the already cramped truck bed, blocking out the light as they all looked toward the same spot. Through the gap in the tarp, a small figure was curled up, trembling. The young woman looked pitiful. Her once black hair was messy and stuck to her cheeks, her face smudged with dirt and grease. Her wide eyes were full of fear, glistening like those of a frightened fawn caught in a trap. Because of the heat, her faded floral shirt clung to her thin shoulders, making her look so fragile that a gust of wind might blow her away. These rough men, who spent their days driving across the desert and dealing with burly workers or loud shopkeepers, had never seen a city girl like this before. Finding a living person in the truck bed left all the Luo brothers stunned. 4th brother Luo Yan instinctively stepped back, unsure what to do with his hands or feet. Under their heavy, intimidating gazes, Lin Jiaojiao trembled all over. Her throat was so dry it hurt, but her will to survive made her lift her head. "Water. Please help me," she whispered, her cracked lips barely moving, her voice as soft as a kitten's mew. Luo's son looked down at her, his thick brows tightly furrowed. He was holding a green military canteen, the last bit of drinkable water they had. Out here, in the endless desert where no one lived for hundreds of miles, clean water was more precious than gold. Water meant life. But somehow, when he met the girl's tearful eyes, the heart that was usually as hard as stone softened for the first time. He took a step forward, unscrewing the cap of the canteen with his rough hand. "Brother, that's our last half pot of water." The 3rd brother, Luo Mu, panicked when he saw what was happening. He quickly spoke up, his eyes full of caution. "We're in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly there's a stranger in the carriage with no letter of introduction. What if she's enough? Save her first." Luo Xin cut him off coldly. He crouched down, his tall figure casting a shadow, and reached out a large, calloused hand to gently lift Lin Jiaojiao's chin. Though his movements looked rough, his touch was careful as he brought the spout of the kettle to her lips. "Drink," Luo's son said in a low, hoarse voice that carried a tone of command. Lin Jiaojiao didn't think about anything else. Her dusty little hands clutched Luo Sen's arm tightly, as if holding on to her last hope, and she drank eagerly from the kettle. The cool, sweet water slid down her dry throat, easing the burning heat inside her. She finally felt alive again. Some of the water spilled from the corner of her mouth, running down her pale neck and disappearing into her collar. "Slow down. Don't choke," Luosin said, his tone softening as he watched the girl drink like someone who hadn't had water in days. Beside him, the 4th brother, Luo Yan, scratched his head and muttered, "Wow, she drinks like a thirsty calf. Must have been really parched." Half the pot of water was gone in one breath. When Lin Jiaojiao finally caught her breath and let go, she realized the air around her had gone strangely quiet. It was the kind of silence that carried the rough, heavy presence of men used to the wilderness. She looked up timidly and met Luo Sen's sharp, eagle-like eyes. His gaze was probing, as if he were assessing the trouble this stranger might bring. Luo Sen took back the kettle and, without hesitation, tilted his head and finished the rest of the water. His unrestrained manner made Lin Jiaojiao, who had grown up in the city, feel a little uneasy. "What's your name? Which team are you from? Where's your letter of introduction? And how did you end up on my truck?" Luo Sen's deep voice carried the authority of someone used to giving orders. He looked down at her, as if questioning a wanderer. Lin Jiaojiao shrank back, her voice as soft as a whisper. My name is Lin Jiaojiao. I'm a young woman sent to the countryside. I ran away. Please don't send me back. If I go back, I'll die." As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. She wasn't pretending. Just thinking about that unpleasant old man made her truly afraid. The young woman cried so sadly that the fourth brother, Luo Yen, couldn't stand it anymore. He scratched his head, his face turning red as he said to Luo's son, "Big brother, look at her. She's crying so hard. She looks really pitiful. She must have been treated badly when she was working in the village." The fifth brother, Luo too, also stepped forward. "Brother, she doesn't look like a bad person. Be quiet." Luo's son gave his two younger brothers a cold glance, then turned his eyes back to Lin Jiaojiao, frowning slightly. "Lin Jiaojiao? The name suits you, delicate." He tossed his empty water bottle to the third brother and took a step forward, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. "Do you know where this is?" Luo's son pointed outside the vehicle at the endless desert. "This is a no-man's land. That bottle of water is our lifeline." Lin Jiaojiao's face turned pale. Of course, she knew how precious water was. What she had done earlier was pure instinct to survive. Now that she realized it, guilt and fear filled her heart.
"I'm sorry."
"I'll make it up to you." "Make it up?" The second brother, Luo Lin, who had been silent, pushed up his glasses and gave a cold smile. "Out here in the desert, money can't buy water. You drank our life-saving water. How will you repay that?" His cold tone made Lin Jiaojiao tremble. Without thinking, she moved closer to Luo's son. To her, even though he looked the fiercest, he was the only one who had given her water. So he must be the most protective. As she moved, her small body bumped into Luo's son's solid chest. Luo's son froze for a moment. He didn't push her away. Instead, he reached out his rough hand and lifted her gently by the back of her collar, steadying her like a kitten. "Since you can't repay us, we'll follow the rules of the road," Luo's son said in a low voice. "What rules?" Lin Jiaojiao asked, her voice trembling, her wide eyes full of fear and confusion. Luo's son lowered his head, looking at her face, dusty, yet still delicate and beautiful. "On this road, if you drink our water, you have to work for us, cook and help out." As soon as he finished speaking, the other four men burst out laughing, clearly enjoying the scene. Lin Jiaojiao stared at him with wide eyes. "But I don't know how to cook with fire." Rosen looked at her panicked face, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He was only trying to scare her a little to see what kind of girl she was, and to set some rules. But the way she looked when frightened was unexpectedly amusing. "Don't know how to cook?" Rosen raised an eyebrow. "Then we'll throw you out to feed the wolves. There's a pack nearby, and they love tender meat." "No!" Lin Jiaojiao cried out, clutching his thick arm tightly. "I'll learn. I'll listen. Please don't throw me out." She carried a faint scent of soap, something only city people had, which made her seem out of place among the rough, sweaty men. None of them had ever seen such a delicate girl before, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. Rosen took a deep breath, pushing down a strange feeling of pity. "Enough," he said in a low voice, steadying her. "The truck's about to move. It's too hot in the back, and you're too small to handle it. Sit in the front." "The front?" Lin Jiaojiao looked at the narrow cab. "Will there be enough space?" "Even if there isn't, we'll make it work." Rosen jumped down from the truck bed and held out his hand.
"Jump."
"I'll catch you." Lin Jiaojiao looked at the high edge of the truck, her legs trembling. But she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and jumped. "Second, drive. Third, take the passenger seat. Fourth and fifth, check the cargo in the back," Rosen ordered quickly. "What about you, big brother?" Fourth scratched his head and complained, "Why do you get to stay with her?" "Because I'm the big brother," Rosen said firmly, guiding Lin Jiaojiao toward the cab. Lin Jiaojiao kept her head down, too nervous to speak. She could feel that, despite his rough and fierce appearance, this man gave off a sense of safety. Once inside, the small cab could indeed only fit two people. Rosen sat in the passenger seat, pointed to the narrow space between him and the door, and said to the hesitant Lin Jiaojiao standing outside, "Come on. I'll take you away from here." The old Jifeng CA-10 truck had a cramped cab, and the engine roared right beneath the seats, sending waves of heat upward. The front bench had to fit 3 people, which was quite a squeeze. Lin Jiaojiao sat in the middle. On her left was the driver, Luo Lin, and on her right sat her tall, broad-shouldered older brother, Luo-sun. "Sit tight," Luo-sun said, grabbing the back of her collar and settling her in the center of the seat as if she were a fragile porcelain vase. Lin Jiaojiao curled up, clutching her worn canvas bag tightly, not daring to stretch her legs. "Drive," Luo-sun ordered, lowering the window to let in the scorching wind. "Virum!" The old truck roared and shot forward. The road across the Gobi Desert could hardly be called a road. It was all gravel and potholes, rough as a washboard. As the truck moved, it jolted and shook violently, like a boat tossed on stormy waves.
Ah!
The tires hit a deep pit, and the truck lurched to one side. Lin Jiaojiao cried out as she lost balance, her head bumping hard against Luo-sun's solid arm. It was so firm that tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. Before she could sit straight again, another jolt sent her swaying like a loose string. A large, calloused hand reached over and gripped her arm firmly, holding her steady. "Can't you sit still? You're flopping around like a sack of flour," Luo-sun said with a frown. His tone was impatient, but his hand stayed where it was, steady and strong, shielding her from most of the jolts. Leaning against his sturdy arm, Lin Jiaojiao breathed in the rough scent of tobacco and windblown dust. Somehow, her anxious heart began to calm. The cab was stiflingly hot. To ease the tension, and to show her gratitude for their help, Lin Jiaojiao thought of her secret storage space. She lowered her head, pretending to rummage through her old bag, while her mind reached into the small 1 cubic meter supply compartment. Among the items refreshed that morning were several large peaches and apples. Avoiding the delicate peaches, she took out 2 firm red Fuji apples. These are for you." She opened her small, dusty hands, revealing 2 bright red apples in her palms. In this time of scarcity, especially out here on the barren desert, such fruit was rarer than meat. The driver, Luo Lin, caught sight of them from the corner of his eye. Adjusting his glasses, he asked in surprise, "Where did those come from? You don't see apples like that often." My family put them in my bag before I came to the countryside. I couldn't bear to eat them," Lin Jiaojiao stammered, telling a small lie. "You gave me water just now, so I wanted to have these to quench your thirst." Luo-sun lowered his head, his deep eyes fixed on the apples, then glanced at Lin Jiaojiao's dry, cracked lips. His frown deepened. Was this girl out of her mind? She had been nearly fainting from thirst in the back of the truck, yet she had these water-filled fruits in her bag and still refused to eat them? "Keep them for yourself," Luo-sun said gruffly, turning his face toward the window. "I don't take food from kids." "I said I'd work to repay you," Lin Jiaojiao protested, nervously pushing 1 apple into his large hand. "You're driving and need your strength. You should eat." Feeling the cool fruit in his palm, Luo-sun's heart softened a little. This delicate city girl actually knew how to show gratitude. He rubbed 1 apple on his rough pants and took a big bite. The sweet juice filled his dry mouth instantly. It really was something special. "Here, catch," he said, tossing the other apple to Luo Lin. When he turned back, he saw Lin Jiaojiao staring at the apple in his hand, her stomach letting out an untimely growl. Her face turned bright red, and she wished she could disappear into the seat. Luo-sun couldn't help but chuckle, his rugged face softening. Without hesitation, he handed her the half-eaten apple. "Here, finish it." Seeing the firm look in his eyes, Lin Jiaojiao took it and began nibbling gently. The sweet juice slid down her throat, and her dry body finally regained a bit of strength. The truck rumbled along the rough road all afternoon. By evening, the temperature began to drop sharply. The Gobi Desert in the northwest is like this. Wear a fur coat in the morning and light clothes at noon. Once the sun sets, the wind howls, carrying sand and stones, and the temperature drops close to freezing. There's a sheltered slope ahead. "We'll camp there tonight," Lawson said in a deep voice, glancing at the darkening sky. As soon as the truck stopped, the 3 brothers in the back jumped down, shivering from the cold. Good grief, this wind could crack a man's bones. The 4th brother, Ryan, muttered as he rubbed his hands together. Lawson helped Lin Jiaojiao out of the cab. The icy wind cut through her thin shirt in an instant. She trembled all over, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her face pale. The fifth brother, Roy, hurried over. "Big brother, this girl's too weak. We can't let her freeze out here in the middle of nowhere." Lawson said nothing. He simply took off his thick sheepskin coat and wrapped it tightly around Lin Jiaojiao. "Hold it close," he said, now wearing only a thin shirt. Standing in the cold wind, he looked as solid as a tower. "If you get sick, I'll have to waste time taking care of you." His words were rough, but the warmth of the coat quickly drove away her chill. She pulled the large coat tighter around her, her eyes growing warm. These tough men from the northwest were far more protective than they looked. The night on the Gobi was as dark as ink and as cold as iron. The campfire flickered weakly in the wind. The 5 men sat around it, chewing on hard, dry bread. Lin Jiaojiao sat beside Lawson, sheltered from the wind, holding half a piece of warmed grain bread, something the third brother, Robin, had saved for her from the bottom of the food bag. In the firelight, the second brother, Roland, pushed up his glasses and raised a serious question. "Big brother, the tarp in the truck bed has to cover the goods, and we only brought 2 old quilts." He glanced at Lin Jiaojiao, who was wrapped tightly in the sheepskin coat. "We 5 men can squeeze together and make it through. But what about her? How will she get through the night? Give her a quilt of her own?" Then the 5 men would have to share one. The northwest night wind was sharp as a knife. It could strip the warmth right out of a man's bones. Not give her one? With how delicate the city girl looked, she might wake up stiff as a board tomorrow morning. All 5 men turned their eyes toward Lin Jiaojiao, then finally looked to their leader. Senator Luo Xin chewed hard on a piece of tough flatbread, his brows tightly furrowed. After a while, he set his enamel mug down with a thud and made the decision. "Give her 1 blanket. The 5 of us will share the other. Staying alive matters most."
"What?"
Luo Yen, the 4th brother, jumped up first. "Big brother, 5 grown men under 1 blanket? Where am I supposed to fit?" On the ground, Luo Xin shot him a look. "If you're cold, hug a rock. The rock won't complain." The 5th brother, Luo too, didn't object. He just leaned closer to Lin Jiaojiao curiously, sniffing like a big dog. "Big brother's right. The young lady smells nice. We can't let her catch a cold. Back off." Luo's son smacked him on the back of the head. "Stay away. Don't scare her." Lin Jiaojiao watched the group of rough men arguing over a single blanket. She felt both touched and guilty. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and pretended to rummage through her bag while her mind quickly reached into the 1 cubic meter supply space. Today's refresh supplies included a few peaches, a pack of wet wipes, and 2 compressed biscuits. No, those wouldn't help. She needed something to keep warm. Unfortunately, the space was small, and the items that appeared were always small daily necessities, no bedding.
But
there were ice cubes. Wait, ice cubes? Her mind shifted. There might not be blankets, but she could take out the ice cubes later during the day to help the brothers cool down while traveling. For now, they'd have to rely on themselves to stay warm. Lin Jiaojiao spoke softly. "It's wasteful for me to have a whole blanket. How about I share half with you?" "Stop talking nonsense," Luo's son said without looking up, his tone firm. "You're too frail to handle the cold. Wrap up properly. If you get sick, we'll have to take care of you, and that'll be even more trouble." The 3rd brother, Luo Mu, had been silent the whole time. Now he quietly stood up, pulled a large piece of oilcloth from the truck bed, and spread it on the ground to block the dampness. Then he placed an old cotton quilt where Lin Jiaojiao was supposed to sleep. "Miss Jiaojiao, sleep here, by the big rock. It's sheltered from the wind." Luo Mu patted the dust off the bedding and said quietly, "The 5 of us will sleep on that side. The campfire will be in the middle to keep us warm." The arrangement sounded perfect. Lin Jiaojiao nodded, feeling much more at ease. With the fire between them, the 2 sides were clearly separated. Wrapped in Luo Sen's sheepskin coat and covered with a thick quilt, Lin Jiaojiao curled up beside a rock that blocked the wind, looking like a tightly wrapped cocoon. The 5 men on the other side weren't so lucky. They had only one worn-out quilt to share, and with all of them being tall and broad, It was impossible to cover everyone properly. Hey, fourth, stop pulling. Where are you putting those long legs?
What?
Fifth, you're stepping on my foot. Shh, quiet.
Rosen hissed.
If you keep making noise, you'll attract wolves, and none of you will get away. The rough men instantly fell silent. In the darkness, only the sounds of teeth grinding and bodies turning could be heard. Lin Jiaojiao lay under her quilt, listening to the commotion, and almost burst out laughing. The image of 5 tall men squeezed under one quilt, unable to stretch their legs or move their arms, looked just like 5 logs tied together.
Puffed.
She couldn't hold it in, and let out a muffled laugh under the covers.
Who's laughing?
Luo Sen's cold voice came from the darkness. And no one. Lin Jiaojiao quickly covered her mouth and buried her face in the quilt. Humph. Luo Sen grunted, turned over, and pushed most of the quilt toward his brothers, leaving only a corner for himself. The desert night was as dark as ink and as cold as ice. The campfire crackled in the wind, sending sparks drifting into the sky. In the middle of the night, Lin Jiaojiao woke up from the cold. She pulled the fur collar of the sheepskin coat closer to her face, breathing in the faint scent of smoke and sand. It was rough, yet strangely comforting. She snuggled deeper into the quilt and drifted back to sleep. On the other side, Luo Sen wasn't sleeping well either. He turned slightly, and in the dim light of the dying fire, glanced toward the rock, where the small figure wrapped like a cocoon lay still, the quilt tucked tightly around her. He looked away, tapped his old pipe against the ground, didn't light it, and set it aside. That extra burden. He muttered to himself, closed his eyes, and endured the cold wind for most of the night. Early the next morning, Lin Jiaojiao was woken up by the loud voice of the 4th brother, Luo Yan, shouting angrily. Hey, 5th brother. You took all the blanket last night. I froze half to death. I didn't. 3rd brother pulled it first. Nonsense. I never move when I sleep. Rubbing her eyes, Lin Jiaojiao poked her head out of the blanket and saw 5 men with messy hair squatting around the extinguished campfire. Their noses were red, their lips purple, and they looked like 5 frozen roosters. In contrast, she was wrapped tightly in her sheepskin coat, her blanket still in place, her cheeks rosy from a good night's sleep. 5 pairs of resentful eyes turned toward her at once. Feeling guilty, Lin Jiaojiao shrank her neck and quickly took out the morning supplies from her bag, or rather, from her secret space. 2 big peaches, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a small bottle of medicine. Brothers, you've worked hard. Have something nice to eat? She said with a sweet smile, handing over the peaches. The 4th brother's eyes lit up immediately. He grabbed a peach.
Wow.
Why didn't you take this out earlier? What's with that bag of yours? The 5th brother, Luo too, leaned over curiously. It's like a magic box. You've got everything in there. Luo Sen took the other peach, wiped it on his pants, and took a bite. The sweet juice filled his mouth. After chewing twice, he glanced at Lin Jiaojiao. Enough. Stop asking, he said calmly, shielding her from further questions. She's got her own skills. No need to pry. Eat up and get ready. We're heading through Tiger's Pass today. His tone was mild, but all 5 brothers understood what he meant. Their eldest brother had accepted her. Whatever secret she had, it was her own, and they wouldn't dig into it. After washing their faces with cold water and eating some dry food with pickles, the truck roared to life again. After sharing hardship through the night, the 5 men now looked at Lin Jiaojiao with less suspicion and more natural protectiveness. Today's route goes through Tiger's Pass. The road ahead won't be easy. Before getting into the truck, Luo Sen tucked his dry tobacco pipe into his belt, his face as cold and hard as a stone on the desert plain. He pulled a heavy steel pipe from under the seat and weighed it in his hand. 2nd brother, keep your eyes sharp. Then he turned to Lin Jiaojiao, his tone strict like a drill sergeant. Jiaojiao, no matter what happens outside later, stay down under the seat. Don't move until I tell you to, understand? Lin Jiaojiao felt a chill in her heart and quickly nodded. Sure enough, as soon as the truck entered a narrow rocky valley, several large stones blocked the road ahead. They're here. Luo Sun gave a cold smile, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. From both sides of the slope, more than 10 men rushed out, holding iron rods, machetes, and a few crude guns. The leader, a one-eyed man with a scarred face, was the notorious bandit of the area, nicknamed Mountain Hawk. "Boss Luo, tough trip, huh?" Mountain Hawk called out with a fake smile, resting his machete on his shoulder. "That truck looks heavy. If you don't leave a little toll, your tires might just burst on this rough road." Luo Sun told second brother to hit the brakes, then opened the door and jumped down, steel pipe in hand. From the back of the truck, third, fourth, and fifth brothers each grabbed their weapons and leapt down like angry wolves. The 5 of them stood back to back in a half circle, facing the gang of bandits with a force that made the air tense. "I know the rules," Luo Sun said coldly, his voice firm. 2 pounds of flour. Take it and move the rocks." 2 pounds? Mountain Hawk sneered, his one eye glinting greedily as he looked past Luo Sun toward the truck, where Lin Jiaojiao was trying to hide. "Usually that's fine," he said, "but today you've got something extra on board." He pointed his knife toward the truck and said something rude and disrespectful. "Boss Luo, leave the young lady here to keep us company, and you can drive away safely. Otherwise," before he could finish, fourth brother Luo Yen, the hot-tempered one, shouted furiously, his eyes blazing red. His newly recognized sister. How could he let those thugs insult her? With a furious roar, he swung the crowbar in his hand and charged forward like a leopard protecting its cub. "Get them!" Rosen shouted. The 5 brothers rushed in like tigers down a mountain, and chaos broke out instantly. The clash of metal, the dull thud of fists hitting flesh, and the men's angry shouts all mixed together, echoing through the rocky valley. Lin Jiaojiao curled up on the truck's footboard, covering her ears tightly. Her heart pounded so fast it felt like it might leap out of her throat. The 5 Luo brothers were all skilled fighters. Rosen's steel pipe moved like a storm. The third brother struck silently but precisely, and the youngest used his strength to throw 2 bandits to the ground. But the enemies had more people, and some had weapons that could strike from afar. Just then, Lin Jiaojiao peeked through the crack of the car door, and her heart tightened. The bandit leader had quietly moved to the edge of the fight. While Rosen was surrounded by 3 attackers, the man raised a crude gun filled with iron pellets, aiming straight at Rosen's back. "Brother, behind you!" Lin Jiaojiao screamed, her mind blank, but her body moved faster than her thoughts. She grabbed the canteen beside her and hurled it with all her strength through the window toward the bandit. "Watch out!" That desperate scream tore from Lin Jiaojiao's throat with all her strength. It was pure instinct born of fear, sharp as nails scraping glass, cutting through the tense air of the desert. Rosen's instincts, honed through countless life-and-death battles, reacted before his mind could. He rolled sharply to the left, moving as fast as a hunting cat.
Bang!
A loud gunshot exploded. A lead pellet grazed Rosen's shoulder and struck the truck's steel wheel rim behind him, sparking brightly. If he hadn't moved, that shot would have hit him square in the chest. "You cowardly bandit! How dare you attack my brother?" When the 4th brother, Luo Yen, saw this scene, his eyes turned red with fury. He let out a roar like an enraged bull and, without caring whether the enemy still had a gun, swung a solid iron rod as thick as his wrist and charged straight into the crowd.
"Lousy!
Come back! Don't be reckless!" The second brother, Luo Lin, shouted, smashing his heavy wrench at a thug who tried to attack him from behind. But Luo Yen had already rushed in. A chaotic fight broke out instantly. It was a brutal hand-to-hand battle with no fancy moves, only raw strength and the will to survive. Lin Jiaojiao crouched in the passenger seat, covering her mouth tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare make a sound, afraid of distracting Luo Sun and the others. Through the dusty car window, she saw the 5 men who had once seemed lazy now fighting like fierce warriors. Although Luo Sun had just dodged a bullet, he didn't retreat. He sprang up from the ground, the sharp dagger in his hand flashing coldly in the sunlight. Ignoring the lesser enemies around him, his eyes locked on the man still reloading his gun, the one they called Swishandiao, and he charged forward with long, powerful strides.
Stop him. Hurry.
Diao shouted in panic, backing away. Two of his men rushed at Luo Sun with machetes. Luo Sun didn't even flinch. He raised his left arm to block a strike, his muscles tense like steel, and though the blade cut into his skin, it stopped at the bone. With a grunt, he stabbed one man in the leg, then drove his knee upward, knocking the other man out cold. It was fierce, so fierce that Lin Jiaojiao trembled deep inside. At last, Luo Sun reached Diao. Just as the man tried to lift his gun, Luo Sun's hand clamped down on the barrel like an iron vise and jerked it upward.
Bang!
The second shot fired into the sky. A moment later, Luo Sun's dagger was pressed against Diao's neck, the blade cutting slightly into his skin. Move, and see what happens, Luo Sun said coldly, his face splattered with blood from the fight. Seeing their leader captured, the remaining thugs froze, staring at each other in fear.
Get lost.
Rosen spat out a single word. The gang of thugs had already been terrified by the desperate fighting of the 5 Luo brothers. Seeing that they had lost, they abandoned their badly injured companions and fled, dragging their broken limbs as they stumbled away. The bandit leader's face turned pale. Rosen showed no mercy. He struck swiftly, knowing that in this desolate place, kindness to the enemy meant cruelty to himself. When everything was over, the air was thick with the smell of blood and smoke. Rosen tossed aside the lifeless body in his hand like a rag and turned toward the truck. He looked frightening, covered in blood, with a fierce light still lingering in his eyes. He reached the passenger door and pulled it open.
Ah!
Lin Jiaojiao gasped when she saw Rosen's blood-covered face. She shrank back, pressing herself tightly against the seat. During the fight, blood had splattered onto the half-open window, and a few drops had even landed on her pale cheek. The bright red stood out sharply against her fair skin. Seeing her terrified expression, the anger in Rosen's eyes faded. He lifted his hand, wanting to touch her, but noticed it was still stained with blood. He wiped it hard on his pants until it looked somewhat clean, then slowly reached toward her face. "Don't be afraid," he said hoarsely, his voice rough but gentle. His calloused thumb carefully brushed the blood from her cheek, his movements both firm and cautious. "It's someone else's blood." "It's dirty," Rosen murmured, his eyes focused as if he were cleaning something precious. Lin Jiaojiao looked at the man so close to her. Just moments ago, he had been a fierce warrior, yet now he was being so careful and gentle. The contrast made her heart skip a beat. "Be, big brother," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Yeah," Rosen replied, pulling his hand back. "That shout of yours came just in time. You saved my life." "Big brother." "Fourth brother's hurt," came a shout from the back of the truck. Rosen's expression changed, and he quickly turned and strode away. Lin Jiaojiao, forgetting her fear, jumped out of the truck to follow him. Luo Yan sat on the ground, a deep cut on his left arm exposing the bone. Blood flowed freely as he gritted his teeth in pain, forcing a smile. "It's fine, just a small wound. I'll live." "This is what you call a small wound?" Luo Lin, the second brother, frowned and pushed up his glasses. His tone was serious. "The cut is too deep, and the blade had rust on it. In this heat, if it gets infected, even a miracle might not save him." The air grew heavy. In this barren desert with no medicine or doctors, an infected wound often meant death. Luo Sun pressed his lips together, staring at the injury in silence, his fists clenching tightly. Lin Jiaojiao stood nearby, watching the worried faces around her. Her heart tightened. She had to do something. Her mind sank into the secret space only she knew about, the absolute preservation mini supply vault. It was her greatest secret, the key to her survival in this world. The space existed outside reality, about 1 cubic meter in size. Small, yet like a corner forgotten by time. Anything placed inside stayed exactly the same, untouched by decay. The most amazing part was that every morning, the space would refresh itself with 3 to 5 random items. They were usually small and ordinary, but in this harsh environment, they were nothing short of miracles. Lin Jiaojiao quickly checked what had appeared today. Her luck was incredible. Maybe fate was on her side. In the small corner of the space lay two items, a rare bottle of Yunnan Baiyao powder and a chilled bottle of mineral water, its surface covered with tiny droplets of condensation. The label had been blurred by the space, making it look like an ordinary glass bottle. They had appeared yesterday, and she hadn't wanted to use them yet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiaojiao pretended to reach into her patched shoulder bag, but in truth, she summoned the items from her secret space into her hand. "I have some medicine here," she said softly. She stepped forward, holding out the items. All 5 men turned their eyes toward her hand. There it was, the small bottle with the red and white label, Yunnan Baiyao. This was a miraculous medicine for stopping bleeding. Even in big cities, it was hard to find. How could she have it? And that glass bottle. Luo Yan was the closest and could even feel the cool air coming from it.
What?
What is this? Luo Lin, the second brother, almost dropped his glasses. He grabbed the bottle, and the chill that met his hand was biting cold. It was truly ice cold. In this desert where even car radiators boiled over, in this place where the temperature reached 40 degrees, she had taken an icy bottle of water from her bag. What's going on? Luo's son turned sharply to Lin Jiaojiao, his eyes as sharp as blades. Lin Jiaojiao had already prepared an excuse. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers, and said softly, This medicine, I secretly took it from the staff clinic before I left home. As for the water, I don't know. I kept it wrapped in my coat. Maybe the coat kept it cool." That explanation was so weak it was almost laughable. A coat keeping water cold? Could that really make ice? Luo Xin gave her a long look. Of course, he didn't believe her, but he also knew that everyone had their secrets. Since she had brought it out to help one of their own, there was no need to question her further. "Second brother, treat fourth's wound," Luo's son said firmly, cutting off anyone else who wanted to ask more. "Jiao Jiao is our lucky star. No one is allowed to say otherwise." With that, he gave Lin Jiaojiao's mystery a layer of protection. Luo Lin said no more. He quickly opened the bottle, sprinkled the medicine on Luo Yan's wound, and the bleeding stopped almost instantly, like a miracle. "This water." Luo Lin hesitated. "Give it to fourth," Luo's son said. "Let him cool down." Luo Yan was already parched, his throat burning, and from the blood loss, he felt dizzy. Luo Lin handed him the bottle. Gulp. The moment the icy water slid down his throat, a wave of coolness spread through his body, sweeping away the heat and exhaustion. That's amazing. Luo Yan's eyes snapped open, the dullness in them replaced by focus. This wasn't just water, it was like nectar from heaven. He drank half, then handed the rest to Luo's senator big brother. "You should have some too."
I'm fine.
"You finish it," Luo's son said, pushing it back. Luo Yan didn't hesitate. He drank it all in one go, let out a long breath, and the look in his eyes toward Lin Jiaojiao completely changed. What had once been playful interest turned into genuine gratitude, even a touch of admiration. "Jiaojiao." Luo Yan grinned. Though his face was pale, his eyes shone brightly. "If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to stop them. You saved my life." "Get in the car," Luo Xin said, turning away to hide the flicker of emotion in his eyes. "We're leaving." Before nightfall, the convoy found a small hill to shelter from the wind. At night, the wind on the northwestern desert howled like ghosts, carrying sand that struck the vehicles with sharp, rattling sounds. It made everyone uneasy. "This area isn't safe. Keep your eyes open tonight," Luo Xin said as he jumped down from the truck. Like a wary wolf, he scanned the dark wilderness around them. Earlier that day, they had clashed with a group of bandits. Though they had driven them off, there could still be other robbers or hungry wolves nearby. "We can't sleep separately tonight," Luo Xin said in a low, steady voice, tapping his pipe. "Set up the big canvas tent. Everyone sleeps together inside." For safety, they needed to stay close. If anything happened, they could react immediately. The tent went up quickly, but it was only a small shelter. With 6 adults inside, there was barely enough room to move. Now came the real problem. How to sleep. I'm injured, so I need the innermost spot. I can't stand the wind, said Luo Yen, clutching his bandaged arm as he crawled into the corner. I'll guard the entrance, said Luo Tu, the 5th brother, honest and dependable. He sat cross-legged by the tent flap, holding his heavy iron staff like a gatekeeper. I'll sleep next to 4th brother, said Luo Lin, the 2nd brother, pushing up his glasses as he spread out a thin blanket. He's hurt and might get a fever. I know some first aid, so I'll be nearby to check on him. All right, I'll sleep next to 2nd brother. The 3 of us can stay together. The 3rd brother, Luo Mu, quickly crawled inside, turned over with his back to the entrance, and muttered, I'm exhausted. I'll take a nap first. With that, the small tent now had only a narrow space left in the middle near the outer side. Luo Xin shook out the thick wool blanket in his hands and spread it flat on the ground. Then he looked back at Lin Jiaojiao, who was sitting on a rock with her knees hugged to her chest, looking like a small quail. Jiaojiao, you sleep here, Luo Sun said, pointing to the blanket. Once Lin Jiaojiao obediently crawled into the bedding, Luo Sun lay down on the outermost side without hesitation. His broad, strong body formed a solid wall, blocking the cold wind, sand, and any possible danger from outside, keeping Lin Jiaojiao safe in the innermost spot. The tent was completely dark. Lin Jiaojiao lay in the middle. On her left was Luo Sen's back, radiating warmth like a furnace, and on her right came the soft snores of Luo Mu. The small space was tightly sealed by the canvas. With several strong men packed together, the tent felt like a steaming pot. Lin Jiaojiao, who was afraid of heat and wearing a non-breathable shirt, felt as if she were wrapped in plastic. Sweat trickled down her neck. Big brother, it's too hot in here, she whispered in the dark, unable to bear it anymore. She wasn't the only one. The 4th brother, Luo Yen, was also sweating heavily, his wound throbbing. Yeah, big brother, it's so hot my arms slick with sweat. Can we open the flap a little? No, Luo Sun refused without thinking. The northwest wind outside is too harsh. If it blows in all night, we'll all wake up sick. He turned toward Lin Jiaojiao in the darkness, his voice softening. Jiaojiao, do you have anything cool in your treasure box? Maybe something to help the 4th brother cool down? Yesterday, Lin Jiaojiao had surprised everyone by producing chilled water and medicine out of nowhere. The 5 rough men were shocked by their sister's mysterious magic bag, but their first reaction was the same. Keep it secret at all costs. Anyone who dared to talk would answer to them. With her brother's protection, Lin Jiaojiao no longer felt the need to hide it. Her mind focused, and she quickly connected to the Absolute Freshness mini supply pod. Luckily, it had just restocked with cooling supplies that morning. There it is, she thought, reaching out in the dark. Out of thin air, 2 large bags of ice appeared in her hands, sealed in clear plastic and giving off a chill, along with 5 fresh, cool peaches. Oh my goodness! 3rd brother Luo Mu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in surprise. Jiaojiao, you're like a walking treasure chest. Real ice, can you believe it? 2nd brother Luo Lin quickly took a bag of ice, wrapped it in a towel, and placed it on 4th brother's forehead and near his wounds. Perfect. Now he won't get a fever. Jiaojiao, you've really saved the day. Each of the men got a chilled peach. In the dry, scorching desert, one bite filled their mouths with sweet, icy juice, so refreshing it almost made them float with joy. Eat quickly, and bury the pits deep in the ground. Leave no trace, Luo Sun reminded them quietly, ever cautious from years of traveling and avoiding unwanted attention. After finishing the peaches and cooling down, everyone could finally rest. Lin Jiaojiao held an aluminum lunchbox filled with crushed ice and closed her eyes comfortably. The night grew deeper. By midnight, the ice had melted into warm water and was no longer useful. In her dreams, Lin Jiaojiao felt like a steamed bun in a pot, so hot that she longed for something cool to touch. In her sleep, her body instinctively searched for a cool spot. She turned over and reached out unconsciously. Luo Sun, half awake from years of being alert on the road, suddenly felt a small, soft hand pat his waist. The hand fumbled around as if searching for something, then firmly grabbed the solid brass buckle on his belt. Brass didn't hold heat, and in the stuffy tent, it felt pleasantly cool.
So cool.
Lin Jiaojiao murmured in her sleep, rubbing her cheek against the buckle with a content sigh. Luo Sun froze, unsure whether to laugh or cry, as a drop of her drool nearly fell onto his belt. Rosen suddenly opened his eyes and looked down, his face full of disbelief. This unlucky girl. Not only had she stolen his blanket, but she was also holding his belt buckle as if it were a chilled watermelon. He reached out to pull it away, but Lin Jiaojiao clutched it tightly, hugging it to her chest like a treasure, and mumbling in her sleep, "Don't take my melon." Rosen looked up helplessly. If any of his racing buddies had dared to mess with him like this, he would have kicked them out of the tent to eat sand. But seeing the girl's rosy, peaceful face, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. "I really owe you one," he sighed, pulling a thin blanket over her, so she wouldn't catch a cold. Then, like a tired guardian, he let her hold onto his belt buckle and stayed awake the whole night. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight slipped through the canvas, and Lin Jiaojiao stretched lazily before slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was Rosen's dark, tired face and the heavy shadows under his eyes. Blinking in confusion, she finally realized that both her hands were gripping his belt buckle tightly, and her head was resting on his arm.
Ah!
She yelped like a startled cat, quickly pulling her hands back. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, "Big brother. I move a lot in my sleep. I thought I was holding a melon." "Yeah, not just holding it. You almost drooled on my pants," Rosen said with a roll of his eyes, tightening his belt again. "Good thing I'm patient. If it were our fourth brother, he'd have tossed you out to the wolves last night." Their third brother, Luo Mu, who had just woken up, came over laughing. "Jiao, your sleeping habits are something else. You even dared to cling to our big brother." "Third brother, don't say that." Lin Jiaojiao blushed even harder, wishing she could bury herself in the sand. "All right, enough joking around." Rosen stood up, gave Luo Mu a light smack on the back of the head, and strode out of the tent. "Pack up, light the fire, and heat the food. We need to get out of this desert before nightfall." Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the tent. The danger and exhaustion of yesterday were completely blown away by the fresh morning wind of the northwest, replaced by the lively banter among the group. The convoy jolted along the rocky, uneven road for an entire day. The engine cover of the Liberation truck was so hot it could fry an egg. The sun in the northwest was harsh, and the truck bed felt like a steaming pot. Lin Jiaojiao curled up in the passenger seat, feeling like a shrimp about to be cooked, her whole body sticky and uncomfortable. Her polyester shirt clung tightly to her back, making her frown. "Big brother, I think I'm starting to smell," Lin Jiaojiao muttered softly, her tone full of complaint. Luo Sun was driving. Hearing her, he turned his head slightly to glance at the young woman beside him. Even with her dusty face, her eyes still shone brightly, like dark grapes soaked in water. He wiped the sweat from his face with his rough hand and said hoarsely, "Hold on a bit longer." Lao Wu said there's something ahead. "Moisture. I can smell water." Lao Wu, Luo too, leaned out the window, sniffing like a hound. "Big brother, just behind those rocks." The truck screeched to a stop. The group jumped out, circled around a pile of oddly shaped red willows eroded by the wind, and indeed found a small spring hidden in a crack between the rocks. "Wow! Heaven's blessing!" Lao Si, Luo Yen, cheered, ignoring the bandage on his arm as he bent down, ready to dive in. Luo's son grabbed him by the collar, like a chick. "Don't rush. This is drinking water. Don't make it dirty. Go wash downstream." The 5 men moved quickly, running a few meters downstream to a shallow pool. They took off their vests and splashed water over themselves. The cold spring water hit their hot skin, sending up wisps of steam. Lin Jiaojiao stood by the spring, staring at the clear water longingly. She wanted to wash too, but the flat desert stretched endlessly, Nothing but rocks and sand. There was nowhere to hide. Luo-sun wiped the water from his face and turned to see Lin Jiaojiao's helpless expression. He was the most thoughtful of them all and immediately understood what the tidy young woman was worried about. "Get back here, all of you!" Luo-sun shouted at his brothers, who were still splashing each other. The 4 shirtless men ran over, confused. "What's wrong, big brother? Are those bandits catching up?" "Of course not." Luo-sun pointed at a huge weathered rock beside the spring. "Jiao Jiao needs to wash. We'll form a circle around her, backs facing in, like a wall."
Huh.
The brothers froze for a moment, then their faces all turned red. "What are you staring at? Keep your eyes sharp." Rosen's tiger-like eyes glared with authority. "We're in the middle of nowhere. What if a wild animal or some troublemaker shows up? We need to stay alert. Anyone who dares to look back, I'll deal with him myself."
Got it.
"We'll get it done." The third brother, Romu, chuckled and turned around first, crossing his arms as he stood guard to the south. So, on the silent desert plain, a strange scene appeared. 5 tall men, each over 1.8 meters, stood like iron towers in a half-circle. They held metal rods and wrenches, facing the wilderness with solemn expressions, as if guarding a border. "Go ahead, Jiao Jiao. We'll stand guard for you. Not even a fly will get through," Rosen said firmly, standing straight with his back to the pile of rocks. Lin Jiaojiao felt a warmth in her heart. The sense of safety from being so carefully protected made her eyes sting slightly. She quietly took out a bar of soap with a light milky scent and a clean white towel, then slipped behind the rocks. The sound of clothes being set down was very soft. Then came the gentle sound of water splashing splash.
Splash.
In the stillness of the desert, the sound was especially clear. The 5 rough men, all facing away, felt their ears burning red. "This sound is making me nervous," the 4th brother, Royan, muttered under his breath. "Third brother, move over a bit. You're stepping on my foot. Be quiet." The 2nd brother, Roland, adjusted his glasses and gripped his wrench tightly, pretending to focus on a distant desert plant. Rosen closed his eyes, trying to listen to the wind instead. But a faint sweet scent drifted through the air, the smell of Jiao Jiao's soap, clean and soft, completely out of place in the dusty wilderness. He couldn't help but think, this girl really is like a little fairy. Everything about her feels pure and gentle. After a while, the sound of rustling clothes came from behind. "Brother, I'm done," Lin Jiaojiao called softly. All 5 men let out a long breath of relief. The tension had been more exhausting than a fight. They turned around, and for a moment, even their breathing paused. After taking a bath, Lin Jiaojiao's cheeks were rosy from the spring water. Her damp hair hung over her chest, and her fair skin seemed to glow like a snow lotus blooming suddenly in the desert. When Luo-sun saw that her shirt was half wet and faintly showed her flushed skin, his expression darkened, and he strode forward. "What are you staring at? Get back to the truck," he barked, driving away the 4 men who had been staring in surprise. Then Luo-sun took off his thick army green jacket and wrapped it around Lin Jiaojiao, roughly rubbing her head through the fabric. "The weather here in the northwest gets cold fast. Don't catch a cold," he said gruffly, though his hands were gentle. "And don't bathe out here alone again. Not without us around, understand?" Lin Jiaojiao pulled the oversized coat tighter around her, breathing in the faint scent of tobacco and sunshine that belonged to her big brother. She smiled sweetly. "Got it, big brother. You're the best." Luo-sun's heart softened at her words, though he kept his stern face. "Get in the truck. We'll drive another 50 miles while it's still cool." After washing up, the group set out again. As soon as the metal door of the cab closed, the 3rd brother, Luo-mu, sniffed the air and frowned.
Huh?
"Why doesn't the truck smell bad today?" "Of course not. Jiao Jiao just took a bath. The soap smell covered up your stinky feet," the 4th brother, Luo-yen, said, leaning out from the back of the truck and nodding toward the cab. "It's scented soap, not regular soap," Luo-mu corrected, but before he could finish, Luo-sun's big hand reached out the window and smacked the back of his head. "Enough talking. Sit tight. The road ahead's rough. Luo's son gripped the steering wheel while Lin Jiaojiao sat in the passenger seat, wrapped in the oversized army coat. The sleeves were far too long, and she looked like a little green dumpling tucked inside. The brothers were all squeezed into the back of the truck. The cab felt spacious with only her in it, but the rough roads of the northwest desert were anything but kind. After crossing a relatively flat, dry riverbed, the old Liberation truck turned a corner and rolled onto a stretch of road known as the Washboard Road. As the name suggested, the surface was covered with rippling ridges, formed over the years by heavy trucks and the harsh desert winds. Driving on this road couldn't really be called driving. It was more like jumping rope with the truck.
Clang, clang, clang.
The old Liberation truck's stiff suspension was useless on such a rough road. Even though Lin Jiaojiao sat on the co-driver's seat covered with a wool mat, it didn't help much. She felt like a chestnut tossed in a roasting pan, bouncing up and down, swaying from side to side.
Ugh.
Lin Jiaojiao bit her lip, her face pale. She gripped the door handle tightly, afraid that if she lost her hold, her head would hit the windshield. She was small and delicate, and after all that shaking, it felt like her bones were about to fall apart. Luo Xin kept glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Seeing her breathing unevenly, his brows furrowed. This gentle girl clearly wasn't used to such hardship. Screech! Luo's son slammed on the brakes, and the truck stopped abruptly in a cloud of yellow dust. What's wrong, boss? Did the truck break down? The brothers in the back, dizzy from the bumps, poked their heads out. The fourth brother, Luo Yen, clutched the bandage on his arm, grimacing in pain. Breakdown? Nonsense. Luo's son jumped out, strode to the passenger side, and opened the door. Seeing Lin Jiaojiao's pale face, he frowned. Can't you see she's turning white? This road's too rough. If we keep going like this, she'll fall apart. Hearing that their little sister wasn't feeling well, the second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers all jumped down and gathered around the door. Oh my, look at her face, white as paper. The third brother, Luo Mu, stomped his foot in worry. This road's like it was made to torture people. The fifth brother, Luo Tu, the most straightforward of them, scratched his head and offered, Big brother, how about I take out those old quilts under the cargo and use them to cushion her seat? Forget it. Those quilts are full of sand and smell like engine oil. What if it makes her sick? Luo's son glared at him. Luo Tu shrank his neck and said no more. Luo's son looked around at his brothers, then slapped his thigh. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll take off our jackets and fold them up for her to sit on. As he spoke, he started unbuttoning his rough shirt. No, no, don't. Lin Jiaojiao quickly stopped him, waving her hands in panic. Brothers, if you catch a cold in this northwest wind, we'll drive tomorrow. You can't expect me to do it, right? As soon as she said that, the rough men imagined Lin Jiaojiao's small arms and legs trying to turn the big steering wheel of a Liberation truck, and they all shivered at the thought. That's true. Jiaojiao, that little body of yours, the steering wheel is thicker than your waist, the third brother said with a laugh. Third brother. Lin Jiaojiao glared at him. Then her big eyes turned as she quickly connected to her absolute freshness mini supply cabin.
Lucky.
Among the supplies refreshed early that morning were 3 large packs of medical cotton and several rolls of white gauze. They were meant for first aid, but now they could be used for something else. Brothers, put your clothes back on. I just happened to have something soft in my treasure box today. The men already knew about her special space, so she didn't bother to hide it. She reached into the pocket of her army coat, made a small gesture, and with a thought, took out 3 big packs of soft, white medical cotton and a few rolls of gauze.
Wow.
The fourth brother, Luo Yen, widened his eyes and laughed, slapping his leg with his uninjured hand. Our Jiaojiao's magic pocket is open again. You can't even find cotton this white at the supply store. Second brother, you're good with your hands. Can you help me make a soft seat cushion with this cotton? Lin Jiaojiao asked, looking hopefully at Luo Lin, the one with glasses.
Leave it to me, he said.
Luo Lin pushed his glasses up and reached out to grab the long-sleeved work shirt from the third brother, Luo Mu. Third brother, I need your shirt. Why me again? Luo Mu instinctively covered his chest. You're the warmest one here. You won't freeze without it, Luo Lin said calmly, pulling the shirt off him in one quick move. Luo Mu looked helpless. Second brother, that's not fair. Fifth brother, go to the toolbox in the carriage and bring me a big needle and some thread, Luo Lin said, ignoring him. The men got to work right away. Luo Lin tied off the sleeves and collar of the shirt, threaded the needle, and stuffed all 3 packs of cotton inside. With big stitches and thick thread, he sewed it tightly shut. The shirtless third brother watched, arms crossed, clicking his tongue. Second brother, with skills like that, you could be a tailor in town.
Stop joking.
This is called being handy, Luo Lin replied without looking up. In less than 15 minutes, a simple but thick and sturdy cotton cushion was finished. Rosen took the cushion, weighed it in his hands, and nodded with satisfaction. He spread it on the passenger seat, but it still didn't feel thick enough, so he turned his own wool vest inside out, placing the soft side on top. Come on, Jiao Jiao, try sitting on it. Lin Jiao Jiao climbed onto the passenger seat and sat down.
Wow.
She sank right into the soft cotton and wool, feeling as if she were sitting on a pile of clouds. The cushion was so thick that it lifted her higher than Rosen in the driver's seat. Her head almost touched the roof of the cab. Pfft. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't hold back her laughter. Big brother, don't I look like a queen sitting on a throne? What queen? The third brother, Luo Mu, was squatting shirtless under the truck, looking up at her and laughing so hard he slapped the ground. You're the little boss of our convoy. Come on, let's go before it gets dark. We need to get past this rocky stretch. Yeah, let's move. Standing here without a shirt, the wind's giving me goosebumps, Luo Mu said as he climbed into the back of the truck, muttering, my shirt. That fabric was brand new last year. All right, I'll make you a new one later, Rosen said, slapping the door. Everyone, get in. The truck started up again. This time, with a thick, sturdy cushion, the bumps of the rough road turned into gentle waves beneath Lin Jiao Jiao. It didn't hurt anymore. In fact, it felt kind of fun, like when she used to sit on a haystack as a child and someone rocked her playfully. She leaned back comfortably, wrapped in her brother's army green jacket, watching the orange sunset over the desert through the windshield, a big smile on her face. But in the back of the truck, things were completely different. Without his shirt, Luo Mu was shivering in the cold northwestern wind, his nose running. The fourth brother, Luo Yen, had an injured arm and winced every time the truck jolted. The fifth brother, Luo Tu, was tough, but the heavy iron bar beside him kept bouncing onto his foot, making him yelp in pain.
Ow.
Big brother, slow down. I feel like my dinner's about to jump out. Luo Yen shouted toward the cab, clutching the side of the truck. My clothes. Second brother, can't you use your own to patch them up? The third brother's wail was carried away by the wind, breaking into pieces. Endure it, Lawson shouted from the driver's seat, his voice full of energy. You're grown men, can't handle a little hardship? Even Jiao Jiao hasn't made a sound, so what are you all complaining about? The back of the truck went quiet for 2 seconds. Then the fourth brother muttered weakly, Jiao Jiao is sitting on a pile of cotton. We're sitting on washboards. How is that the same? Not the same, Lawson said firmly. The truck bed was soon filled with groans of misery. Lawson kept a steady grip on the steering wheel as the truck bounced along the rough road. Behind him came waves of wailing, but when he turned his head, he saw Lin Jiao Jiao sitting comfortably beside him, looking as content as a well-fed kitten. The girl had her knees pulled up, eyes half closed as she watched the sunset outside the window, humming a little tune she must have picked up somewhere. She had no idea what her brothers were going through in the back. A smile tugged at the corners of Lawson's weathered face. Let the boys suffer a bit. As long as their sister was comfortable, that was all that mattered. The wheels rolled on, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. After camping overnight, the convoy set out again at dawn. The eldest brother, Lawson, stood guard on the running board outside, while the second brother, Roland, took the wheel. Inside the cab, only Lin Jiao Jiao had a seat. She was curled up on a thick, soft cushion stuffed with cotton, wrapped in her brother's army green jacket, looking like a little green dumpling. With her cotton throne, the bumps of the washboard road turned into gentle, springy motions beneath her. She didn't feel a thing, but the scene in the back of the truck was pure chaos.
Bang!
Ow, my back. Whose foot just hit my face? That's my foot. You're stepping on my hand, can't you tell? 3 cries of pain rose one after another, each from a different, unlucky brother. The third brother, Romu, had it the worst. Without his shirt, his bare back pressed against the cold metal of the truck bed. Every bump made his spine slap against the icy surface. The wind rushed in, and goosebumps covered him again and again. My precious fabric. He wailed for what felt like the 800th time that day, his voice breaking in the wind. I saved for 3 months last year just to buy that cloth. Second brother, you heartless man. Enough already. That shirt of yours is being used to cushion our little sister. It's worth it. Fourth brother Luo, Yen shot back. Before he could finish, the truck jolted hard. His bandaged left arm hit the sideboard, and he hissed in pain.
Ah!
Fifth brother Luo, too, the toughest of them all, was also struggling. He sat on the toolbox, with a torn sack under him for padding. But every bump made the metal box jump, tossing his 180-pound frame up and down. Worse still, a heavy iron rod, over 100 pounds, wasn't tied down properly. It rolled across the truck bed and slammed onto his foot with a loud clang. Ow, my goodness. Luo too yelped, hopping on one foot, making the whole truck shake. In the driver's seat, Luo Lin glanced back through the rear window, the corner of his mouth twitching. The 3 in the back sound like pigs being slaughtered, while our eldest brother's standing outside in the wind without flinching. Only Jiao Jiao's sitting quietly. What did you say, second brother? Lin Jiaojiu leaned closer. I was praising you, Luo Lin said calmly, pushing up his glasses. The truck turned a corner, and the road suddenly grew rougher. The once bumpy surface turned into a stretch of uneven gravel and potholes. The Liberation truck's wheels rattled over them, shaking the whole vehicle. Even with a cotton cushion, Lin Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, gripping the door handle tightly. The back of the truck was a chorus of groans and shouts. Fourth brother, you're crushing me. I can't help it. The road won't let me stand.
Bang!
A huge pit. The front of the truck dipped sharply, then bounced up again. Lin Jiaojiao was thrown off her seat, her head nearly hitting the metal roof. She gasped, bracing herself against the dashboard just in time. The men in the back had it worse. With 3 heavy thuds, they landed in a heap like dumplings in a pot. Luo, too, was at the bottom, the third brother on his neck, and the fourth slumped against the sideboard, his injured arm hanging painfully in the air. With a screech, Luo Lin hit the brakes and brought the truck to a steady stop. Luo Sun, who had been standing on the step, jumped down in one swift move. He opened the passenger door and frowned. Lin Jiaojiao's face had gone pale, but thankfully, she wasn't hurt. Are you all right? He asked. It's okay, I was just startled. Lin Jiaojiao waved her hand. Luo Sun went around to the back of the truck bed and saw the 3 brothers lying in a pile, looking miserable. He frowned and patted the side of the truck. Everyone come out and take a break. You all look like you have no bones. Report, big brother. The entire rear force has been defeated, the third brother said weakly, raising one hand. A few people crawled out of the truck bed, lying haphazardly on the roadside stones. The sun was already high, shining so hot that people looked greasy. The third brother was shirtless, with red marks on his back from the metal sheet. The fourth brother's bandages were soaked with sweat, his face strained but holding on, though his fingers trembled slightly. The fifth brother limped, with his toes swollen. Lin Jiaojiao jumped down from the passenger seat, looked around carefully, and frowned with concern. She swept her gaze around. There was not a single person on the Gobi Desert, just as she hoped. Guys, don't move. I want to see what good stuff I got in the treasure box today. She closed her eyes and activated the Absolute Freshness Micro Supply Warehouse, scanning her thoughts. Her eyes lit up instantly. Her luck was pretty good today. Early this morning, she refreshed 3 bottles of chilled orange soda, a stack of cold cloths, and half a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Come on, everyone, share some. Lin Jiao Jiao happily reached into her bag, pulling out each item like performing a magic trick. First, 3 bottles of ice-cold orange soda, with water droplets clinging to the transparent glass bottles. In this scorching Gobi desert, they looked like shiny gold nuggets. Oh my god! The third brother's eyes lit up. He jumped up from a rock, ignoring the red marks on his bare back. It's cold. It's cold. Jiao Jiao, your treasure box must be giving out big prizes today, huh? In the supply store, a bottle costs $1.50 at room temperature, but this ice-cold one would sell for 3 yuan on the black market, the fourth brother said, eyes wide. 3 bottles for 6 people wasn't enough. Luo Xin reached out and took one, handing it to Lin Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you drink first. I'm not thirsty, big brother. Just drink it when I tell you to, Luo Xin said sternly, without room for argument. Lin Jiao Jiao took a couple of sips. The sweet, icy orange flavor slid down her throat, making her squint happily. She handed the rest back. Luo Xin took it, tilted his head, and drank 2 big gulps before passing it to Luo Lin standing nearby. The other 2 bottles weren't so polite. I'll drink first. I've been blowing the wind with my bare chest all the way. Third brother reached out to grab the bottle. Who are you blaming for going shirtless? I have an injury on my arm. Injured people get priority. Fourth brother quickly grabbed the bottle, bit off the cap with his teeth, and took a big gulp. Sixth brother, you should drink less. Save some for me. Fifth brother was anxiously jumping around. Everyone quiet down, Rosen shouted loudly. 2 sips each, take turns drinking. If you spill a drop, you won't get dinner tonight. The 3 grown men immediately became obedient, carefully holding their glass bottles, like they were worshipping a deity. Each took 2 sips, taking turns. The cold soda went down smoothly, and a refreshing feeling spread from their feet to the top of their heads. Fifth brother closed his eyes happily, feeling so comfortable. We made it through. Lin Jiao Jiao took out a stack of cool cloths, giving each person 2 pieces. Wipe your face and cool down. The sun is fierce today, don't get heatstroke. Fifth brother pressed a cloth to his face and suddenly cried out, like he'd been shocked, then happily patted his thigh. So cool. It's so refreshing. This cloth is even cold. Jiao Jiao, you're like our living goddess. What goddess? That's just the logistics manager. Third brother chuckled while wiping sweat. Back in the day when we traveled this route, we'd drink sand when thirsty, tough it out when hot. We never had such treatment. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't bother listening to their chatter. She squatted in front of fourth brother and handed him half a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Fourth brother, your bandage needs changing. Sweat can cause infection. Third brother, help fourth brother remove the old bandage, apply the medicine, and rewrap it. Got it. Third brother took the medicine. Though he muttered about my good fabric, his hands moved quickly. In no time, he removed the old bandage and wrapped a new one. Rosen placed a cool cloth around his neck, pushed up his glasses, and rarely praised. On this trip to the northwest, besides everything else, with Jiao Jiao as our logistics manager, we won't go hungry or thirsty. Rosen didn't say anything else. He carefully collected the empty soda bottles. Glass bottles could be returned for a small refund, so he didn't waste them, and stood up to brush the sand off his pants. All right, enough rest. Before the sun reaches its peak, let's keep going. Everyone get in the car. Everyone got back into the vehicle. Thanks to the cold soda and the cooling cloths, the loud complaints inside the truck quieted down noticeably. Third brother used a cool cloth on his back's red mark, looking content. Fourth brother, with his new bandage, seemed much more energetic. The fifth brother tightly tied the large iron rod to the railing with hemp rope, finally relieving the worry about it smashing their feet. The vehicle then continued for about 20 more minutes. As the terrain gradually narrowed ahead, dozens of meters high red sandstone cliffs appeared on both sides, leaving only a narrow dirt path in the middle that could barely fit a truck. It was a classic, one-line sky terrain. Luo Lin instinctively slowed down, frowned, and looked through the windshield toward the mouth of the canyon. At this moment, Rosen suddenly reached in from the step, knocking heavily on the roof with 2 loud thuds. Stop. His voice was quiet but cold, like ice. Luo Lin slammed on the brakes, and the vehicle slowly stopped on the sandy ground. The brothers in the back of the truck also sensed something was wrong. They had been joking just now, but now they all closed their mouths and looked out with serious expressions. Rosen jumped down from the step, squatting to examine the tire tracks, then looked up and stared fixedly toward the canyon entrance, vaguely seeing scattered rocks and broken trees blocking the road completely. The road ahead has been dug through. All rocks, he said, standing up with a heavy voice like lead. Someone set a trap, trying to trap us. The atmosphere inside the truck suddenly changed. The third brother took out the iron rod from under the truck bed silently and clenched it in his hand. The fourth brother drew a sharp dagger from his waist with one hand, no longer complaining about his injured arm, his eyes cold as if he had become a different person. The fifth brother lifted the heavy iron rod, over 100 pounds, from the railing and placed it on the truck bed with a loud thud, like a gatekeeper. Inside the cab, Jingjiao sat upright, her heart pounding faster, but she remained calm. Having traveled with these brothers for days, she was no longer the nervous girl she was a few days ago. Jingjiao, Rosen walked to the front passenger window and spoke in a deep voice. Roll up the window and lock the door from inside. No matter what's outside, don't open the door unless you hear Big Brother call you. Rosen's gaze was steady, like a nail hammered into her face.
Got it?
Behind the deep ditch, 2 old jeeps were parked, with 7 or 8 rough-looking men sitting on the hoods, smoking cigarettes. This group was different from the bandit from yesterday. The bandit from before was just a simple robber, but these men wore mismatched old military uniforms, and they held standard semi-automatic rifles, not primitive guns. These are Grey Wolf people, Rosen said as he jumped down from the step, looking serious. Grey Wolf, Lin Jiao Jiao curled up in Luo Yan's arms, peeking out nervously and curiously. They are the biggest smugglers around here, and they also rob people, Luo Yan whispered, sounding a bit disgusted. They are more dangerous than the bandit from yesterday. They have real weapons and are very ruthless. What should we do? Lin Jiao Jiao asked anxiously. Don't worry. Rosen walked to the front of the car, patted the hood, and signaled Luo Lin to turn off the engine. Second brother, stay in the car and watch Jiao Jiao and the fourth brother. Third and fifth brothers, bring your weapons and come with me. Big brother, I want to go too. Luo Yan was eager to fight when he heard about the confrontation, trying to put down Lin Jiao Jiao. Sit still. Rosen glared back at him, his eyes sweeping over Luo Yan's injured arm. You're disabled. Do you want to go die? Stay here and guard the store. If anyone rushes in and hurts Jiao Jiao, I hold you responsible. Luo Yan clenched his teeth in frustration, but could only obey. He hugged Jiao Jiao tighter, gripping his dagger with a reverse grip, muscles tense like a guard dog ready to attack. Rosen led third and fifth brothers toward the other side of the ditch. They were about 10 meters away when a bald man jumped out of the jeep, playing with a Black Star pistol in his hand, and grinned. Hey, isn't that the Luo family boss? What? Taking this route today without a heads up? Rosen stood still, expression calm, radiating authority like a mountain. Grey Wolf, everyone's been taking this route for over 10 years. When did this ditch appear? That was in the past. Now it's different. The bald man, Grey Wolf, spat out his cigarette butt and greedily looked at the loaded truck. Recently, my brothers are tight on money. I heard Luo boss has some good stuff this time, so I thought I'd borrow a little to make some profit. Rules are the same as always, Rosen said calmly. 2 boxes of canned food, a pack of cigarettes. Fill the road. Ha! The Grey Wolf laughed loudly, and his followers cheered along. Boss Luo, are you still sleepy? Those 2 boxes of canned food are from before. But now, he pointed with his short, thick finger toward the truck's cab, showing a sly smile. You've got a woman hidden in your truck. I smelled her scent from far away just now. Leave that girl behind and give us half the goods. Then your brothers can leave. Inside the cab, Luo Yan heard everything clearly and instantly exploded with anger. F your old man, he shouted loudly, his eyes turning red. He was about to jump out of the truck to fight. Don't move. Luo Lin quickly grabbed his shoulder and calmly pushed his glasses up. Big brother has a plan. If you go out now, you'll only make things worse. Jiao Jiao, trembling all over, was terrified. They were targeting her. A beautiful woman in this lawless, wild place was seen as a curse and the biggest danger. Luo's son saw this, and his last bit of patience disappeared completely. He slowly drew a hidden knife from his waist, his voice cold like ice in the winter. "It looks like you want to die. How dare you?" The gray wolf's face changed. He raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. "Brothers, attack. Kill all the men and the women." Bang. A gunshot rang out. But it was not Luo's son who fell. The gray wolf screamed in pain as his gun was knocked away, and a bloody hole appeared suddenly on his wrist. Everyone was shocked and turned quickly toward the sound of the gunfire. Behind Luo's son, the third brother Luo Mu, who had been smiling and cooking, now held a modified hunting rifle, its barrel still smoking. It turned out Luo's son had given Luo Mu a signal before getting out of the truck. "Attack!" Luo's son seized the moment and charged out like a leopard. Fifth brother Luo, too, also didn't hold back. He swung a terrifying solid iron rod and knocked a follower trying to raise his gun flying. The chaos erupted again. But this time, Luo's brothers were clearly prepared. Luo Mu's shooting was very accurate, aiming at the enemy's hands or legs, hitting one after another without missing. Luo's son and Luo too fought fiercely in close combat, like a meat grinder, rushing into the crowd as if they were invisible. Inside the cab, Luo Yan watched with excitement, wishing he wasn't injured so he could join the fight. Suddenly, a survivor who had slipped through the cracks took advantage of the chaos and sneaked past the front lines, holding a machete and quietly approaching the truck. "Be careful." Lin Jiao Jiao kept watching outside and was the first to notice the person. Luo Lin snorted coldly, pulling out a large wrench from under his seat, ready to open the door. "Second brother, you stay in the car. This one's mine." Luo Yan couldn't hold back anymore. Although one of his hands was injured, his fierce spirit was still strong. He suddenly pushed open the car door and shoved Lin Jiao Jiao into Luo Lin's arms. "Watch my sister." Then, he supported the door with one hand and jumped down from the half-height driver's cabin, crashing toward the attacker like a cannonball. "How dare you hit on my sister? Go to hell." Luo Yan roared angrily, a dagger flashing in his right hand. The attacker didn't expect someone so crazy to be on the truck. He hurriedly raised his knife to block. But Luo Yan's strength was too great. He crashed into the attacker, and the two tumbled together. "Ah!" Lin Jiao Jiao screamed in fright from the window. Luo Yan was injured too. Luo Yan didn't care about his bleeding wound. He used his injured arm to tightly choke the attacker's neck, blood staining the bandage. His dagger stabbed fiercely into the attacker's thigh. Fourth brother, Luo Lin, saw the situation was bad and jumped down to help. After a few minutes, the fight was over. The gray wolf leader, clutching his wrist, along with the remaining soldiers, ran away in a panic. Luo's son, covered in blood, walked back and saw Luo Yan sitting on the ground, panting heavily, with half his body soaked in blood. His face darkened. "Who told you to get out of the car?" Luo Sin demanded sternly. Luo Yan wiped the blood from his face, grinning. "Big brother, that guy tried to attack my sister. I couldn't hold back." Luo's son looked at his battered brother, words of anger stuck in his throat, finally turning into a helpless sigh. "Get in the car. Let's go now." This was still Grey Wolf territory. Once the gunfire started, more people would come quickly. Back in the truck, the atmosphere grew heavy. Luo Yan's wound had reopened, blood flowing freely. Luo Lin was urgently bandaging him, while Lin Jiao Jiao helped by passing gauze, tears falling uncontrollably. "Why are you crying?" Luo Yan, in pain and sweating profusely, still tried to act tough. "This little blood doesn't matter. As long as my sister is fine." Lin Jiao Jiao looked at his silly expression, feeling a mix of sourness and sadness inside. This big boy was only like that to save her. She quietly reached into her bag, but in her mind, she summoned a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. It was new and more convenient than powder. "Don't move. I'll spray medicine on you." She sniffed, choking back tears. The cool spray of medicine hit his hot, painful wound, carrying a special medicinal scent. Luo Yan looked at her tearful face and his heart softened completely. Suddenly, he felt that his injury was worth it. Luo's son sat in the driver's seat. The second brother was taking care of the injured. The eldest was driving. Through the rear-view mirror, he watched the warm scene in the back seat, his fingers tightening slightly on the steering wheel. His gaze fell on Lin Jiao's reddened eyes from crying, and a strange irritation and deeper possessiveness grew in his heart. She was a treasure guarded by all 5 brothers. But this treasure seemed to be catching more and more of their attention. "Sit tight," Luo's son suddenly said in a deep voice. "The road ahead is worse. Hold on." With a push of the accelerator, the truck roared into the deeper wilderness. The wheels rolled over gravel, making a monotonous, grating sound like dull knives scraping against the heart. The sun was setting, but the lingering heat was still intense, roasting the cab of the truck like a tin pie. The convoy had been driving across the Gobi Desert for 10 hours straight. Luo Sin found a sheltered spot at the bottom of a dirt cliff and stopped the vehicle. "Rest for 20 minutes and fill your stomachs," he said, removing the key. His throat was rough from the long journey. Luo Yan still slumped in the passenger seat, pale from blood loss, his lips white like a frostbitten eggplant. Lin Jiao was carried down by Luo Sin. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs trembled with weakness. They were exhausted. Not just physically, battered from the rough ride, but also mentally tense. The third brother, Luo Mu, was quick and efficient. He had already pulled out their dry food bag from the truck bed. It was their main food on this long trip, dried flatbread called dry naan by travelers. It could last a year without spoiling, but it was very hard enough to be used as a stone to hit stray dogs. "Jiao. Here," Luo Mu broke off a piece and handed it to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao took it and looked at the yellowish, tile-like flatbread in her hand, feeling bitter in her mouth. These days, she relied on it to stave off hunger, and her throat was already burning painfully. She tried to take a small bite. Crunch. A sharp sound made her teeth ache. The bread wouldn't soften in her mouth, full of rough, gritty particles. It was hard to swallow, like she had swallowed a handful of sand. Cough, cough. Lin Jiao covered her chest, choking and tears coming to her eyes. Luo's son was checking the tire and heard the noise, walking over quickly. His thick eyebrows knitted into a frown. "Can't swallow it again?" Lin Jiao, with red eyes, nodded and held up the bread. Her voice was soft and sad. "Big brother, it's too hard. My throat hurts." The few big men around suddenly fell silent. They had tough skin and could chew this stuff like eating crispy rice crackers, even with cold water. But Jiao's delicate, tender throat, raised on plain rice, couldn't handle this hardship. "Third, light the fire and boil some hot water to soak the bread for her," Luo's son ordered immediately. "Brother, the water in the kettle is all we have. It's barely enough to rinse a few throats, let alone make soup," Luo Mu shrugged helplessly. A woman's skill is useless without ingredients. The atmosphere grew heavy. Luo Yan, holding his wound and leaning against the tire, weakly cursed, "When we get back, I'm going to this state-run restaurant for a big bowl of braised pork. My mouth is so bland I can't stand it." Seeing everyone's worried faces, Jiao's mind started to wander. Early this morning, her absolute freshness mini-supply cache refreshed again. She hadn't had time to look carefully, but now was the perfect moment. She hugged her patched canvas bag, pretending to rummage inside, but her mind had already sunk into her space. Just a quick glance made her heart almost jump out of her throat. Today's luck was simply incredible. In the tiny 1 cubic meter corner of her space, there were 2 valuable items, 3 large, pink, fuzzy-skinned peaches, and 2 heavy metal cans, Malin brand luncheon meat. Nowadays, these things were extremely rare and precious. Especially that peach, just looking at it makes you feel its juice is full. It seems that with a gentle squeeze, the thin skin will break open and sweet honey-like juice will flow out. Lin Jiao quietly swallowed her saliva. She had to take it out. Not only for herself, but also for her brothers who protected her with all their might. Fourth brother had lost so much blood and really needed nourishment. Lin Jiao Jiao timidly spoke, her voice soft like a cat's paw scratching her heart. I think I still have some food in my bag. Huts. Rosen was drinking the last sip of muddy cold water, paused to her words, and looked down. Still an apple. The chilled apples earlier had really spoiled those rough men. Not an apple. Lin Jiao Jiao reached into her bag, deliberately rustling around for a while. Under the curious gazes of the 5 men, she struggled to pull out 2 tin cans and place them on the ground with a clatter. Then, that small, delicate hand reached in again, rummaged around, and carefully held out 3 large peaches bigger than the men's fists. As soon as the peaches appeared, a strong, sweet, and rich fruit aroma exploded in the dry, dusty air. In an instant, apart from the sound of the wind, only the heavy, repeated inhaling sounds of the men remained. All 5 men's eyes widened, their throats bobbing like they had springs inside, and their saliva almost spilled out. Oh my goodness! Old Fifth Rosen II's nose was sharper than a dog's, and he almost fell to the ground, flaring his nostrils. It's meat. It smells like canned meat. And these fruits. What kind of fruit is this? How can it be so fragrant? Melon brand. It really is melon brand luncheon meat. Old Fourth Rosen Yan's eyes widened in excitement, almost jumping up from the ground, looking nothing like a sick person anymore. Rosen stared steadily at the items on the ground, then looked up at the shy girl nervously fiddling with her clothes and talking nonsense, his gaze deep like a pond. He didn't ask where the things came from. He slowly stood upright, his sharp eyes sweeping over his excited brothers, and his voice was as heavy as iron. Listen up, everyone. The 4 younger brothers immediately stood straight. Our sister is lucky. This is heaven's blessing, a gift from above. Rosen's tone was firm and commanding, with a rough man's dominance. This matter, only our family knows. Anyone who dares to speak recklessly or curse openly, don't blame me if I turn hostile and refuse to recognize you. Big brother, we understand. Luo Lin was the first to push up his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes behind the lenses, and he confidently set the record straight. Jiao Jiao is our little lucky star. Lucky stars have a bit of fairy air about them, so it's normal. Yes, yes. Following my sister means more food. Luo Yan had been craving so much he was almost impatient. He didn't care if it made sense. Big brother, let's get started. Just smelling this meat makes my wound not hurt anymore. Luo's son looked away, picked up a can on the ground, weighed it heavily in his hand, then threw it to the team's cook, Luo Mu. Luo Mu, you're in charge of the fire team. This is for you, Luo's son said seriously. Don't waste it. Luo Mu caught the can and peaches steadily. His usually smiling face now showed a look of almost reverent seriousness. As the cook of the team, in this remote place, he had been busy making dry bread less harsh to eat, feeling quite frustrated. Now that he had such top-quality ingredients, his excitement was like a starving person seeing a roast lamb. Don't worry, big brother. Luo Mu drew a shiny small knife from his waist, spun a beautiful pattern on the blade with his fingertips, and his eyes sparkled like 2 bright lamps. Tonight's meal, I promise Jiao Jiao will eat until she can't swallow her tongue. He turned to look at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was squatting on the ground, staring at him eagerly. His smile deepened. Jiao Jiao, come help Brother San? Luo Mu's voice was as gentle as water. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded obediently, like a cute little rabbit, and hurried over. Luo's son watched the 2 heads close together, discussing how to make something delicious, then looked down at the half-dry bread in his arms. Suddenly, he found it even harder to swallow. He tucked the bread into his chest, looked serious, and went to the windward side to keep watch. But his ears stood up higher than anyone's, listening carefully to the laughter from over there. The sunset had completely dipped below the horizon. The night on the Gobi Desert looked like a huge black curtain, covering everything tightly. The temperature dropped quickly, but in this small camp, everyone was lively and busy. Luo Mu found a few flat stones and built a simple stove. He carefully polished a spare metal bucket from the car with sand and placed it on the stones. Gently, he poured clean water into it. He didn't rush to open the canned food, but first dealt with some hard, dry flatbreads that could hurt if thrown. "Jiao Jiao, help Brother San hold the bowl," Luo Mu said, handing an empty bowl to Lin Jiao Jiao. He took the tough flatbread from her hand. His hidden knife, usually used for self-defense, was shining brightly, but now he was patiently scraping off the hard outer layer, leaving the softer inside. Jiao Jiao squatted beside him, watching his smooth movements. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Brother San, your knife skills are amazing. Cutting this stone-like bread is just like slicing tofu." Luo Mu was so happy he almost couldn't hide his smile. Under the firelight, he grinned brightly. "That's because I learned it in the kitchen squad. I can cut potato strips perfectly. If Jiao Jiao wants to eat, Brother San will cook for you every day from now on." After finishing the bread, the main event was about to begin. Luo Mu picked up a can of mail-in luncheon meat. These days, the metal cans didn't have pull tabs, so they had to be pried open with force. Crack! The tip of his knife just pierced the can, and a strong, rich smell of meat burst out from the opening. It was a bold aroma of pork, starch, and spices. For these rough men who had been eating plain food on the Gobi Desert for days, this smell was more tempting than divine meat. Gulp! A few loud swallowing sounds echoed in the night breeze. Luo Yen, lying nearby pretending to be sick, suddenly sat up with a thud, his eyes wide with excitement. "Smells so good. Damn. It smells amazing. Brother San, hurry up. I'm drooling just thinking about it." Luo Mu ignored the obvious guy and quickly poured out the luncheon meat, slicing it into thick pieces. The pink meat slices still showed tempting white fat particles. Sizzle. The meat hit the hot pan. The rich fat immediately started bubbling and sizzling, with the edges curling slightly. The delicious, fragrant aroma burst out instantly, hitting everyone's senses. Jiao Jiao sniffed and let out a loud, hungry protest. "It smells so good." Luo Mu heard her and quickly picked up the first piece of golden brown, sizzling luncheon meat with chopsticks. He blew away the hot steam and directly held it near Jiao Jiao's mouth. "Jiao Jiao is the hero today. You get the first bite." Open wide, Lin Jiao Jiao was not polite either, and she bit down with a loud, "Ao woo." The hot oil burst in her mouth, and the salty, savory flavor immediately soothed her stomach, which had been suffering for days. In this remote, barren desert, this piece of meat was like a divine drink. Delicious. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes curved into crescent moons as she ate. The four brothers behind her watched eagerly, their eyes shining with excitement. Luo Xin stood nearby on guard, pretending to look at the stars, but in fact, he was turned away and secretly swallowing his saliva. "Third brother. That's unfair," Luo Yen shouted anxiously. "My arm is still bleeding, and you didn't leave me any meat crumbs." "You're so heartless." "Shut your noisy mouth," Luo Mu said, scooping the sliced bread into the pot with a bit of annoyance. "Jiao Jiao's thin arms and legs can't compare to your rough wild boar skin." Soon, the stew was ready. They combined the fried luncheon meat and chopped bread, cooked it together, sprinkled some salt, and though it looked simple, it was a feast fit for royalty in this wilderness. The five men and Lin Jiao Jiao sat around the fire, holding bowls and eating eagerly, slurping loudly. Luo Yen ate the fastest, licking the bottom of his bowl until it shone, then wiped his mouth and said happily, "We survived." "Jiao Jiao, if you can keep making such good food every day, I'd be happy to fight those wolf guys every day." "Stop talking nonsense," Big Brother Luosin said, taking the thickest slices of meat from his own bowl and placing them into Lin Jiao Jiao's bowl. He frowned slightly.
"Eat more."
"You're so thin. A gust of wind could blow you away." Luo Lin pushed up his glasses, slowly swallowing the last sip of soup, then added slyly, "Big Brother is right. Jiao Jiao needs to gain some weight. With her small size, if we run into trouble again, she won't be able to escape, and fourth brother will have to drag her with his injured hand." Hearing this, fourth brother Luo Yen immediately puffed out his chest. "Of course. I'll do my best to protect Jiao Jiao." Seeing these rough-looking but fiercely protective men, Lin Jiao Jiao felt warm inside. She shoved some meat into her mouth and mumbled a protest. "I can run pretty fast. After the meal, everyone leaned on their luggage to rest and digest. Luo Mu quickly cleaned up the dishes, then took out 3 large peaches they had been reluctant to eat. This precious fruit can't be kept. It'll spoil if bumped. We'll finish it tonight. Luo Mu held a military enamel cup, poured some water, and carefully washed the fuzz off the peach's skin. With a quick flick of the knife, the thin peach skin was sliced off in a line, revealing the white and pink, juicy flesh inside. The sweet aroma of the fruit dispersed the dust in the air. Luo Mu cut the peach into small pieces. During the sharing, a clear double standard appeared. The biggest, sweetest pieces of peach meat were all placed on the lid of the enamel cup and handed carefully to Lin Jiao Jiao. Here, eat more fruit to stay hydrated. Luo Yan looked into his own bowl, which only had a few sad, pitted scraps, and suddenly felt upset. Third brother, this isn't fair. Why is Jiao Jiao's peach meat bigger than my fist, but mine can't even fill my teeth gaps? Just eat the pits, said second brother Luo Lin quietly, calmly taking a good piece of meat from his own bowl and giving it to Lin Jiao Jiao. Big brother Luo Sin sneered and directly handed half a peach, including the pit and flesh, to Lin Jiao Jiao. Fourth brother, if you're not happy, go run a few laps. Fifth brother Luo too chuckled foolishly, swallowing his own piece of peach with the pit and flesh in one gulp, almost choking and turning white. You guys. You all teamed up to bully the injured, Luo Yan said sadly, biting into his shriveled corner piece, making everyone burst into laughter. Lin Jiao Jiao held a full cover of watermelons, smiling with her eyes curved. She took a bite, and the sweet juice overflowed in her mouth. The sweet peach juice slid down the corner of her mouth. Lin Jiao Jiao ate so eagerly that her cheeks puffed out, like a little squirrel storing food. Because she ate too fast, she accidentally got a bit of pink peach juice on her nose. Oh dear, Jiao Jiao's eating look is just like a little kitten. Luo Mu, the third brother, laughed like a clever fox. He took out a white, neatly folded cloth from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jiao Jiao. Quickly wipe your face. In this water-scarce Gobi desert, wasting even a drop of sweet water is like inviting trouble from the heavens. Lin Jiao Jiao blushed and hurriedly wiped her face with a cloth, making the big men nearby chuckle softly. Third brother, your heart is really biased. Luo Yan, the fourth brother, gnawed on his shriveled peach pit, glaring with envy. 2 days ago, I got my face scratched by a sand willow branch. I asked you for a clean cloth to bandage it, but you said there was none. Turns out, all the good stuff was kept for Jiao Jiao. Luo Mu slowly swallowed the last piece of peach flesh, rolled his eyes, and said, Can you compare with Jiao Jiao? Your skin is rough and thick. You can stop bleeding just by applying some dirt. Jiao Jiao's face is so tender, like water tofu. Can you touch her with dirty things? Yes, fourth brother, Luo Lin, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby, suddenly spoke. He pushed up his glasses, which sparkled in the firelight, and said smartly, In this chaotic world, since Jiao Jiao has accepted us as her brothers, she is now a true sister of the Luo family. The 5 of us brothers are protecting her, and all the family's good things are for her. It's only right and natural. This phrase, true sister, firmly established Jiao Jiao's position in the group. Big brother Luo's son sat nearby. Although he didn't join in the teasing, his stern face softened a little. When they decided to bring this gentle, fragile girl along, it was like protecting their own precious eye. She was their only sister, and they should pamper her. Luo's son stood up, casually grabbed a thick old military coat, and wrapped it tightly around Jiao Jiao's thin shoulders. All right, stop teasing, Luo Sin said with the authority of the head of the family. Eat your fill, then pack up and go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Jiao Jiao felt like she was saved. She quickly snuggled into the heavy military coat that smelled of soapberry, her face blushing, but her heart feeling warm. Tonight's plan was still to sleep in a tent. But because fourth brother Luo Yan was injured and had just eaten meat to recover blood, he was now a bit too excited. Big brother, I don't want to sleep outside. That wind keeps blowing inside. Luo Yan, holding his bedding, whined. I'm injured. I can't stand the cold on my wound. Where do you want to sleep? Luo Sin shot him a glance. I want to sleep in the middle. It's warmer in the middle, Luo Yan said confidently. Get lost. Third brother Luo Mu kicked him in the butt. The safest, most windproof spot in the middle is for Jiao Jiao. Do you, a grown man, have the nerve to fight Jiao Jiao for a bed? Go on, sleep next to Luo Air, and let him block the wind for you. After some rearranging, it clearly showed the Luo family's poor habit of favoring girls over boys. The warmest, most windproof spot in the middle was covered with the thickest wool felt, which was Jiao Jiao's special seat. On the left is Rosen, tall like a tower, and on the right is Lin, refined but alert. They stand like two guardian gods, blocking the cold air from her. The lively fourth brother, Luo Yen, was sent to the innermost spot, curling up sadly with a blanket. The third brother, Luo Mu, and the fifth brother, Luo Tu, naturally took on the task of sleeping on the outer edge to guard against the wind. Soon, the tent became quiet, with only a few shallow breaths heard. Outside, the desert wind howled, but inside the tent, it was warm thanks to a few strong, hardy men. Jiao Jiao Lin lay on a soft wool mat. Although she felt warm, her stomach started to ache. Luo Mu had just fed her too much, 2 thick slices of fried lunch meat, half a stale flatbread, and a big handful of peaches. For her small stomach, it was way too much. Her stomach felt bloated, like it was stuffed with a stone. She turned slightly, frowned a little, and let out a soft hum. Rosen, who was still awake, immediately noticed. He rolled over slightly and asked in a deep voice in the dark, "What's wrong? Cold?" No, Lin replied shyly, shrinking her neck. "Big brother, I think I ate too much. My stomach is bloated." A sigh of helplessness came from the darkness. "You, like a little piglet, eat whatever is given, and don't leave any room for yourself," Rosen scolded gently, but moved quickly. He sat up, reached in the dark for the military-style aluminum water bottle hanging nearby, unscrewed the lid, and poured half a kettle of warm water into a small container that had been kept warm by the campfire. Then he grabbed a dry towel, wrapping the hot water bottle tightly in several layers. "Turn to your side," Rosen ordered. Lin obediently did as told. He gently pressed the towel-wrapped, warm water bottle into her arms. "Hold it, press it on your stomach. Don't complain about it being hot." Through her thick clothes, the soothing heat kept flowing into her stomach, easing the bloating and cold. So comfortable," Lin said happily, rubbing against the heat source like a kitten brushed smooth, her voice soft and obedient. "Thank you, big brother." This sweet thank you made the few grown men in the tent, who hadn't quite fallen asleep, feel their hearts soften. The person sleeping at the very edge, Luo Mu, silently smiled and quietly thought about waking up early tomorrow. She planned to use the leftover pancake filling to make a soft, sticky porridge to soothe her stomach. Next to the fourth brother, Luo Lin gently adjusted Luo Yan's quilt to keep him warm, thinking about the next stop in town. He planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they sold some ginger cake to help with digestion. "Go to sleep now," Luo's son said softly, gently patting her soft head. His tone was firm and confident, like an older brother's promise. "Jiao Jiao, remember this. On this big road in the northwest, as long as our Luo brothers have some dry food, you'll always eat soft and warm food. Just trust your brothers and follow us." This straightforward, rough way of protecting her made her feel safer than any sweet words could. Jiao Jiao buried her face in her coat's fur collar and sweetly replied, "Yes, I understand, big brother." The Jiefeng truck, like a tireless old ox, puffed and huffed along the rough road of the Gobi Desert. The sun was setting, but the heat still hadn't fully gone away. Inside the cab, it felt like a closed jar, air stagnant, mixed with the smell of sweat, tobacco, and a faint, sweet peach scent. Jiao Jiao was not sitting in the front passenger seat, but was carefully protected in the middle of the back seat by her brothers. The seat was padded with 2 thick layers of wool felt. On her left was the injured fourth brother, Luo Yen, and on her right was Luo Lin, who had just finished driving and was resting. Even with the thick padding, Jiao Jiao's face looked a little pale. At first, she thought it was because she ate too much meat yesterday, or because she slept in an awkward position. But as the wheels rolled over the gravel, she felt a heavy, sinking sensation in her stomach, like a lead weight, sometimes accompanied by sharp, stabbing pain. Ugh. Suddenly, the wheel hit a deep pothole and the vehicle jolted violently. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but grimace, her brows furrowing tightly. A pained moan escaped her throat, and she instinctively curled up into a ball. Luo Yan immediately tensed up as if he had stepped on an electric switch. His muscles tightened, and his remaining good hand quickly supported her shoulder. "What's wrong, Jiao Jiao?" Luo Yan asked anxiously, his voice rising. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Is this broken road making your bones hurt? Or maybe fourth brother can use you as a cushion, and you can lean on my back. Don't move." Lin Jiao Jiao weakly pushed his hand, her forehead already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. "I'm not dizzy. I just have a stomach ache." "Stomach ache?" Big brother Rosen, who was driving in front, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. His thick eyebrows immediately furrowed. "Is it that canned food from yesterday noon? Did it upset your stomach?" "No." Lin Jiao Jiao buried her face in her arm, too scared to lift her head. The feeling grew stronger. A warm, dark wave was uncontrollably flowing downward. In this bumpy car, every jolt felt like a warning. Suddenly, she realized what was happening. Counting the days, although the original owner of this body was malnourished, her monthly cycle was about to start in these 2 days. Oh no! Lin Jiao Jiao's heart sank. Out here in the remote desert, with a group of men watching, even in broad daylight. If she soiled her pants, and we'll blink it. Just thinking about that made her feel so ashamed she wanted to open the car door and jump into the sand. "Stop the car." Lin Jiao Jiao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, with a clear hint of crying. "Hold on. The road ahead is too open, with no cover." Rosen looked outside, speaking calmly. 20 more miles to a sheltered slope. "We'll let you get out there when we arrive." "No. Big brother, I can't hold it anymore." Lin Jiao Jiao was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She twisted her body restlessly, clutching her legs tightly. But her movement caused Lao Wuluo too, who had been leaning by the window enjoying the breeze, to suddenly turn his head sharply, as if he had smelled prey. "There's a blood smell." Luo too sniffed hard twice, his brow furrowing deeply. He quickly scanned the inside of the car, finally fixing his gaze on Luo Yan. "Fourth brother, your wound must have burst," Luo too said firmly. "The smell of blood is very strong, it's even bleeding out." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere inside the car tensed up. Rosen slammed the brake, and the truck slid a few deep gouges into the sand before stopping steadily. "Fourth brother." Rosen's face turned pale as he suddenly turned to glare at Luo Yan. "Didn't I tell you not to move? Can't even keep an eye on a girl? Did you hurt your arm again while protecting Jiao Jiao earlier?" No, Luo Yan looked as innocent as a wronged person. He looked down at his left arm, hanging in front of his chest. The gauze was dusty but dry, with no fresh bloodstains. He moved his shoulder and said, "I'm really fine. Brother, look, no bleeding at all. Then where does the smell of blood come from?" Luo too still believed his nose. He leaned in, sniffed Luo Yan like a little dog, and then his nose followed the scent to the wool felt next to Lin Jiao Jiao. "It's here." Luo too pointed with his dark finger at the spot under Lin Jiao Jiao, looking innocent yet surprised. "The smell is coming from Jiao Jiao." "Jiao Jiao, did you get your butt pierced by a nail on the car seat?" Bang. Lin Jiao Jiao's mind exploded with a buzzing sound. Her face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp, almost bleeding. Luo Yan sitting nearby was also stunned. He looked along Luo too's gaze. On Lin Jiao Jiao's faded blue work pants, a faint dark red was showing through. The white wool felt underneath was also stained with a tiny red mark. Against the light blue and pure white, that red looked especially shocking. "Jiao Jiao," Luo Yan's voice wavered, panicked and unsure where to put his hands. "Are you really hurt? Did you get cut during the fight yesterday? Why didn't you tell us?" His imagination ran wild, eager to pull out a hidden knife and cut those bandits from yesterday again. "I'm not hurt." Lin Jiao Jiao saw that everyone misunderstood, tears falling quickly, clutching her clothes tightly, her voice full of grievance and breakdown. "It's just..." It's my laundry day. Your laundry day? Luo-san was confused. His rough hand reached out. How can laundry cause so much blood? Don't worry, Big Brother will get the first aid kit for you. Don't touch me. Lin Jiao Jiao screamed in fear, shrinking into the corner. It's my period. Women's monthly cycle.
You
guys just don't understand. In the carriage, a sudden silence fell, making everyone's scalp tingle. Outside the window, the wind howled, carrying gravel that hit the glass with a crackling sound. 5 brave men, who are used to risking their lives, can glare fiercely and swing their swords at wolves or stand firm against bandits without blinking. But when it comes to this young girl and her secret, they all freeze up. Rosen's big hand, hanging in the air, was stiff like a stone. He couldn't bring it back, nor could he lower it. His face, usually hardened by wind and sand, suddenly turned a strange dark red, spreading quickly to his ears.
cough.
The first to react was the second brother, Luo Lin. He quickly adjusted his glasses, turned around, and pretended to check the dashboard, which was perfectly fine. His voice was dry. Big brother, this is normal. Girls go through this sometimes. I know it's normal. No need to talk nonsense. Rosen coughed again, pressing his fist to his mouth, his eyes flickering as he dared not look at the back seat.
So,
What do we do now? Who should he ask? Besides Lin Jiao Jiao, everyone else in the car was a rough man who had never even touched a girl. Luo Yen sat nearby, feeling very uneasy. He finally understood what was happening. His face turned pale like pig liver, and he stammered, Jiao Jiao. Do you want to get out and change your pants first? Lin Jiao Jiao bit her pale lips and shook her head.
get out.
Outside, the wind was howling, and she had nowhere to hide. Her pants were dirty, and more importantly, she had to use something from her personal space to handle this emergency. Last night, her mini supply storage just happened to refresh with a pack of wet wipes and some soft cotton cloth. They were useful, but how could she produce them in front of 5 grown men? I have some clean cotton cloth saved up in my bag. Lin Jiao Jiao made an excuse, glancing at the yellow shoulder bag at her feet, her voice soft and gentle. But, you're here, I can't do it. Hearing this, Rosen suddenly snapped out of his daze. Everyone, get out of the car. Rosen shouted suddenly, hiding his embarrassment.
Huh?
Luo, too, the 5th brother, was still confused. I said, get out of the car. Rosen yanked open the door and pushed his brothers out like chasing ducks, his eyes stern. Stand outside. Turn around. Pull the car curtains tight. If anyone dares to look back, I'll cut out their eyes today. The car door slammed shut with a loud bang, blocking out the cold wind carrying sand outside. Lin Jiao Jiao sat alone inside the driver's cabin. Using her large yellow bag as cover, she hurriedly took out a fresh wet wipe and a stack of soft cotton cloth from the mini supply box she had stocked. In this era of scarce clothing, there were no modern hygiene products. The soft cotton cloths in her hand were practically a lifeline. But there was a problem. There were no special menstrual belts, so she couldn't keep the cloth in place. She was wearing blue work pants tied with a rough cloth belt, and her loose, wide underwear didn't help. If she just stuffed the cloth inside, it would fall out after a few steps. Lin Jiao Jiao's nose was sweating, and her eyes were red with worry. In this vast, remote desert, trying to keep her dignity during her time of need was almost impossible. Outside the car, 5 burly men stood with their backs to the truck, lined up straight. Their tall, strong figures looked even straighter than telephone poles, as if they were being scolded by a leader. But they all looked nervous and uneasy. Big brother, are we just standing here, waiting for the wind? 4th brother Luo Yen looked down at the dried blood stain on his pants. He didn't want to wipe it, but it also made him uncomfortable, as if he had touched something sacred he shouldn't. Stop talking nonsense. Or, do you want to go inside and help her? Luo's son glared at him, annoyed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he hesitated, worried the smoke might bother Jiao Jiao inside, so he tucked the cigarette behind his ear instead. This isn't going to last long. 2nd brother Luo Lin leaned against the tire, adjusting his glasses and frowning deeply. Jiao Jiao's condition won't get better in just a few days. We still have 3 days of work ahead. We can't just let her suffer like this. So, what should we do? Third brother Luo Mu twirled a small knife in his hand. His usual cheerful face was gone, replaced by a serious expression, showing a stubborn streak. Maybe I should go ahead and hide near the road, see if any traders pass by, and snatch some cloth strips for her? Get lost. Luo's son slapped the back of his head. Stealing a woman's personal belongings? Do you want to embarrass our Luo family even more? Then we can just buy it. Fifth brother Luo too suggested cautiously, scratching his head.
Buy.
Luo Sen's face darkened as he mulled over the word. Buying is possible, but how does he start the conversation? Rosen in his life has bargained for knives, sheep, and tractor parts, without a second thought. But this woman's item, is it called cloth, paper, or something else? He can't even remember the proper name for it. Second brother, you read so much, what is that thing actually called? Luo Yen leaned in, eager to learn. Luo Lin cleared his throat. The glasses reflected the sunset, and his ears turned slightly red. The book says it's a menstrual belt. But in the countryside, folks usually sew a long strip of clean cloth and fill it with sifted fine grass and ash. Grass and ash. The rough men looked surprised. Old third Luo Mu looked distressed. Isn't that ash used as fertilizer? Jiao Jiao's delicate skin. Using that might hurt her, but there's no other way. Luo Lin sighed. Out here in the wild, having grass and ash to absorb water is good enough. Better than letting the girl soak her pants. At that moment, someone gently knocked on the car window from inside. Rosen immediately turned around, took a few steps to the door, and softly asked through the glass, Jiao Jiao, are you done? The voice inside was soft, like a frightened kitten. Big brother, I want some hot water. And, can I find a place with people to wash up? Hearing the girl's voice full of grievance, Rosen felt a gentle scratch on his heart. He waved to his brothers and firmly ordered, get in the car, find the nearest house. The car started again. This time, it drove much more smoothly. Luo Lin was carefully pressing the clutch, avoiding small stones as if embroidering, worried about jostling the little princess in the front seat. Jiao still sat in the front. Rosen rolled up his sheepskin coat and made a soft nest in the hard car seat for her. Fourth brother Luo Yen obediently moved to the back, squeezing among the cargo to catch some cold wind. After driving over 40 kilometers in the dark, a faint yellow light appeared ahead. It was a small Uyghur village with a few low mud brick houses next to sheep pens. We've arrived. Rosen looked at the light and quietly relaxed. He took a deep breath inside the car, then turned to look at Jiao Jiao, curled up in her sheepskin coat. The young girl looked pale, clutching her stomach tightly, appearing so fragile that it was heartbreaking. Jiao Jiao, stay in the car and don't move. Rosen's voice was very soft, with a rough man's gentle tone. Big brother will get you something useful. After speaking, he pushed the car door open and jumped out. I'm going to translate too. Lin followed and jumped down. The two brothers walked together toward a simple mud house with lights on. An overweight Uyghur woman opened the door. It was late at night, and seeing two tall men at the door, especially Rosen's sun-weathered, fierce-looking face, the woman was so scared she almost dropped her dry bread. What do you want to do? She asked cautiously in poor Chinese. Rosen opened his mouth, but the words, by sanitary pads, got stuck in his throat, twisting around 3 times but refusing to come out. His face, usually gentle enough to stop a child's crying at night, was now red as if he had swallowed 2 pounds of strong liquor. Finally, Lin stepped forward, pushed up his glasses, and with a polite, somewhat fluent Uyghur, said, Ma'am, sorry to bother you. We have a girl in the car. Well, a young lady, and she's not feeling well. We want to ask for some clean ash and cloth strips. We can exchange with national food coupons. The woman paused, looked at the two men, and finally focused on Rosen, who looked embarrassed. Oh, she said slowly, her suspicion easing, with a teasing smile. I see. You must be worried about your new wife, right? You look so anxious. Your face is almost like Guangong. No, she's not my wife. Rosen quickly waved his hand, cheeks flushing, and explained hurriedly, "She's my own sister. We're brothers, she's young and shy. Ma'am, it's a lot of trouble, but I'll give you the best fine ash and extra food coupons." "Oh, so you're siblings." The woman chuckled, amused. "You, as the older brother, really are responsible." She turned to go inside, smiling. "Wait a moment, I'll get you some fine ash from the sieve, it won't hurt." A few minutes later, she came out holding a small, tightly sewn cloth bag and several pale, washed cotton strips. "Here, the ash is clean, and the cloth strips have been boiled in water." Rosen held the bag carefully, as if it were a tense grenade, palms sweating. "Thank you, Annie." Rosen took out a few ration tickets and some small bills from his pocket. Without looking, he quickly handed them to the auntie, protecting the small cloth bag as he turned and ran toward the truck. His long legs moved very fast, and in the cool night wind of the northwest, he looked comically like he was fleeing in a hurry. When Rosen returned to the truck and handed the package to Lin Jiao, his usually cold and stern face turned away in an unusual way, and he didn't dare to look at her directly. "Here you go. Auntie said this is fine ash, sifted 3 times, and the cloth strips have been boiled in water to make sure they're clean." His voice was muffled and awkward, showing his nervousness. Lin Jiao took the warm cloth strips and the ash, and her eyes suddenly filled with tears. In this time of extreme shortage of supplies, in this desolate desert where there were no nearby villages or shops, this was truly the most precious and decent thing she could find. Although it was simple and a little sad, it showed the genuine care of this strong man, like an iron tower. "Thank you, big brother." She sniffed softly, her voice gentle and sweet. "Why thank us? We're family," Rosen said with a wave of his hand, quickly turning his back to the truck door. "Hurry up and finish. The wind outside is strong. Don't let the cold air blow in." Lin Jiao sat inside the cab, struggling to change her homemade menstrual belt. Honestly, it was really uncomfortable. The ash was very fine, but it still felt like there were foreign objects when she moved. But the panic of almost leaking was gone, replaced by a feeling of relief after surviving a crisis. When she pushed open the door and looked out, she smelled a strong, sweet, and spicy aroma coming from the campfire. Second brother Rosenlin had somehow brought a small military iron pot and placed it over the fire. The water inside was boiling vigorously, with dark brown bubbles. Jiao, is it ready? Come sit here." Lin held a battered military enamel cup, carefully wrapped the hot rim with a dry towel, and placed it steadily in front of her. "Second brother, what is this?" Lin Jiao looked at the dark brown liquid in the cup, and a familiar smell of brown sugar wafted into her nose. "Brown sugar ginger water." Lin pushed his glasses up his nose, the lenses fogged from the steam. "I saw you had a small piece of brown sugar in your bag, so I took the initiative to make this. The ginger was just borrowed from Annie. A young girl should drink something hot to warm herself when she feels cold, and her stomach won't hurt anymore." Lin Jiao paused for a moment, and then remembered that 2 days ago, she had found some old red sugar blocks in the supply warehouse. She had taken them out as snacks and casually put them in her bag. She didn't expect her second brother to be so thoughtful that he would find this. She cupped the jar with both hands and sipped small amounts. The spicy ginger mixed with the rich sweetness of the red sugar, flowing down her throat and warming her stomach like a hot stream. It quickly spread through her body, making her feel much better. The cold, painful feeling in her lower belly seemed to ease a lot. "Is it tasty?" Luo Lin squatted in front of her, level with her eyes. His usual sharp, clever eyes now looked at her with brotherly warmth. "Yes, it's delicious. It's sweetened my heart." Lin Jiao nodded repeatedly. Her pale face finally gained some color, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her nose from drinking the hot soup. "If it's good, drink more." "There's more in the pot," Luo Lin said, reaching out to gently move her messy hair behind her ear like he was comforting a child. "Second brother has spoken. For the next few days, you don't need to do any heavy chores like sweeping or fetching water. Just stay on the truck and supervise. If anyone dares to boss you around, Tell second brother, and he'll cut their rations. Hearing this, the fourth brother Luo Yen, who was wrapped in a torn borrowed shorts and sniffling from the cold, immediately whined. Second brother, you're talking as if we're a bunch of rough guys who would bully Jiao Jiao. I just washed my underwear earlier, and last month I had a terrible stomach ache and was rolling on the ground. Why didn't you make me red sugar water then? You kicked me up and made me run 5 laps around the camp, saying that sweating it out would help. Can you compare yourself to Jiao Jiao? The third brother Luo Mu, who was cutting dry bread, rolled his eyes dismissively. You're tough-skinned and thick. A couple of steps, and you think it's detox. Jiao Jiao's delicate arms and legs. A gust of wind could knock her over. Is there a better way to treat her? Exactly. The fifth brother Luo too, standing nearby, nodded foolishly. Jiao Jiao is the apple of our eye. Fourth brother, you're just a toenail in comparison. Don't even try. Luo too, you little brat. I'll beat you up if you keep talking. Watching his lively brothers joking around by the fire, Lin Jiao Jiao held her warm enamel cup and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The pain in her stomach seemed to lessen a bit with her laughter. It's really good to have brothers looking out for you. Gradually, the night deepened. The temperature in the desert fluctuates greatly between day and night, dropping very quickly. Even sitting by the fire, the cold, chilling air still climbs up from the ankles. Although Lin Jiao Jiao drank some sweet water, she was still weak and couldn't help but tuck half her face into her coat collar, frowning slightly, occasionally holding her stomach. Big brother Rosen, who had been quietly adding wood to the windward side, sensed her movements keenly. He stood up, strode over to the fire, and used tongs to pull out 2 hot, flat, smooth gobi stones from beneath the ashes. He shook them a few times in the cold wind until they cooled enough to handle, then wrapped himself tightly in his thick sheepskin coat, making a simple hot pack. Rosen stepped over and sat heavily beside Lin Jiao Jiao at the windbreak, blocking the howling night wind like a tall iron tower. Big brother, Lin Jiao Jiao looked up. Here. Rosen handed her the sheepskin-wrapped, hot stone pack and said, hold it against your stomach. This method is rough, but it works outdoors. The heat can seep into your bones. The thick sheepskin coat carried a rugged leather smell, but the warmth inside kept flowing into her belly through the fabric. It was even more comforting than modern hot water bottles. Lin Jiao Jiao let out a comfortable sigh, feeling like a well-groomed kitten, soft and relaxed, leaning into the warmth beside her. Rosen didn't move away. He was only wearing a thin, sturdy shirt, with his strong arm muscles tense, allowing the little girl to lean on his shoulder. At this moment, he had no distracting thoughts, only an unprecedented urge to protect this fragile life under his wing, shielding her from all the dust and wind of the world. Listening to her even, gentle breathing, Rosen's usually fierce eyes softened to an incredible degree. Just as Lin Jiao Jiao was holding the hot pack, drifting toward sleep, snap. A very faint, brittle sound of a dry branch breaking underfoot, in the howling night wind, sounded especially abrupt. Not far away, behind some bushes, 2 faint green, ghost fires, silently lit up, fixedly watching the camp. The warmth in Rosen's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by the ruthless ferocity of a wolf king of the Gobi. He didn't push away Lin Jiao Jiao, who was sleeping peacefully against his shoulder, but his rough, large hand hanging by his side quietly and steadily grasped the bloodthirsty, hidden dagger at his waist. The night wind cut through the desert like a knife, whipping up tiny grains of sand that hit the old truck's canvas with a sharp, grating sound. Rosen's rough hand, through his thick sheepskin coat, steadily helped Lin Jiao Jiao hold the warm stone on her stomach, sending a constant, comforting heat. Lin Jiao Jiao was feeling drowsy from the warmth, but the sudden crack of a dry branch broke her sleep like a splash of cold water, instantly waking her up. She clearly felt Rosen's muscles tense up like a steel plate in an instant, as if he was pulling a tight bow. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin Jiao Jiao was about to look around, but Rosen's large hand pressed down on her neck gently. Stay quiet. Rosen's voice was very low, close to the cold wind that brushed her ear. He didn't move from his position, still blocking her in front like a mountain, but his eyes, glowing eerily in the dark, fixed tightly on the black poplar forest outside the camp. Suddenly, two faint green lights flickered on and off in the distance, like ghostly flames floating in the air. Then came the second pair, the third pair. In just a moment, the dark wilderness lit up with more than 10 strange, green lanterns. Second and third brothers. Rosen didn't turn around, his tone as heavy as stones on the desert, but with an undeniable threat. Stay alert, we have visitors. Actually, he didn't need to call out. On this deadly desert, staying alert while sleeping is a matter of survival. When that dry branch snapped just now, Luo Lin and Luo Mu, who were sleeping in the wind, had already sat up. Luo Lin pushed his glasses up his nose, quietly reaching under his pillow and skillfully unlocking the safety of his Type 54 pistol. Third brother Luo Mu spat, and the sharp fruit knife in his hand spun around his fingertips before he gripped it tightly. It's wolves. Luo Lin squinted, using the last bit of firelight to see the faint gray shapes of the animals. There are quite a few, and judging by their stance, they've been watching us all along. Those little bastards have a keen nose. Luo Mu clenched his teeth, showing a fierce protective instinct. Most likely, they smelled blood and dared to come here to bother Jiao Jiao. Today, I will skin them alive. When Lin Jiao Jiao heard this, her heart suddenly tightened. Her already pale face lost all color. Blood smell? It's because of her. The scent of her period attracted the wolves. A strong feeling of guilt flooded her. If her brothers got into trouble because of her, she would feel guilty forever. Stop thinking nonsense. Luo Xin noticed the little girl trembling in his arms. He softly scolded her, but his tone was gentle to comfort her. This place is a wolf den. Even without you, they would come looking for trouble. Stay with me. Don't be afraid. He quickly loosened his grip and, like pulling out a carrot, lifted Lin Jiao Jiao along with her thick sheepskin coat. His movements were quick but careful, avoiding her hurting stomach. Fourth, catch the person. Luo's son held Lin Jiao Jiao high and handed her to Luo Yen, who was standing on the truck's back. You kid, your hand is broken. Stay up there and guard Jiao Jiao. If any beast tries to climb up, kick or bite them. But don't let them hurt even a hair on her head. Don't worry, big brother. Luo Yen caught Lin Jiao Jiao steadily with one hand. His usually playful face was now fierce, like a beast protecting its food. Unless they step on my dead body, those damn dogs won't get close to Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao was placed on the old canvas-covered truck bed, more than 2 meters above the ground.
It was a safe spot for now.
She lay on the cold metal of the truck, her stomach twisting painfully. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, but she didn't make a sound. She just stared with wide, frightened eyes at the ground below. Near the fire, the 4 Luo brothers stood back to back, forming a strong defensive circle. Old Wu Luo, too, usually simple-minded, held a solid iron rod, standing like a black iron tower at the front. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl tore through the night sky of the desert. This sound was like a battle cry, and the glowing green eyes in the darkness instantly moved. They're coming! Luo Xin shouted loudly. The first to emerge were 3 thin gray wolves, clearly the bait to test the situation. Their 3 shadowy figures, carrying a disgusting stench of blood, rushed from 3 directions toward Luo Xin. Luo Lin and Luo Tuesday Rosen was like an old tree rooted firmly in the ground, standing his ground without retreating. It wasn't until the wolf opened its bloody mouth, with sharp teeth nearly touching his throat, that he suddenly moved.
So fast, too fast.
Lin Jiao Jiao barely saw how he made his move, only catching a flash of cold light. Snicked, that was the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and bone. Rosen's hidden knife accurately stabbed along the wolf's mouth, directly piercing its skull. He suddenly jerked his wrist, and the large gray wolf, weighing dozens of pounds, was forcefully thrown into the air. It crashed onto the sandy ground with a loud bang, twitched twice, and then died. Meanwhile, Old 5 Luo 2 fought more roughly. He didn't care about technique, just aimed at the rushing shadow, swinging his solid iron rod with all his strength to strike like a mountain. Crack! The sound of breaking bones made people's scalps tingle in the night. That unlucky wolf was broken in half at the waist, its spine shattered, falling to the ground like a lump of mud, and howled painfully. Old second Luo Lin was a bit more awkward. He was a scholar and not as strong as the others. The cunning wolf kept trying to bite his ankle from the ground. Luo Lin quickly retreated half a step, grabbing a burning stick from the dying fire and fiercely poked it at the wolf's nose. Yowl. The beast was most afraid of fire, and it squealed in pain, yipping loudly before dragging its tail and retreating into the darkness. The first wave of attack left the four Luo brothers unharmed, but the air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. The smell of blood from the dead wolves was blown by the wind, spreading instantly. This smell didn't scare away the wolves. Instead, it ignited their savage instincts. The wolves hiding in the dark began to emerge one after another. Lin Jiao Jiao was lying on the roof of the car, watching clearly in the faint moonlight. Her heart felt as if it was being tightly clenched by a big hand. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 20 of them. They shrank their circle of encirclement, growling threateningly in their throats, with foul-smelling saliva dripping from their fangs. At the back of the wolf pack, on a weathered rock, sat a white-eyed wolf king about the size of a small calf. It looked down from above, watching the hunt with a cold, cunning gaze that sent chills down the spine. Big brother, this batch is a bit tough. Old 3 Luo Mu licked his cracked lips, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Tonight, we're going to see some blood. Unless absolutely necessary, don't shoot, Rosen said firmly, keeping his eyes fixed on the Wolf King. He lowered his voice and ordered, "It's late at night. Gunfire might attract troublemakers. If you can solve it with a knife, do so." Understood. Listening to his brother's determined conversation, Lin Jiao Jiao clenched her fists tightly around the rough canvas beneath her, her knuckles turning white. She knew these men were risking their lives to protect her. She must stay silent and not cause trouble. "Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid," Luo Yan said, pressing her shoulder with his healthy right hand. "They're just a few wild dogs. We've faced fiercer things in the old forest before. The brothers will protect you." Although he said this, Lin Jiao Jiao could clearly feel the cold sweat on her second brother's palm. At that moment, the white-eyed wolf king on the rock suddenly lifted its head. Howl, woof. A sharp howl cut through the night sky. The attack had begun. More than 20 wolves, like a dark gray flood, rushed from all directions toward the four people in the middle. Kill them! There was no fancy fighting, just raw, primal violence. Luo Tu swung his iron rod fiercely, fighting close to death. Luo Lin, ignoring his glasses, pulled out a military dagger and crazily stabbed at the wolves' necks, blood splattering his face. Rosen bore the heaviest burden. He stood guard at the front of the truck, the only passage for the wolves to leap onto the roof. 4 or 5 fierce wolves bit at him simultaneously. His Teflon shirt tore instantly, leaving deep, bone-visible wounds on his shoulders. Big brother, Lin Jiao Jiao's heart ached as she saw Rosen injured, tears flooding her eyes. Amid the chaos, a particularly strong black wolf quickly seized the gap when Rosen was tripped. It ran up from the side, kicked off with its hind legs, and leapt directly onto the hood of the old Jeep truck. Scrape. The sharp claws screeched loudly against the metal. Its glowing green eyes greedily fixed on Jiao Jiao on the roof. It smelled the strongest blood and the freshest meat.
"Beast!
Get down!" Luo Yan shouted angrily, struggling to push himself up with one hand to kick it. But he had only one good hand, losing his balance. He tripped over the ropes securing the canvas and fell heavily onto the truck roof. The black wolf spotted a weakness, and with a powerful kick of its hind leg against the car window frame, it leapt into the air, heading straight for the roof. Its foul, blood-stained mouth was less than half a meter from Lin Jiao Jiao's pale face. At that moment, time seemed to stretch out. Lin Jiao Jiao stared at the wolf's close-up mouth, with sharp teeth and bits of animal flesh hanging from them. Fear gripped her like a cold hand, freezing her whole body. She couldn't even scream. Her voice was stuck in her throat. Jiao Jiao, Luo Yan fell nearby, eyes wide with panic. He desperately tried to move closer to protect her, but he was too late. Just as the danger was about to strike, the quiet space inside Lin Jiao Jiao's mind suddenly trembled. Her instinct to survive took over. The strongest, most basic desire to live overwhelmed her fear. She couldn't die. Absolutely not here. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and her consciousness connected instantly to that tiny 1 cubic meter space. Inside, there were a few unfinished peaches and some items she had taken out last night to cool Luo Yen, then put back. There were several bottles of frozen mineral water and 2 solid ice bricks used for preservation. In this freezing desert night, they were harder than steel.
Get
Away from me, Lin Jiao Jiao silently shouted in her mind. She didn't reach into her bag as she usually would because there was no time. Instead, she directly waved her hand toward the airborne black wolf. This was her first attempt at this, directly throwing objects from her space to a specific outside location. Normally, the space couldn't pick up objects at a fixed point. She had to hold them in her hand. But in desperate situations, human potential is terrifying. No strange light appeared in the air. Only a sudden, heavy object materialized out of nowhere. It was a solid ice brick about the size of a brick, radiating the absolute zero coldness unique to her space, appearing suddenly 5 centimeters in front of the wolf's open mouth. The rules of physics took over the battlefield again. The black wolf was in the midst of an upward pounce, moving very fast. He never expected an invisible wall suddenly to appear in the air. Bang! A dull, heavy impact sound. That was the sound of ice hitting the wolf's nose and teeth. The wolf's nose is one of its most fragile spots, often called copperhead, iron bones, tofu waste, but before that it also needs a glass nose. The black wolf didn't even have time to scream. Its entire face was smashed inward by the sudden ice block. The strong recoil made it pause in midair for a moment. Then it fell back onto the hood like a torn sack, rolling onto the ground. It twitched a few times, spitting out pink ice shards and broken teeth, clearly unable to continue. This scene happened too quickly and was too strange. Even Rosen, who was fighting below, was stunned. He only saw something flash, and the black wolf, which was the biggest threat to him, was finished. Good job. Rosen didn't know what it was, but he knew it was Jiao Jiao's doing. A wave of joy rose in his heart. His woman isn't just a crying burden. Old 4. Watch out for Jiao Jiao. Don't let her fall, Rosen shouted loudly, boosting his morale. He kicked away a wolf in front of him and turned back into the fight. On the car roof, Jiao Jiao was gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. That last blow seemed to drain all her energy. The pain in her stomach was even worse, like a knife twisting inside. But she ignored it. She looked down at the men surrounded by wolves. Rosen was covered in blood, but still stood firm like a tower. Rua Tan's iron rod swung more slowly, and several cuts of blood appeared on his arms. Luo Lin and Luo Mu stood back to back, both showing a look of desperate madness.
They couldn't stop now.
They had to help them. Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth, enduring the pain in her abdomen, and struggled to climb to the edge of the car roof. There were still things in the space. A few bottles of mineral water frozen like popsicles and some cans of thick canned luncheon meat. These everyday items were now her weapons. Third brother. On the right, Lin Jiao Jiao saw a wolf hiding in the blind spot to the right of Luo Mu, crouching and preparing to attack. She screamed to warn him and then forcefully threw a can of luncheon meat. She wasn't very strong, and her aim was just okay. But she didn't need to be precise. The heavy metal can didn't hit the wolf's head, but it struck its back. Yowl. The wolf was knocked off balance. That brief 1-second pause was enough for Luo Mu. He didn't even turn around. With a quick move, he stabbed his knife precisely into the wolf's eye socket. Thanks, Jiao Jiao. Luo Mu pulled out his knife, blood dripping from it, and a big, fierce smile appeared on his face, covered in blood and dirt. Then, an odd scene unfolded on the battlefield. The men below were fighting fiercely, each wound drawing blood. The women above were shouting, "Be careful," with tears in their voices, while throwing strange things down, frozen water bottles, metal cans, and even a sealed bag of rock sugar. These objects didn't kill the wolves, but the sudden rain of debris disrupted their attack. Wolves are naturally suspicious animals. Every time something fell from above, they would instinctively dodge or hesitate. And that hesitation was the perfect moment for Luo's brothers to strike back. This useless woman. Luo Lin kicked aside a wolf, looking at the unopened can of braised pork on the ground, and his face twitched with pain. It's just meat. And she threw it away. Even if you're about to lose your life, you shouldn't waste meat. Luo too grunted and swung a metal rod, smashing a wolf trying to get close to the can, splattering its brains. That was Jiao Jiao's special meal for us. Things seemed to be getting better little by little. The number of wolves was decreasing, and 7 or 8 wolf corpses lay on the ground. The White Wolf King, who had been watching from above, clearly saw that the situation was turning against them. Its cold green eyes flashed with a hint of human-like anger. It had thought the prey was easily caught, but this bone was tougher than expected, especially with that two-legged creature hiding above, still able to attack from the air. The Wolf King stood up. It shook its silver-white fur and let out a deep, intimidating roar. This roar was different from before. The wolf pack that was attacking the Luo brothers suddenly retreated a few meters and stopped surrounding them. "Are you scared?" Luo Yan, lying on the car roof, gasped and mocked. "Not quite." Luo's son wiped the blood from his face, looking more serious. "They're changing their formation. Wolves are the most strategic animals." The White Wolf King actually came out himself. Instead of attacking Luo's son directly, it led 3 strong male wolves in a circle. They moved very fast, running along the edge of the firelight, making it hard to see what was real or fake. "Hold the circle. Don't scatter," Luo Sin shouted. But the Wolf King's plan was not to attack head-on. While running, it suddenly sped up and charged toward the weakest side of the defense, where Luo Lin was. Luo Lin was the smart type, weak in close combat. "Be careful, second brother." Luo's son wanted to help, but the 2 wolves in front of Luo Lin immediately pounced and held him tightly. Luo Lin gritted his teeth and raised his dagger, ready to fight. But just as the White Wolf King was about to reach Luo Lin, it suddenly stopped, changed direction, and slid along the ground. It was a fake move. Its real target was the rear tire of the truck. If it bit through the tire, the truck would be useless. And with the height of the tire, it could. Not good. Luo's son instantly saw through the Wolf King's plan. This beast wanted to use the rear tire as a stepping stone, jump onto the roof. Its true target was Lin Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, hide in the driver's cabin." Luo Sen's voice was almost breaking. But it was too late. The White Wolf King moved like a flash of white lightning. It stepped on the tire, leaped into the air, and its strong claws already grabbed the edge of the truck bed. Its green, glowing eyes were fixed on Lin Jiao Jiao, who was helpless and lying on the roof. It was a look that said, "You're dead." There was only a disabled Luo Yan on the roof, unable to stop the Wolf King. It was over. Lin Jiao Jiao closed her eyes in despair. The wind howled in my ears, mixed with a disgusting, foul smell, growing closer. I could even feel the hot breath of the Wolf King blowing on my cold cheek. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through my mind, but I finally focused on Rosen's anxious face. I hadn't even had a chance to live a proper life. "Jiao Jiao." A heart-wrenching scream exploded in my ears. That was Luo Yan. This boy, usually always joking around and called dog by his brothers, suddenly burst out with incredible strength. Despite his injured left arm, still wrapped in a bandage, he lunged forward from the other side of the car roof. He didn't use a knife or his legs, but his whole body, like a shield, slammed fiercely into the White Wolf King that was just climbing onto the car.
Bang!
The two, a person and a wolf, collided. Normally, Luo Yan might have knocked the wolf down with that hit. But now, injured and unstable on this uneven ground, he was at a disadvantage. The Wolf King's claws sank deep into the tarp, holding firm. Luo Yan was pushed back by the recoil, blood rushing to his head, but he clung tightly to the wolf's neck, opened his mouth, and bit down on the wolf's ear. A howl. The Wolf King, in pain and furious, shook its head violently. Its strong neck muscles contained terrifying power, and it threw Luo Yan out. "Fourth brother!" Jiao Jiao shouted in alarm, reaching out but only grabbing a piece of Luo Yan's clothing. Luo Yan fell heavily into the truck bed, coughing up blood. With the obstacle gone, the front half of the Wolf King's body had already climbed onto the roof. Its cruel eyes were full of mockery as it opened its bloody mouth and bit down at Jiao Jiao, who was trembling with fear. This time, no one could save her. Rosen was entangled, Luo Lin was on the other side, and Mu Luo was cornered.
Bastard. Come at me.
Just as the situation reached a critical point, a sturdy figure like a black bear charged in from the side with unstoppable momentum. It was the fifth brother, Luo Tuesday. He had been guarding the back of the car. When the Wolf King pretended to attack Luo Lin earlier, he sensed something was wrong. He might be the least clever among the brothers, but his instincts were as wild as a beast. He sensed the killing intent from the Wolf King aimed at Jiao Jiao. So he abandoned his defensive position and even turned his back to the other wolves, charging forward stubbornly. But he was a bit far away and couldn't reach with his iron rod. Just as the Wolf King's teeth were about to bite Jiao Jiao's delicate neck, Lu Tu made a move no one expected. He threw away the iron rod. He stretched out his thick arm, as strong as a tree, and directly shoved it into the Wolf King's open mouth. Crack! At that moment, the sound of bones breaking was so clear it made everyone's scalp tingle. The Wolf King's upper and lower jaws slammed shut hard, and its sharp teeth pierced through Lu Tu's small arm, sinking deep into the bone. Blood gushed out like a turned-on faucet, instantly staining the wolf's mouth and half of Lu Tu's body red. Fifth brother. Brother 5. Several sharp shouts rang out at the same time. Jiao Jiao opened her eyes and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. The usually silly Lu Tu, who only listened to his older brother and always smiled foolishly saying Jiao Jiao smells so good, had no trace of pain on his face now. His arm was in the wolf's mouth, but he was smiling. It was a fierce, grim smile. "I've got you," Lu Tu said, through clenched teeth. The Wolf King clearly didn't expect this human to be so crazy. It wanted to loosen its grip and retreat, but Lu Tu's hand in its mouth became a hook, tightly gripping its throat. "Big brother, attack now."
Lu Tu shooted loudly.
This was the chance gained by sacrificing one arm. Lu Sen's eyes turned red. That overwhelming rage and heartbreak made him go into a wild state. Ignoring the two wolves biting behind him, causing deep wounds that could see the bone, like a furious lion, he took 2 steps onto the cart. Lu Sun gripped his hidden dagger, using the momentum, and stabbed down fiercely into the Wolf King's neck. This time, he held nothing back. The blade sliced through flesh and muscle, severed the spine, and sank deep into the handle. The Wolf King couldn't even scream because Lu Tu's arm was in its mouth. Its body twitched violently a few times, and the green eyes quickly dimmed, turning into a dull gray. When the Wolf King died, the remaining wolves instantly became confused. They looked at the blood-covered man, who seemed like a fierce warrior, and then at their dead leader. Their fierce eyes finally turned into fear. "Get out of here!" Rosen drew his sword, blood splattered as he swung it, and he shouted loudly to the sky. His shout carried a strong, deadly energy. The remaining wolves, tails between their legs, whimpered and turned away, disappearing into the dark desert in an instant. The fight was over, but no one cheered. The air was filled with heavy breathing and the strong smell of blood. Old 5, Rosen threw away his sword, trembling as he tried to open the Wolf King's mouth. The wolf's jaws were very strong, and even after death, they stayed tightly shut. Don't force it open." Lin Jiao Jiao hurried over, her glasses long lost, her face covered in blood. She looked worried as she tried to cover the wound, but was afraid to touch it. Rhoda's face was very pale, showing signs of heavy blood loss. But when he looked at Lin Jiao Jiao, tears streaming down her face, he managed a silly smile. "No, it doesn't hurt," he said weakly with a foolish look. "Jiao Jiao, I'm glad you're okay. I told you I'd be your cushion." This sentence broke through Lin Jiao Jiao's last line of defense. She always thought she was using them, relying on them just to survive. But these silly guys were really risking their lives to protect her. Stop talking. Rosen tore off his shirt, tightly bandaging Rhoda's arm to stop the bleeding, his face dark and scary. Second brother, come look. Is the bone broken? Roland knelt down and examined carefully, his face looking grim. The bone is definitely cracked, maybe even broken. Lin's voice was hoarse. The worst problem is that the wound is too deep, and the mouth of the wolf is dirty with bacteria. If it gets infected here in this terrible place. Even though he was a cultured person, he dared not say the words dead or amputation aloud. The surrounding silence was like death itself. Luo Yan lay nearby and slapped himself hard. It's all my fault. If I weren't useless. Shut up, Luo's son growled. The thick smell of blood in the air, mixed with the scent of dirt, made everyone's heart tighten. Luo's son was kneeling beside Luo Tuesday. His usually steady hands trembled uncontrollably. Big brother, what should we do? Luo Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. He clutched the corner of Luo Tu's clothes tightly, trembling as he spoke. Fifth brother's hand. Is it just going to be useless like this? Stop talking nonsense. Lin scolded sharply, but his pale face betrayed his worry. He crouched down, wanting to clean the wound but afraid that touching it would cause heavy bleeding. He was sweating nervously. The most urgent thing now is disinfectant and antibiotics. Relying only on ash will make the wound rot. If he gets a fever, even a miracle won't save him. I'm going to boil water. Luo Mu turned to leave, voice hoarse. No more water, Luo Sin shouted, his voice full of helplessness, as if the sky was falling. Besides, boiling water can't remove the poison from the wolf's mouth. We need strong alcohol. Or medical alcohol, or whatever else he didn't finish. In this deserted area, where not even a ghost's shadow could be seen, where could we find such precious things? In this suffocating despair, a soft, timid voice suddenly interrupted. Let me try. A few strong men, like pillars of support, all turned their heads at once. Lin Jiao Jiao, holding her bulging yellow bag, stood by the truck bed. Her small face was as white as paper, and she looked a bit weak from her period, but her bright, watery eyes showed a determined spirit. Before her brothers could react, she jumped down from the truck bed. Her legs buckled upon landing, and she staggered, but Luo Mu, quick and careful, caught her just in time. Jiao Jiao, don't look, stay back. Ruo instinctively wanted to block her view. I'm not afraid. Lin Jiao Jiao pushed away his arm and walked straight to Ruo Tuesday, seeing the mangled, almost unrecognizable arm. She felt sick but bit her tongue hard, forcing herself to stay calm. She couldn't panic, absolutely couldn't. Ruo Tu was hurt trying to save her. Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, placed her bag on her lap, and quickly reached inside. With a thought, the supplies that had just been restocked today, along with the stored items she hadn't dared to use before, appeared all at once in her hand. What's this? Luo Yan's eyes nearly popped out. She saw Lin Jiao Jiao, like performing magic, pull out a brown glass bottle, a roll of white gauze, and 2 capsules sealed tightly with aluminum foil from the small cloth bag. Hydrogen peroxide. Luo Lin, being educated, immediately recognized the words on the bottle. His glasses made his eyes behind them shine brightly, and his voice trembled. And amoxicillin? That's imported antibiotics. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't have time to explain. She unscrewed the bottle cap, and a strong, pungent smell immediately spread out. Big brother, you and third brother hold down fifth brother. She looked up at Luo Sin quickly, speaking fast. Pour this medicine on him. It will hurt a lot, worse than a wolf bite. Don't let him move. Luo's son looked at her deeply, his expression complicated like a thick fog. Second and fourth, hold his legs, Luo's son ordered in a deep voice. He pressed his knee firmly against Ruo Tu's healthy shoulder, gripping the injured arm like iron clamps. Fifth, bear with it. Jiao Jiao is treating your wound. You're lucky. Ruo Tu was already in pain and a little dazed. When he heard Jiao Jiao, he barely opened his eyes and managed a silly smile. Jiao Jiao. I don't hurt. You do it. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a pang in her heart. Without hesitation, she aimed the hydrogen peroxide at the fierce wound and poured it out. Fizz. White foam immediately surged violently over the wound, like countless tiny insects gnawing at rotten flesh. Ruo too, who had just been bitten by the wolf and broken a bone without a sound, suddenly let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. He jerked up suddenly, like a live fish thrown into hot oil. "Hold him down," Rosin shouted loudly, the veins on his forehead bulging as he used all his strength. Lolin and Royan, two strong men, almost fell over just from pressing down on one leg, showing how sharp the pain was. Jiao Jiao's hands were trembling, but she didn't stop. She carefully washed every part of the wound with medicine until the white foam washed away all the dirt and blood, revealing the fresh, red flesh inside.
Done.
Done. After pouring a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, Jiao Jiao quickly took out some Yunnan Baiyao powder, spreading it thickly as if it was free. Tu was already in so much pain, he couldn't shout, his whole body limp and soaked with sweat, looking like he had just been pulled out of water, breathing heavily. But his unfocused eyes kept staring straight at Jiao Jiao, never blinking. "Eat this." Jiao Jiao peeled 2 amoxicillin capsules, put them in the cap of a bottle of cold water, mixed a little water, and carefully brought it to Tu's mouth. Tu obediently opened his mouth, drank the medicine mixed with water from the cap. "That's it," Jiao Jiao said softly as she carefully wrapped the wound with a clean white cloth. "The bleeding has stopped, and the infection is gone. As long as he doesn't get a high fever tonight, this arm might be saved." A few men nearby seemed to have lost all their strength and sighed in relief. Rosin let go and sat heavily on the ground, took out a cigarette, and shook a few times before lighting it. He took a deep, harsh puff, coughing from the spicy smoke, which helped him regain some composure. "Jiao Jiao." Rosin exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at the small woman tying the bandage, his voice hoarse but serious. "Today, you saved my brother. Our Ro family will repay this kindness with our lives." "Big brother? What are you talking about?" Jiao Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face pale but smiling. "We're family. 5th brother was just trying to save me. That's a different matter." Lolin pushed up his glasses, glancing briefly at the mysterious bag, then looked away firmly and said clearly, "Jiao Jiao, you're not just a lucky star. You're like a living bodhisattva who can snatch people from the hands of the king of hell." This phrase, living bodhisattva, completely changed how they saw Jiao Jiao. If before they only saw her as a pretty girl to protect, from this moment on, she is like a goddess, someone who can save their brothers' lives. "Since everything is settled, let's get in the car quickly," Luosin said, snuffing out his cigarette and returning to his usual cold tone. "The smell of blood is too strong here. Drive north and find a high, windless place to rest." A few men hurriedly helped carry Luo Tu, who was already asleep, into the back of the truck. "Let him sleep in the cab," Lin Jiao Jiao suggested. "It's windy at the back, and he's badly hurt. He can't be exposed to the wind." Luo's son looked at his brother's pale face without hesitation and nodded immediately. "I'll take care of him," Lin Jiao Jiao volunteered. "I'll check his temperature and give him water." "Okay," Luo's son agreed quickly. "Second brother, drive. Jiao Jiao, sit in the middle, so you can watch over him. 5th brother, sit in the front passenger seat with your legs on the dashboard. 3rd and 4th brothers, come with me to hold the back of the truck." The wheels crushed the gravel as the truck started again in the dark night. Inside the cab, the heater was on full blast. Lin Jiao Jiao curled up in the middle seat, next to Luo Lin, who was focused on driving. On the other side, Luo Tu, although still asleep, would frown whenever the truck jolted, mumbling vaguely, "Water." The old liberation truck jolted over the Gobi Desert for nearly 2 hours before finally stopping behind a strangely shaped, wind-eroded Yadin Hill. This place was surrounded on 3 sides by dirt mounds, a natural shelter from the wind. Luo Lin pulled the handbrake, took out the car keys, and glanced at the side. The narrow cab was packed like a sardine can. Luo Tu, despite taking antibiotics, was badly injured and had developed a fever in this remote wilderness. He looked like a freshly baked sweet potato, his long legs curled up uncomfortably beside the engine's large drum, muttering softly. His huge head was lazily resting on Lin Jiao Jiao's shoulder, pressing down with most of his body weight, while his sturdy arm tightly gripped her sleeve. Lin Jiao was almost pressed against the car door, unable to move because of this big black bear. Hot. Luo too closed his eyes, his eyebrows knitting into a big knot. His fluffy head rubbed sadly against Lin Jiao's shoulder, as if seeking shade.
Jiao.
Hot. He was truly confused by the heat. Lin Jiao, wearing a thin autumn shirt, felt his hot breath near her ear, making her shiver and pull back her neck. Fifth brother let go first. "I'll get you some water," she said, struggling to push his big head away. His palm felt like burning coal, and she was sweating cold. "Not letting go," Luo too said, not only holding on but pressing closer, like hugging a big ice cream. He sniffed, like a golden retriever smelling meat and bones. "Smells like snow cream. A little sweet." "Nice smell." Lin Jiao, annoyed by his silly behavior, instinctively looked at Luo Lin nearby. Luo Lin was carefully wiping his broken glasses, moving slowly, but with a smile that couldn't hide on his face. "Fifth brother's nose is like a dog's, always been like that," Luo Lin said, fixing his glasses. "Seems like Jiao really has a sweet smell. Even a confused bear like him can be calmed. Second brother, don't tease." Lin Jiao blushed and glared at him.
It's
just some fruit candies I brought in my bag. They smell like that." But deep down, she knew this was probably thanks to the preservation water she'd been drinking lately. Her skin looked whiter, and her body carried a faint, sweet scent. "I'll go help Big Brother start the fire and cook," Luo Lin said, noticing her expression. He pushed the car door open and jumped out. Before leaving, he added, "Watch this kid. Don't let him thrash around and hurt his wound." When the door closed, only Lin Jiao and this large patient remained in the small space. "Water." Jiao. "Thirsty," Luo too rasped, sounding dry and strained. Lin Jiao sighed. Using her bag as cover, she reached into the space and took out the last item she could refresh today, a bottle of chilled mineral water still faintly icy. She twisted open the cap, wanting to feed him. But Luo too was like a lump of soft clay, awkward and unable to tilt the bottle properly. No choice. Lin Jiao gently lifted his chin with her hand and carefully brought the bottle close to his mouth. Cool and sweet water flowed into his dry, cracked lips. Luo too felt comfortable and let out a long sigh. His furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. Jiao. He blinked slowly, his eyes full of red veins. Looking at her fair face so close, he smiled foolishly. "I'm not dead. I can still see you. This big, silly guy." Lin Jiao felt a pang in her heart. He risked his life to save her, even putting his hand into a wolf's mouth. She took out a dry handkerchief and carefully wiped the cold sweat and dirt from his forehead. "Don't talk now, save your energy to recover." But Luo too didn't listen. He used his rough, uninjured hand to hold tightly onto her sleeve, like a child who had been scolded. "Does it hurt?" Lin Jiao asked softly. "It hurts," Luo too nodded honestly. "It feels like there's a needle stabbing inside my bones." Jiao. "Please breathe for me." A tall, muscular man who had just fought a wolf with reckless courage now acted like a spoiled child asking for a hug. If the others outside saw this scene, their eyes might pop out in surprise. But Lin Jiao couldn't smile. She lowered her head, leaned close to his thick arm wrapped in heavy gauze, and gently blew on it a few times. The gentle breeze brushed over the gauze. It probably didn't do much, but to Luo too, it was like a magic potion better than any anesthetic at the county hospital. He grinned, showing his big white teeth, smiling like a 3-year-old who just got the biggest piece of candy during the new year. "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Liar," Lin Jiao said with a little annoyance. "I'm not lying," Luo too said, leaning his big head closer to her arm. "Having you here makes me feel safe." Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Knock. Luo Sen's cold face pressed against the window, looking inside. Lin Jiao quickly sat up straight, pushed open the door, and a cold wind with some sand blew in. "Big brother." Lin Jiao pointed to the heavy object on her shoulder. "Fifth brother is talking nonsense because he's got a fever. Luo Sin glanced at Luo Tu, who was clutching her sleeve tightly and not letting go. He twitched his mouth. Normally, if fifth brother dared to act so disrespectful to Jiao Jiao, he would have kicked him out of the car. But now, seeing Luo Tu's arm wrapped in gauze, Luo Sun couldn't bring himself to do it. Fifth brother, Rosen reached out and impatiently patted Luo Tu's big face. Hurry up and let go of Jiao Jiao. If you hurt her, who will pay? Get down and go pee. Luo Tu was startled by his older brother's shout. He pouted in annoyance, but still respected his brother deep down. He obediently released his hold. Can you walk by yourself? Rosen asked. I can. Luo Tu just replied, but as soon as he stepped 1 foot down from the car, he immediately collapsed like a puddle of mud. Rosen sighed heavily. He grabbed this strong man weighing over 180 pounds by the collar and hoisted him onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Jiao Jiao, come down and warm yourself by the fire to chase away the cold, Rosen called back. Second brother made some porridge. Finish eating and go to sleep quickly. We still have a long night ahead. The campfire in the sheltered spot crackled and burned brightly. Luo Yan, whose arm was bandaged and hanging limply, was boredly poking at the sand with a stick. When he saw Lin Jiao Jiao approaching, his eyes lit up. He was about to jump up but was slapped back onto the stone by Luo Lin beside him. Stop fooling around. Lost your hand. Luo Lin picked up a chipped enamel cup and handed it to Lin Jiao Jiao. It's compressed biscuits cooked with some dried wild vegetables. The conditions are simple, but it can warm your stomach. Thank you, second brother. Lin Jiao Jiao took the cup. The hot steam on her face eased some of her coldness. How is fifth brother? Luo Mu, the third brother, spun his short fruit knife and smiled as he added firewood. I saw him humming loudly in the car earlier. Was he in pain or just acting cute? Third brother, Lin Jiao Jiao stomped her foot, pretending to be angry. All right, third brother, no time for jokes now. Rosen carried Luo Tu back. The cold wind made Luo Tu a little more alert, but he looked visibly exhausted. Rosen laid him on a prepared sheepskin mat by the fire and propped up a high pillow for him. Jiao Jiao, come here. Rosen patted the empty spot beside Luo Tuesday. Lin Jiao Jiao carried the cup and obediently moved over. Tonight, you sleep next to fifth brother, Rosen said. Huh? Lin Jiao Jiao was surprised. Why not? Rosen asked. Come on, big brother. Luo Yan was the first to protest, raising his voice. Even if fifth brother is sick, can't the rest of us take care of him? Let Jiao Jiao sleep next to him. His snoring will definitely wake her up. You're talking nonsense. Rosen glared at the fourth brother. The fifth brother is now burning with evil fire all over his body. Usually, he's the most stubborn. Can you control him when he gets like this? Didn't you see on the way here? Besides Jiao Jiao, who else does he listen to now? Whether this arm can be saved depends on whether he can sleep peacefully tonight. This was simply treating Luo Tu like a naughty cat, left to her as a caregiver. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the big fool, who even with his eyes closed, had his brows furrowed tightly. Her unease had long flown out of her mind. All right, leave it to me, big brother, she said, finishing her porridge in a few sips, then sat down beside Luo Tu on the sheepskin mat. This person seemed to have a radar built into him. As soon as Lin Jiao Jiao sat down, Luo Tu's large hand reached out, accurately grabbing her clothes and clutching it tightly in his palm. Not only that, he also leaned toward her, mumbling a dream talk that only Lin Jiao Jiao could hear. Jiao Jiao. Don't be afraid. Under the glow of the campfire, the Luo family brothers watched this scene in silence. Luo Yan curled his lips, but didn't complain anymore. Luo Mu sheathed his knife back into his boot and exchanged a look with Luo Lin, both of them showing a hint of complex warmth in their eyes. Everyone, sleep tight, Rosen said, lying down beside the large stone on the outer edge to block the wind. Third brother is on duty for the first half of the night. I'll take the second. Keep your eyes open. Night deepened. The starry sky over the vast Gobi Desert seemed so low it might fall down. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned on the mat, her clothes being pulled by Luo Tu. Behind her was this big black bear, radiating incredible heat, like a free human-shaped stove, blocking the biting night wind of the Gobi. Jiao Jiao, half asleep and half awake, she heard a very faint but fierce mumbling nearby. In the future, anyone who dares to bully you, I will bite their neck. This dream talk, thick with bloodthirsty overtones, strangely brought comfort in this freezing wilderness. Lin Jiao Jiao turned over, tucking the corner of the sheepskin coat around this big fool, then fell into a deep sleep. Later in the night, Luo Tu's fever worsened. Lin Jiao Jiao was awakened by a loud commotion. On the sheepskin mat 2 steps away, Luo Tu was trembling like chaff in a sieve, teeth chattering loudly. His uninjured arm tightly hugged his shoulder, and he was mumbling something incoherent. It's so cold. So cold. Even though her body felt hot like burning coal, she kept shivering and kept saying she was cold. Jiao Jiao turned over and got up, reaching out to feel her brother's forehead through the quilt. Her hand found it was very hot, at least 39.5 degrees Celsius. This is a fever response during the rising temperature stage. If it gets worse, something serious could happen. Big brother. Jiao Jiao was really worried and quickly called out to the outside. Luo's son was already lying beside a stone, dozing lightly like a cat. He turned over and hurried over. What's wrong? It's burning too badly, Jiao Jiao said nervously, her voice trembling. The fever medicine we took in the evening didn't work. If it continues like this, his brain might get damaged. Luo's son placed his hand on his brother's forehead, and his face darkened immediately. We need to lower the temperature. He looked around. In this remote wilderness where even birds don't come to poop, where can he find ice? The water bottle was already empty. Use snow. Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered something. I saw some unmelted snow in the cracks of the rocks on this shady slope this evening. The Gobi Desert has large temperature differences between day and night. The shaded areas are always covered with residual snow, though not much, but it's enough for an emergency. I'll go, Luo's son said without hesitation. He grabbed a rusty enamel basin and headed into the dark night wind. Jiao Jiao didn't wait idly. She turned and called Luo Mu, who was on night duty. Third brother, help me out. Come hold Brother Wu down so he doesn't thrash around and hurt himself. Luo Mu tucked his short knife into his boot and quickly came over, pressing his hand on Luo Tu's shoulder, without saying a word. I'm going to boil some hot water. Luo Yen, who had woken up with his broken arm, also got up and muttered, It's late at night, Wu Wu, you really know how to cause trouble. Stop talking nonsense and go quickly, Luo Mu kicked him. In just a few minutes, Luo's son returned with a basin of dirty snow mixed with sand. Jiao Jiao didn't care about cleanliness anymore. She took out 2 clean towels from her bag, actually from her space, and handled them confidently. The brothers nearby already knew about her treasure bag, so no one found it strange. The only reaction was Luo Mu raising his chin slightly. Jiao Jiao, do you still have fever medicine in your space? There are 2 tablets of ibuprofen left from the evening, Lin Jiao Jiao quickly answered while grabbing a towel soaked in snow, but he just ate around. There's not enough time between doses. If we give him more medicine now, his stomach might have problems. We should cool him down physically first. Luo Mu nodded and didn't ask further. Lin Jiao Jiao placed the snow-covered towel on Luo Tu's forehead. Shoo! It sounded like ice and snow melting on a hot iron. Luo Tu shivered from the cold, but the deep chill seemed to make him feel better. He unconsciously hummed and stopped feeling cold, then started to fidget nervously with his collar. Hot.
Fire.
It's burning me. The cold, shivering phase was over, and now the high fever had begun. Don't scratch. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly blocked his flailing hands with a stick. She dared not touch him with her hands because he was so confused and strong. Last time in the car, he almost hurt her arm. Big brother, help loosen his buttons so he can cool down. Luo Sin followed her instructions and unbuttoned Luo Tu's shirt, revealing his broad chest, which was usually sunburned and now covered in cold sweat. Lin Jiao Jiao soaked another towel in melted snow and handed it to Luo Sr. Big brother, you wipe his neck and armpits. I'll change the towel on his forehead. Luo Sin just wiped briefly, and Luo Tu suddenly cried out in pain and sat up, only to be pushed back down firmly by Luo Mu. Be gentle. Lin Jiao Jiao scolded with a frown. Fifth brother's skin is sensitive right now. Can you be a bit more careful? Luo's son looked at his rough, calloused hands and silently handed the towel back. You do it. Luo Mu tried not to laugh, shoulders shaking slightly. Lin Jiao Jiao took the towel and carefully wiped Luo Tu's neck and palms through the fabric, moving gently and quickly, like cleaning fragile items. Luo's son crouched nearby with a flashlight. In the dim yellow light, Lin Jiao Jiao's nose was dotted with tiny beads of sweat and a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead. A young girl, busy taking care of a strong man weighing over 180 jin, about 90 kilograms, in this rough, desolate desert. This scene looked very sad. Jiao Jiao, take a break. Luo Sen's voice was a little hoarse.
Not yet.
With these few rounds of snow towels, the temperature should start to go down, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, without looking up. Just then, Luo Tu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of red blood vessels, unfocused, and he started talking nonsense. Big brother. Wolf. The wolf is coming again. Luo Tu suddenly jerked, but Luo Mu held him tightly. Don't bite Jiao Jiao. I'll block. I'll protect her. He was confused from the fever, still repeating the nightmare from earlier. There are no wolves. Luo Sen reached out and slapped his brother's face twice, gently but firmly. Woo-woo, wake up. Your big brother has already taken care of the wolf. There's nothing left. Luo Tu was stunned by the slap, blinking blankly as he looked around. His gaze landed on Lin Jiao Jiao, and he smiled foolishly. Jiao Jiao didn't bite.
Good.
Then he tilted his head and fainted again. Great, he's fainted again. Luo Mu released his hand and shook his sore arm. This kid is so worried about protecting his sister, so brave. He's just too feverish. Luo Yen came over with hot water, sounding a bit sarcastic. If I were hurt, I'd also shout protect Jiao Jiao. Shut up, Luo Mu and Luo Sen said in unison. Luo Yen shrank back sheepishly. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry at their fuss. Her tense nerves relaxed a little. She replaced the cloth on his forehead with a fresh snow towel, then took a small bottle of herbal medicine from her space. She dipped a cotton ball into it and applied it to Luo Tu's temples and the area between his eyebrows. The strong medicinal smell spread out. Luo Tu wrinkled his nose, but his breathing became noticeably steadier. It's effective. Luo's son watched his brother's face for a while and finally nodded. Jiao Jiao's skills are better than the barefoot doctors in the county. Big brother, don't praise me, Lin Jiao Jiao said as she wrung out the towel and placed it on a stone. I just know a few simple tricks. The main reason is that I have everything I need in my space. If someone else had these medicines, it would work just as well. Does anyone else have a space like yours? Luo Mu asked with a teasing smile, getting a wet towel flicked at him by Lin Jiao Jiao. After nearly an hour of effort, Luo Tu's temperature finally started to go down. Although he still had a low fever, he no longer talked nonsense. His breathing became even, changing from rapid to steady snoring. This big guy still snored loudly, like a saw going back and forth. All the danger is over now, Lin Jiao Jiao sighed in relief. She placed the remaining snow towel beside Luo Tu's pillow for later use, then stood up and stretched her sore knees. Everyone get some rest. Rosen turned off the flashlight, and darkness once again covered this small safe haven. Third brother, you're on duty now. I'll take the late shift. Fourth brother, your hand is hurt. Don't try to be brave. Go back to sleep. Luo Yen muttered reluctantly. I'm not useless, but still obediently lay back in a spot. Lin Jiao Jiao returned to her mat, wrapping herself tightly in her military coat. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard Luo Tu mumbling in his sleep nearby. Jiaozi. Meat filling. Jiao Jiao said. Make dumplings for me. Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. He's still dreaming about food.
Looks like he's really fine now.
Rosen leaned against a stone, a slight smile appearing on his face, then quickly returning to his usual cold expression. Jiao Jiao. In the darkness, Rosen's steady voice carried with the wind, serious and firm. Tonight, the Luo family will remember this. You're our 5-sibling sister. From now on, if anyone dares to hurt you, don't even need to say a word. I, Rosen, will be the first to skin him. Lin Jiao Jiao felt warm inside. In these dangerous times, having these 5 tough guys protect her fiercely was the safest feeling. Big brother, you should sleep now. We have to keep moving tomorrow. That night was long but peaceful. At dawn, the first light of morning pierced the Gobi Desert. Luo too woke up. His fever had mostly subsided, and his eyes were clearer. As he opened them, he saw a half-dried towel on his forehead and his military coat carefully folded at the corners. Next to his pillow, neatly arranged, were 3 spare wet towels, half a bottle of unfinished water, and 2 pills wrapped in paper. On top, a crooked note read, "Take medicine first thing in the morning, don't forget." It was written by Lin Jiao Jiao. Gradually, his memory returned. Last night, his fever was so high it darkened the sky, and it seemed someone kept changing the cold cloth on his forehead. Someone also shouted loudly several times, frightened. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Luo too covered his face, his rough face turning red. "Did I say something crazy again?" "Not just crazy." Rua squatted by the campfire, feeling warm and cozy, and without turning around, he scolded him. "You kept shouting that you wanted to fight the wolves and demanding Jiao Jiao to make dumplings for you. It's late at night, and I almost kicked you in the head because I was so annoyed." Luo too let out a loud "ah," and wished he could bury his head in the sand. "Where's the girl?" he asked nervously, looking around for her. "She's resting in the carriage." Luo Yen came over with his injured hand swinging and deliberately lowered his voice, sounding sarcastic. "I've been busy wiping sweat and changing bandages for you for over an hour, and you're snoring so loudly that the whole Gobi Desert is shaking, disturbing the little girl." Luo too opened his mouth, feeling guilty and helpless. He patted his thigh and said, "I'll go get water to wash her face." As soon as the sun rose, the Gobi Desert completely changed its face. Last night, it was a freezing hole that could make your bones stiff, but now, with the sun just above, it turned into a big steamer with no sign of flames. The bare ground was baking hot, steaming visibly, and even the air seemed to twist and distort. The old Liberation truck jolted along the cobblestone road, like a thin old man with chronic bronchitis, panting heavily. Inside the cab, it was even more stuffy, like a big iron box. To block the wind and sand outside, the windows were only cracked open a finger's width. Hot air mixed with the smell of dust and sand, rushing in and blending with the lingering smell of blood and sweat inside the truck. The smell was so strong, it made people dizzy. Rosen held the steering wheel, rolled up his rough cloth sleeves to his shoulders, revealing his sturdy, sun-baked arms covered in large sweat beads that traced down his tense muscles. Jiao Jiao sat squeezed in the middle, looking like a fish out of water, exhausted from the heat. She could clearly feel 2 terrifying sources of heat coming from the large engine bulge on the left and the big furnace on the right. In the passenger seat, Luo too leaned to the side, his injured arm bandaged and hanging in front of his chest. He looked weak, as if he had just recovered from a high fever, feeling as fragile as a charcoal basin. He didn't feel hot but kept trembling and kept glancing nervously toward Jiao Jiao, like a small animal searching for a warm spot to feel safe. "Little sister, I feel a cold breeze coming from between the bones." Luo too licked his cracked lips, his voice faint. Jiao Jiao helplessly wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. "Fifth brother, that's just your fever acting up. Hang in there, there's a rest stop ahead." A head peeked out from the back of the truck, shouting through the window. "Fifth brother, be a bit more promising. Don't just stare at Jiao Jiao. Her small body can't block the cold wind for you. Shut up, save your spit." Luo Xin said calmly, staring straight ahead at the bright white road. "There's an abandoned military station about 40 kilometers ahead. When we get there, find a shady spot to rest and add some water to this old guy." Just as he finished speaking, a dull thud came from the front of the vehicle. Gurgle, gurgle. It was the sound of boiling water pressing against the lid of the pot. Then, a burst of white smoke shot out from the gap in the engine cover, as if someone had set off a big smoke bomb at the front of the car. On the dashboard, the water temperature gauge's needle had long turned red and black, sticking straight up to the maximum. "Oh." Luo Sen's face changed. He eased off the accelerator and slowly pressed the brake, steering the car toward a large weathered fossil on the roadside. Second brother, get out and check. As soon as the car stopped, Luo Lin jumped out from the back of the truck, holding his usual tool, an oil-stained wrench. It's boiling over, Luo Lin said, glancing at the front still billowing white steam, his brow furrowed tightly. This broken-down vehicle's radiator already has a crack. Climbing steep slopes and this scorching sun, it just can't hold up anymore. Is there any water left? Luo Sin got out of the car, opening the door to let some air in. Not much. Luo Lin pushed up his half-broken glasses on his nose and wiped the black soot off his face. Yesterday, after treating fifth brother's wounds and everyone drinking, those 2 barrels of backup water are almost gone. The remaining military canteen is a lifesaver. It can't be used to water the car. Luo Yen, at the back, was anxiously scratching his head, his usually confident face now sunburned and peeling. Second brother, if it really comes to it, can we all pee into the radiator? Get lost, Luo Lin snapped irritably. Urine has alkali. You think this radiator's already bad enough? If it breaks down halfway, we'll all be dried up like mummies in the sun. A few men gathered around the smoking, old liberation truck, feeling stuck. In this vast desert, without a vehicle, they were dead. Walking on foot with 2 injured people, even a miracle wouldn't get them out of these 40 kilometers. Inside the cab, Lin Jiao watched the rough men cornered at the end of their rope, her palms sweaty. Water. She had water in her space. Last night, among the supplies refreshed, there was a system-provided item labeled Basic Freshwater, enough to fill a large green military water bottle. It works wonders for machine lubrication and cooling. Seeing Rosen's tense jawline and Roland's rare look of despair, Lin Jiao knew she could no longer hide. This vehicle was everyone's life. She took a deep breath and reached into her yellow canvas bag. She cleared her throat and called out from the car door frame. A few men outside, looking helpless, all turned to look at her. Using her bag as cover, Lin Jiao moved her mind and lifted the heavy green military water bottle. Such a big metal container, it made her small canvas bag bulge and look heavy. I think I still have some water here. The men outside all froze in surprise. Rosen's eyes nearly popped out, then he chuckled. Wow. Girl, your bag is like a treasure chest. You can always find something to save the day. Give it to me. Rosen was the quickest, stepping over to take the water bottle. It felt heavy in his hand, and it was cold to the touch. In the hot noon, with the temperature nearing 40 degrees, this water bottle felt like it had just been pulled from a deep well, with tiny droplets of condensation on its surface. Rosen paused, unscrewed the lid, and sniffed. A fresh, pure water vapor without any strange smell. He then relaxed and handed the water bottle to Roland, while giving Lin Jiao a deep look. There was no curiosity, only a rare mix of relief and lingering fear. Second brother, add water. Roland took the bottle. The coolness shot straight up his fingertips to his head. Behind his glasses, which always seemed to hide calculations, a flash of shock crossed his face. But he said nothing. He focused, wrapped his hands carefully with an old, thick towel, and slowly opened the hot water tank lid. Poof! A burst of hot steam shot up. Once the steam mostly dispersed, Roland lifted the miracle water and slowly poured it into the tank opening. Normally, cold water hitting hot metal would create a cloud of mist. But surprisingly, this water poured in smoothly. A soft, sizzle sound was heard. The water tank, which had been smoking and shaking violently, suddenly became very quiet, as if a wild, angry bull had been gently calmed and smoothed down. Luo Lin's hand suddenly froze. He was an expert with machines, and his ears were sharper than any delicate instrument. Just moments ago, when water was flowing in, this old engine, which was about to break down, surprisingly emitted a steady, low hum. The harsh metal grinding noise disappeared instantly. Second brother, how is it? Is it enough? Luo Yan asked, stretching his neck. Strange. Luo Lin shook the empty water bottle, swallowed, and looked at Lin Jiao as if he were seeing a divine being. Not only is it enough, this car sounds even more energetic than when we first drove it out of the factory. Get in, let's try it. Luo-sun sat back in the driver's seat, turned the key. Vroom. Without any unnecessary coughs, the engine roared to life. Before, this car sounded like a nearly falling apart tractor, shaking painfully and loud enough to hurt the ears. Now, the sound was deep, powerful, and full of untapped strength. Luo-sun gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling a calm, steady feedback he had never experienced before. Through the rearview mirror, he saw Lin Jiao leaning her head out, smiling at him. Her usually cold face had a rare upward curve at the corners of her mouth. With her here, the Luo family was finally secure this time. Hold on tight, let's go. Luo-sun pressed the accelerator. The old truck, like a well-fed old ginseng, suddenly surged forward and steadily headed deep into the Gobi Desert. The speed increased by more than one gear. The old engine, which had been struggling against high heat and gravity, now sounded cheerful, like a young man fresh out of the factory. The wind blowing through the window also grew stronger, finally taking away the stuffy heat inside the cabin. But Luo-lin's heart was not at peace. He sat in the front passenger seat. Just now, Luo-sun had switched him over to watch the dashboard, while the injured Luo, too, was lying in the back of the truck. Though Wu stubbornly refused to leave, he was subdued by their older brother's firm hand. Luo-lin's eyes were fixed on the water temperature gauge. The needle stayed steady in the middle, unmoving. Even though the sun outside was scorching enough to melt asphalt, and the speed had increased, the water temperature seemed nailed in place. It's very unusual. As the technical expert of the team, Luo-lin knows this old truck very well. It's a patched-up vehicle from a scrapyard, with a nearly 50-year-old engine. The radiator leaks, the gasket is worn out, and it struggles to reach 60 miles per hour. The water temperature is always close to the red zone. But now it runs surprisingly well. Like it suddenly received some kind of magical life-extending potion. Luo-lin's gaze slowly shifts to Lin Jiao sitting in the middle. She is leaning back in her seat, dozing off. After all the recent fuss and staying up all night, her head gently nods with the car's slight movements, like a little chick pecking at grains. Her fair face is slightly flushed from the heat, and she clutches her bright yellow canvas bag tightly, her soft hands pressed on top like a protective hamster. What could be inside the bag? Earlier, there was a peach. Last night, she took out fever medicine and cold water. And just now, that icy, bone-chilling water that seemed to revive the broken-down vehicle. Luo-lin adjusts his broken glasses, a flash of sharpness passing behind the lenses. This girl, Jiao, must be hiding more secrets than the sand on this desert. In this harsh world, everyone has a card to protect themselves. As long as her heart is with Luo's family, she is a treasure given by heaven.
But
Luo-lin turns his head to glance at Luo-sun, who is focused on driving. Although his older brother keeps a serious face and doesn't speak, his fingers tapping the steering wheel are a habit when he's thinking. Clearly, Luo-sun has noticed something too. The third and fourth brothers may seem carefree, but in this deserted area, no one is stupid. They can't break through this barrier, but someone must help block the outside storms. Big brother, Luo-lin suddenly speaks softly, just loud enough for Luo-sun to hear without waking Lin Jiao. This old truck might be running on its last legs. Luo-sun turns his head to glance at him. Their eyes meet in midair. Yeah, Luo-sun replies calmly without hesitation. I know. The road's bad, so I'll drive carefully to avoid pushing it over the edge. This is a long-standing understanding between the two brothers. Luo-lin was trying to find a reasonable excuse for the strange condition of the car, but he was also revealing to his older brother that he knew what was going on. I understand the situation. I'll handle it from now on. Rosen's response was, all right, do as you say. Keep everything to yourself. The car continued to speed along. After about another hour, the road ahead changed into a jumble of rocks. Suddenly, the car jolted hard, and Lin Jiao woke up groggily, her body tilting uncontrollably to the left. Be careful, a large hand reached out and steadying her arm. It was Luo-lin. His hands, used to working on machines, had rough calluses on his fingertips. His grip was firm, but gentle. Second brother. Lin Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes, her voice soft and sleepy. She quickly sat up straight. Are we there yet? Not yet, Luo Lin said casually, picking up a piece of broken cardboard nearby. He fanned her gently to chase away the heat inside the car. This is the Gobi Desert. It's not easy to get through. Seeing the cardboard in her brother's hand, Lin Jiao Jiao felt warm inside. Usually, her sharp and clever second brother was very caring when he paid attention. Jiao Jiao. Luo Lin's hand kept fanning her, and he leaned slightly forward, speaking very softly. Is there still water in your bag? Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was instantly alert. She instinctively hugged her bag tightly, her eyes flickering with fear, and stammered, No, just that one water bottle. I poured it all out. Oh, that's good, Luo Lin said with a small smile, watching her nervous face. His smile was gentle, full of brotherly patience and understanding. Jiao Jiao, remember this. Luo Lin tapped lightly on the dashboard with the edge of the cardboard, his tone serious. Don't show your cards easily. Good things can bring trouble. Out here in the wild, even among brothers, you shouldn't reveal all your secrets. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened as she looked at him in surprise. Especially that big-mouth fourth brother, who can't keep a secret, Luo Lin added. If you have something valuable or if trouble comes up, tell me quietly. I'll cover for you, understand? At this moment, Lin Jiao Jiao's heart finally felt at ease. If Big Brother Rosen is the main pillar responsible for protecting the family from the wind and rain, second brother Luo Lin is the manager who fills in the gaps. Now, he has voluntarily included her in the highest protection level of the Luo family and has become her first partner in this world. Got it. Thank you, second brother. Lin Jiao Jiao said with a bright smile, truly grateful from her heart. Family is family, no need to thank. Luo Lin pushed his glasses and looked at the bright road ahead. Suddenly, he changed the subject and playfully teased her. But this broken car is really hot. Jiao Jiao, if you're too uncomfortable from the heat, I can tell you a spooky story about a graveyard to cool down. Huh? No. Lin Jiao Jiao was most afraid of these stories. She turned pale and quickly moved closer to Rosen. Rosen, who had been listening carefully, finally couldn't hold back and snorted coldly. Second brother, I think you're just bored. If you scare our sister again, I'll step on the gas and throw you out the window. All right, I'll shut up. Luo Lin shrugged innocently and continued fanning himself with a piece of cardboard. I'm just trying to cool down our little goddess at home. Around 4 p.m., the sun was setting westward, but the scorching heat that could make people sweat profusely hadn't eased at all. The old Liberation finally reached the abandoned military station marked on the map. It was actually just a few crumbling mud brick houses, a dry well that could barely run mice, and a few dying poplar trees. Although dilapidated, it was at least a place to shield from the deadly sun. Stop the car. Rest here, Rosen said, applying the brakes and parking steadily in the shade of the largest poplar tree. As soon as the car stopped, Luo Yan, in the back of the truck, jumped down like a monkey. I'm suffocating, he exclaimed, ignoring the hot sand on his feet, bouncing on the ground and waving his arms. This trip was so exciting. Big brother, second brother's repair skills are amazing. I think this broken car can still run for 10 more years. Luo Lin pushed his cracked glasses and slowly got out of the truck bed, giving Luo Yan a half smile and a sidelong glance. It's nothing but a miracle. Luo Mu helped the injured Luo Tu down. Luo Tu, who had been bouncing all the way here, looked pale but seemed in good spirits. Especially when she saw Lin Jiao Jiao lean out of the driver's seat. Her big eyes suddenly lit up like 2 bright headlights. Jiao Jiao. Luo Tu opened his mouth to call her, but Luo Mu quickly stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth. Shut up and rest, Luo Mu said with a smile, patting his furry head. Save your saliva, don't strain your voice. Lin Jiao Jiao stepped onto the ground, and a hot wave of heat shot straight up from her feet to her head. It was too hot. All along the way, she felt like a roast being cooked between 2 pieces of charcoal, sweating so much she could squeeze out water. Her fair little face was flushed red from the sun, with a few strands of damp hair sticking to her forehead. "Hurry up and go inside to rest," Luo-sun said as he strode over and stood in front of her, blocking the blazing sun with his tall shadow. "Old third and old fourth, go around and check if there are any snakes, bugs, or mice." Lin Jiao clutched her yellow canvas bag and hurried into the still somewhat intact earthen house. The thick earthen walls kept it cool inside. Soon, Luo's brothers also crowded into the house. In the hot weather, a few sweaty, rough men were panting heavily. Luo Yan and Luo Mu took off their shirts, went shirtless, and used straw hats to fan themselves. Lin Jiao leaned against the wall, watching these sweaty men who had been protecting her all along. A thought crossed her mind. Her older brothers knew the situation well. On this scorching desert, the family should work together with all their strength. She reached into her bag and moved her mind. Suddenly, there was a soft rustling sound. 5 or 6 plump, frost-covered peaches and 2 damp, cool towels soaked in icy water appeared out of nowhere on the sheepskin-covered brick floor. A sweet and cool aroma of peaches instantly filled the small, broken house, making everyone salivate. Luo Lin picked up a damp towel and draped it around his sunburned neck, feeling very comfortable as he took a long, cool breath. "Having food and you still can't stop talking." Luo Mu happily grabbed the biggest peach, rubbed it on his pant leg, and took a big bite. Juicy, sweet juice splashed everywhere.
So sweet.
The girl's skill is amazing. From now on, whenever we go into this no man's land, we won't be afraid of thirst. Lu Tu no longer cared about his arm hurting. He grabbed a peach with one hand and ate it, juice all over his face, smiling foolishly. Jiao gave it to me. Even if it's poison, I'll still eat it." His brothers didn't bother with polite words. They started eating directly. "Listen up, everyone." Luo's son finished eating a peach in a few bites, clenched the peach pit in his palm, and looked at his brothers with a sharp gaze. "Anyone who dares to say a word about Jiao outside, I will personally break their jaw. Jiao is the backbone of our Luo family. The things in her bag are a blessing from heaven. Understand? Got it, big brother?" The brothers shouted together, their tone fierce, even more than when shouting military slogans. After eating and drinking enough, their body temperatures cooled down. However, Lin Jiao felt sticky and uncomfortable on her body. "Third brother, is there a place outside where I can wash my face?" she asked. "Yes, there's a small shady pond behind. It's underground seepage, a bit muddy, but enough to wash your face and arms. Come on. Third brother will take you, and keep watch," Luo Mu said, wiping his hands and standing up. In this wild countryside, there are wolves and poisonous snakes. Without a man guarding, no one would let a young girl go out alone. They turned past a collapsed half of a mud wall and crossed a patch of yellowed reeds. Sure enough, there was a small pond about the size of a basin. Luo Mu turned his back politely, standing on a dirt hill about 10 meters away, lighting a dry cigarette, his narrow eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Lin Jiao squatted by the water, used her clean water from her water bottle to wet a towel, and happily washed her face. She then rolled up her sleeves and wiped her dusty arms and neck. The cool feeling made her pores relax, a huge relief in this hot weather. Just as she finished washing and was about to shake off the water droplets from her hands, "Who's there? Come out now," Luo Mu suddenly shouted loudly from the hill, like a thunderclap. His half-smoked cigarette shot out with a whoosh, like a spark hitting a pile of stones in front. Lin Jiao was startled, quickly stood up, clutching her bag strapped tightly. Could there be others in this ghostly place besides them? "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." Just passing by, asking for some water. A rough, unpleasant voice came from behind the rocks. Soon after, 2 men dressed in torn clothes, covered in dirt and oil, slowly walked out with their hands raised. They carried crude guns on their backs and had skinning knives at their waists. It was clear they were seasoned hunters who had been roaming this deserted area for a long time. Their dull eyes looked past the dirt hill at Luo Mu, like hooks, fixed on Lin Jiao standing near the reed bushes. 10 meters away, Lin Jiao's face, glowing white after being washed by water, was dazzling in the yellow dust, almost brighter than snowflakes. The two men, who had been hiding in the desert for a long time, suddenly had their eyes turn red and glowed green. Wow! In this remote place, I never thought I'd see such a lively girl. One man with yellow teeth licked his cracked lips. He casually lowered his hand, and the gun's barrel seemed to aim at Luo Mu. "Brother, what's your background? If this girl gets sold on the black market, she'd be worth at least 100 pounds of rice and flour. Everyone gets a share. I'll give you 10%. What do you say? In this lawless place, human life is worth less than grass." Luo Mu's friendly smile instantly disappeared, like cold iron hardened by the wind. His eyes, usually squinting, suddenly opened wide, cold and calm, as if looking at a dead body. Sharing a loot, Luo Mu casually flipped his wrist. Without much movement, a shiny, sharpened bone knife was already in his hand, the blade stained with dark red blood that hadn't been wiped clean. "All right." Luo Mu spat blood-streaked saliva and slowly stepped down from the dirt hill. He looked like a wolf protecting its food, his voice soft but fierce. "Come here. I'll give you your damn ashes." Luo Mu took a step forward, the small stones under his feet making a faint cracking sound. "In this place, my knife is the rule." Another tall, thin man who had been silent took down the gun on his back. Although he hadn't raised the barrel yet, his finger was already on the trigger guard. "Second, don't waste time talking to him," the tall, thin man said in a cold voice. "This place has no village in front or shop behind. Who knows? That car looks good, and we need someone to help us move it. They were planning to rob and kill." Lin Jiao Jiao crouched among the reeds, her fingers clutching the unbuttoned shirt, her heart pounding as if it was about to burst out of her chest. She understood what they meant. In this no-man's land, human life is worth less than grass. Luo Mu squinted his eyes and slightly crouched, like a cheetah preparing to pounce. Just as the tension was about to snap, a calm but slightly overconfident voice came from the side hill. "Want the car?" The two men were startled and instinctively shrank back, quickly turning their guns toward the voice. Luo's son was standing there, unnoticed until now. He wasn't holding a gun or a knife, only a long wrench used for fixing cars. But his sturdy figure, standing there, looked like a black iron tower, radiating a fierce aura from surviving in a bloody battlefield. Behind him, Luo Yen peeked out, holding an old double-barreled shotgun, its dark barrel pointed straight at the yellow-toothed man's forehead. "Big brother, what are these two up to?" Luo Yen grinned, his smile bright but with a wild edge. "Are they trying to give us extra food?" Suddenly, the situation turned around. It went from 2 against 1 to 2 against 3, and the other side clearly was tough. The man with the wrench, just his gaze alone made people feel uneasy. It was a truly blooded, murderous look. The yellow-toothed man's face changed. His arrogant attitude, like a splash of cold water, was quickly dampened. "Just a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding," the yellow-toothed man said, a veteran quick to change his face. He threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. "We're just passing through. We saw water here and wanted a drink. Since you guys are resting here too, we won't bother you." The tall, thin man, although a bit unwilling, knew that making a move now wouldn't help him. He could only grudgingly put his gun back on his shoulder. "Let's go." The yellow-toothed man signaled to his companion, and the two began to slowly step back. Luo Mu didn't move. He still held his knife in a reverse grip, the blade pointing outward. Luo's son said nothing. His sharp eyes stayed fixed on the two men until they were out of the small yard. Jiao Jiao let out a breath of relief, her legs weak, almost sitting down in the mud. Was the danger over? The two men retreated about 30 meters to where their broken jeep was parked. Just before getting into the car, the yellow-toothed man suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the 30 meters, directly landing on Jiao Jiao, who had just stood up from the reeds and was fixing her collar. That look was extremely disgusting. It was like a slimy snail crawling over her. His eyes lingered on her chest and hips for several seconds, then he crooked his mouth into a meaningful, leering smile. licking his yellow teeth lewdly. He even made a suggestive gesture towards her. Although they were far apart, and there was no sound, this insult was 100 times more offensive than shouting directly. Damn it, Luo Yen, known for his quick temper, was about to pull the trigger. But someone was faster than him.
Bang!
It wasn't a gunshot, but the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Luo Sen's solid steel wrench, weighing dozens of pounds, was forcefully slammed onto a stone at his feet, sparking a shower of sparks. His normally calm face twisted into a fierce, dragon-like expression. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the suppressed killing intent in his eyes suddenly exploded, so intense it seemed almost tangible. Big brother? Luo Mu was stunned. He hadn't seen Luo Sen so angry in a long time. Usually, even when surrounded by dozens of wolves, Luo Sen remained calm. Watch Jiao Jiao. Luo Sen left those words behind and turned to rush over. He didn't draw his gun, nor did he pick up the wrench. He was just barehanded, stepping forward like an out-of-control tank, kicking up dust and murderous energy, heading straight for the jeep. The two men clearly noticed the commotion nearby. Drive quickly. That crazy dog is chasing us, the man with yellow teeth cursed and hurriedly opened the car door, jumping into the driver's seat. The jeep let out a loud, unpleasant roar, with black smoke billowing from the exhaust. The tires kicked up dust and gravel as it prepared to move. Trying to run, Rosen's voice sounded like it was squeezed from between his teeth, with a fierce, bloodthirsty tone. He ran very fast, walking smoothly over the rocky desert. Just as the jeep started to accelerate, he caught up. He didn't try to open the door or break the window. Instead, he ran from the side, and at the moment the jeep slowed down slightly to go over a pothole, he leapt like a hunting lion, crashing down onto the hood of the jeep.
Bang!
The loud crash made the distant onlookers, including Luo Yen, almost drop their guns. I'm done for, Luo Yen muttered to himself. Is my big brother about to tear apart the bad guys? The jeep shook violently. Behind the windshield, the yellow-toothed man looked at the terrifying face that suddenly appeared on the hood, and he was so scared he nearly fainted. Run him over. Run him over. The tall, thin man in the passenger seat screamed. The yellow-toothed man pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle charged wildly over the rocky terrain like a mad bull. Rosen held tightly onto the windshield wiper base with one hand, his fingers turning white from gripping so hard. With his other hand, he clenched his fist and slammed it down on the cracked windshield.
Bang!
The glass shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading instantly. Rosen's hand didn't stop. Ignoring the sharp glass shards cutting his skin, he punched through the glass and grabbed the yellow-toothed man's collar. Stop the car now, his loud shout drowned out the engine noise. With great force, he slammed the man's head against the steering wheel. The car lost control, swerved sharply to the left, and finally crashed into a large wind-eroded rock, coming to a stop. The world was silent for a second. Then, the sound of the door being violently kicked open. Rosen, like picking up a chick, dragged the battered yellow-toothed man out of the car and threw him forcefully onto the ground. Big brother. Spare the prisoner, Luo Lin shouted from behind. He was afraid that his older brother might really kill the person on the spot. After all, they were near the military station, which was abandoned but still could have patrols passing by. Luo's son paid no attention. He stepped on the yellow-toothed man's chest, his bloodshot eyes cold and emotionless. Which I saw that. Luo Sen's voice was soft but made people feel cold inside. The yellow-toothed man, covered in blood, trembled with fear. Big brother.
Please spare me.
I just looked. Luo's son sneered, his smile uglier than crying. If that eye's dirty, then don't want it anymore. At this moment, the tall, thin man in the passenger seat suddenly crawled out, holding a rusty gun, trembling as he aimed it at Luo Sen's back.
Don't
move. Let go of my brother, or I'll shoot. This scene happened too quickly. Luo Lin and Luo Yen were dozens of meters away and couldn't help in time. Lin Jiao stood by the reeds, covering her mouth, her scream caught in her throat. It's over. Luo Sen seemed to not care about the gun pointed at his back at all. He didn't even turn his head. Just as the tall, thin man was about to pull the trigger, a sharp gunshot broke the silence.
Bang!
A red appeared on the man's forehead. His expression froze in shock and disbelief, and he fell backward stiffly. The rusty gun dropped to the ground, and a stray bullet fired from it shot into the sky. Luo's son slowly turned around. A few dozen meters behind him, the third brother Luo Mu, who had been smiling and cooking, was maintaining a perfect shooting stance. He was holding not a knife, but the double-barreled hunting gun he had just snatched from Luo Yan. The gun still smoked faintly. Luo Mu blew on the gun's barrel, still wearing that harmless, gentle smile, as if he had just shot a rabbit for dinner, not a person. "I don't like others pointing guns at my family," Luo Mu said softly. "That's impolite." The echo of the gunshot lingered in the empty desert for several rounds before fading away. The tall, thin man's body lay on the sandy ground, blood flowing from the hole in his forehead. It was quickly absorbed by the dry, hot sand, leaving only a dark red stain. The yellow-toothed man was completely paralyzed. That shot not only killed his accomplice, but also shattered his last bit of courage to fight back. A foul smell wafted from his groin area. He had wet himself out of fear. "Please, don't kill me," he sobbed, desperately kowtowing on the ground. "I didn't mean to offend. I'm just a beast. Please spare my life." Rosen didn't look at the corpse. His foot still pressed hard on the yellow-toothed man's chest, enough to make his ribs creak. He bent down, his blood and oil-stained face close to the other man's. "What were you trying to do to her just now?" Rosen's voice was calm, steady, without any emotion.
I
didn't mean to do anything." The yellow-toothed man trembled. I just wanted to have a look. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Just a look?" Rosen smirked slightly. "You wanted to sleep with her. You wanted to drag her into your car, take her away, then hurt her, and leave her on this desert to be eaten by wolves." The yellow-toothed man fell silent because Rosen had hit all his dirty thoughts. "In this no-man's land, there are no rules," Rosen said, straightening up. He pulled out a dagger he must have carried for some time. "So I don't need to talk about rules either." He suddenly stabbed downward with the dagger. With a sharp sound, the dagger pierced directly into the man's thigh, going straight through and pinning him to the sand. Ah! His scream was piercing, like a pig being slaughtered. "This cut is for the look in your eyes when you hurt Xiao Jiao," Rosen said, pulling out the dagger, blood spurting out. The yellow-toothed man writhed on the ground, clutching his thigh, blood pouring out. "Get lost." Rosen stood up, casually wiping the blood off his knife on the dead man's clothes. "Leave the car. Crawl out of here. If you manage to crawl 10 kilometers across this desert, consider yourself lucky. If not, then it's fate." This was even harsher than killing him directly. In this place with no water, no vehicle, and a badly injured thigh, trying to walk out of this no-man's land was a foolish dream. And the blood smell would attract wolves and vultures. This is a long and hopeless punishment. The yellow-toothed man didn't dare to speak again. He scrambled to crawl away, leaving a long bloodstain behind. Rosen didn't look at him again. He turned and walked toward Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao watched him come closer. He smelled strongly of blood and had a fierce, aggressive aura from just having been violent. She instinctively took a step back, trembling slightly. That step made Rosen stop. His eyes darkened. The hand he had wanted to reach out to her hesitated in midair, then slowly pulled back and clenched into a fist. "Are you afraid of me?" Rosen asked. Lin Jiao Jiao bit her lip and didn't speak, but her panic was obvious. "Jiao Jiao," Rosen sighed, his voice softening a little but still cold and firm. "I know you think I'm ruthless. But in this place, if I don't hurt him, he will hurt us. If I don't beat him badly, he will go back and call more people." He pointed to the damaged Jeep. "They're habitual offenders around here. That's a wild wolf gang vehicle. If we let the tiger go back to the mountain, none of us 5 plus you, will survive. Your end will be worse than death." Rosen stepped closer, his tall shadow covering Lin Jiao Jiao. "Remember this. Here, besides us, no one can be trusted. If anyone dares to have bad intentions toward you, I will make them regret being born. though rough and even a bit bloody. Every word was for her safety. Lin Jiao looked at this man. His face still bore scratches from the broken glass, blood seeping out, mixed with dust. Those wounds were left to chase the person who humiliated her. He became a beast to protect her. A part of her emotional barrier broke down. She sniffed, trying to hold back her fear, and reached out to hold Rosen's large, blood-stained hand. "Big brother, your hand is bleeding," she said, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiping the wound on his hand. In that moment, Rosen's fierce aura seemed to be drained. His hand, which had never trembled even when killing, trembled slightly now. "It's nothing, just a flesh wound." Rosen's voice was hoarse. He let her gentle hands tend to his rough, calloused hand. "We need to leave quickly." Gunfire rang out. This place is no longer safe. Next to them, Roland and Royan were already skillfully clearing the scene. This is called searching the body. It's a basic move in the game, but in real life, watching them rummage through the dead man's pockets, Jingjiao still felt her stomach turn. "Wow, these two guys are pretty fat," Royan said, pulling a cloth bag out of the dead man's pocket. He opened it, and his eyes lit up. "Some bullets, half a pack of tobacco, and a gold ring. There are more things in the car," Roland said, dragging out a greasy woven bag from the back seat of the Jeep. 2 cans of gasoline, a bag of dried beef, and a few bottles of local liquor. This was a real harvest. "Take everything," Roland resumed his calm, commanding tone. "Second brother, drain the gasoline from that Jeep and pour it into our car. Third brother, drag the bodies further away and bury them deeper, so wolves won't find them. Got it?" The brothers worked quickly and efficiently, their actions impressive. Clearly, this wasn't their first time doing such things, or perhaps it was just ingrained in them. Half an hour later, the truck started moving again. This time, the atmosphere inside the truck was very heavy. No one spoke. Roland drove with a furrowed brow. Jingjiao sat in the middle, still holding the yellow bag, but her eyes kept glancing at the rearview mirror, as if afraid something was catching up behind them. It was fear of death, and also a new understanding of this cruel world. The sky gradually darkened. The setting sun painted the desert red, like the bloodstain from earlier on the ground. Jingjiao, Roland, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, handing her a metal water bottle. "Drink some water, calm down. I mixed a little of that liquor from the car into it. It can warm you up." Jingjiao took the bottle and took a small sip. The spicy liquid slid down her throat and ignited a fire in her stomach. The coldness that had lingered in her heart finally eased a little. "Second brother." Jingjiao returned the water bottle, her voice very soft. "Am I useless?" If she hadn't taken a bath or run around carelessly, those two wouldn't have come after them, and her older brother wouldn't have had to kill anyone. "Stop talking nonsense." Roland adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the sunset and hiding his emotions. "You're a woman. Loving cleanliness is natural. The wrong ones are those beasts who can't control themselves." "But, no buts," Roland interrupted her firmly. "Jiao, you need to understand one thing. In this harsh world, beauty is a sin. If we protect you, that's your luck. And if we can keep you safe, that's our skill." He turned to look at Lin Jiao, a faint smile on his face. "So, don't be afraid. As long as we're here, even if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up." He patted Luo's son on the shoulder as he spoke. Luo's son didn't turn around. He just tightened his grip on the steering wheel and quietly said one word. Night fell like a heavy black blanket, covering the vast Gobi Desert completely. The wind stopped, and everything was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. For safety, Luo's son drove the car into a natural cave formed by wind erosion. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it a good stronghold that's hard to attack. From outside, you can't see the firelight inside. A bonfire crackled and popped, with a black iron pot balanced on stones above it, boiling dry beef contributed by 2 unlucky drifters. The aroma of the meat drifted with the heat, finally easing the bloodiness that had clung to everyone during the day. "Here, Jiao, this piece has a good mix of fat and lean, cooked until it's very soft." Luomu used a knife tip to pick up a piece of meat, blew on it to cool, then handed it to Lin Jiao. Eat quickly. With your small body, even a strong northwest wind could blow you away. You need to put on some weight. Jiao Jiao held the warm lunchbox, the steam making her cheeks slightly red. After a whole afternoon of traveling, her fear had mostly faded. Instead, she felt a sense of relief, like surviving a disaster. Using the firelight, she secretly looked at the 5 men sitting around. Big brother Luo's son was focused on polishing an old Hanyang rifle, handling it as if it were a rare treasure. The firelight reflected the scar on his face, which hadn't yet healed, giving him a rough, unapproachable look. Second brother Luo Lin was drawing on a torn map with a half pencil, planning their water route for tomorrow. Third brother Luo Mu smiled as he ate meat, and the bone knife that could easily cut through flesh now became the most efficient kitchen tool. Fourth brother Luo Yen and fifth brother Luo Tu looked like 2 hungry dogs waiting for food, staring eagerly at the iron pot and salivating. These wild wolves, who are ruthless killers during the day, now surprisingly show a warm, homely atmosphere. Thank you, third brother. Lin Jiao Jiao took a small bite of meat. The delicious juice burst in her mouth, so tasty she almost swallowed her tongue. Jiao Jiao, Luo Yan asked casually while chewing on beef cartilage, you haven't told us where you're from. Your accent sounds soft and gentle, not like someone from the northwest. When he said this, the brothers all paused their eating at the same time, their ears pricked up. They had already guessed that this girl was from an important background, but no one had said anything. On this deserted land, who doesn't have some secrets buried deep inside? Lin Jiao Jiao put down her lunchbox, her eyes lowered. She had prepared a story in advance. In this era where origins matter, without a tragic or complicated background, she couldn't explain why she was carrying strange, valuable things and ended up in this remote area. I escaped, she said. Her voice carried just the right amount of nasal tone, and her fingers clenched the faded, clean shirt hem. My family is very traditional, and they arranged a marriage for me. The man is over 50, a bachelor, a butcher who has lost 3 wives. My parents wanted to exchange bride price for my younger brother, so they forced me to go fill the marriage bed. In this world, such cruel and rotten things could be found in any village. The surrounding silence was so deep that even the sound of wood cracking in the fire could be heard. I didn't want to die, so I ran away in the dark. I planned to go to the city to find relatives, but I was tricked along the way. They said they would take me to a big factory for work, but in the end, they left me here in the desert to wait for death. By the end, a tear slipped from her eye. Although her story was made up, the despair she felt when she first crossed over, when she felt like no one was answering her calls, was real. A rough hand reached out and clumsily patted her head a few times, like kneading dough. It was fifth brother Luo Tuesday, don't cry. Lata blushed and angrily said, if that pig butcher dares to come here, I will make him bleed like a pig. Pfft. Selling your daughter for money. What kind of parents are you? Luo Yan angrily threw a bone into the fire, sparks flying. Jiao Jiao, don't worry. They won't dare to hurt you again. Luo's son didn't speak. He stopped polishing his gun and looked at Lin Jiao Jiao with deep, gentle pity in his eyes. It turned out she was also a poor girl abandoned by her parents. Actually, we're all in the same boat. Luo Lin pushed up his broken glasses and sighed. Jiao Jiao, do you know why we all have the surname Luo? Jiao Jiao shook her head. Because the old director of the public children's home was named Luo, Luo Lin added more wood to the fire. None of us are real brothers. I was a baby left at the door of the orphanage when I was just a month old, wrapped in a red cloth with a note saying my fate was hard and my family couldn't afford me. I was found while fighting over a rotten sweet potato with a stray dog. Luo Yan snorted. I was 3 then, almost bitten by the dog. My big brother hit the dog with a stick and carried me back. Me and the 5th brother also, Luo Mu said with a faint smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. When we were fleeing famine, our parents died of hunger, and we begged our way into the orphanage. What about the eldest brother? Jiao Jiao looked at Luo's son instinctively. Luo's son snapped his gun shut with a click, his voice deep like a thunderclap in the desert. Our village was struck by a disaster, and then bandits attacked. My mother hid me in the cellar. I survived by gnawing on moldy sweet potatoes for half a month. When I crawled out, I was the only survivor in the village. Jiao Jiao gasped, staring in shock at these 5 men. She thought they were rough and wild, but she never expected that these 5 fierce-looking men, like wolves, were actually orphans abandoned by society. Later, the old director left and the orphanage closed down. We had to fend for ourselves, Luo Lin continued. Since we had no parents, we became family. No matter what, brothers are life. Without family, brothers are everything. Anyone who dares to hurt our family members, I will make them pay dearly. He paused, his tone becoming more serious than ever. Jiao Jiao, since you have no family now, from now on, this will also be your home. That's right. As long as my brothers have a bite to eat, we will never let you drink weak soup, Luo Yen promised confidently. Anyone who bullies you, third brother will peel their skin and make it into a rattle to play with, Luo Mu added with a smile. At this moment, Lin Jiaojiao's defenses completely collapsed. In this cold, harsh, and desolate world, she felt a sense of safety from these 5 rough men covered in oil and blood, something she had never experienced before. Not because they are strong, but because they all care for each other as if their lives depend on it. Thank you, brothers. Lin Jiaojiao smiled through her tears. She sniffed and reached into her small, yellow canvas bag, which she treated like a treasure. With a thought, she connected to the absolute fresh supply cache. Today, early morning, the supplies refreshed, and among the items, there was a pack of moist wipes with a faint mint scent.
I
don't have much to repay you with, she said, pulling out a wipe with pinyin letters, disguised as a high-end Shanghai product. She took one out and said, Big brother, you still have a wound on your face. I bought this in the city. It has medicine in it. Wipe off the dirt so you don't get infected. She moved closer, her soft little hands carefully pressing the damp wipe against Luo Sen's side face. Luo Sen suddenly stiffened, holding his breath. His weathered face, used to sun and wind, had never touched anything so fragrant and soft before. But seeing the girl's focused eyes, he dared not move, letting the cool sensation gently soothe his wound. Jiao Jiao then took out a few more wipes and handed them to the others. Second brother, third brother. Wipe the oil off your hands too. Wow, this thing is really rare and shiny, and it can even wipe off oil, Luo Yen exclaimed happily, treating the wipe like a treasure. Night deepened. All right, everyone go to sleep quickly. We need to keep moving tomorrow. Once we cross this Gobi desert, there will be an oasis, Luo Sin said as he stood up and threw a thick piece of firewood into the fire. Jiao Jiao lay down on the hay mattress, wrapped tightly in Luo Sen's large, old military coat. The coat smelled pleasantly of soap and faint gunpowder. She closed her eyes, thinking she wouldn't be able to sleep in this remote countryside, but surprisingly, sleep came very quickly. Before falling asleep, she faintly heard a low-voiced argument nearby. Why do you have to stay up all night? Big brother, I was on duty last night, so it's my turn to protect Jiao Jiao today. This was Luo Yen murmuring in dissatisfaction. With your snoring so loud, you'll attract wolves. Go back to sleep, Luo's son said bluntly, kicking the 4th brother's backside. I think I should stay awake. What if someone tries to sneak some meat in the middle of the night? Luo Mu said lazily, sharpening his knife. Third brother, I'm not stealing food, the 5th brother said, sounding wronged. Listening to these usually fierce men arguing like little kids over who gets to stay on watch, Lin Jiao Jiao's lips unconsciously curved into a pretty smile, and she completely fell into a sweet dream. The morning light was like a dull knife that slowly cut through the gray-blue sky over the desert. The air still carried the chill of the night, a cold that seeped into the bones. Lin Jiao Jiao shrank her neck, feeling like a silkworm cocooned inside. Behind her was Luo Tu, the big furnace. This guy's sleeping habits were terrible. He wrapped her tightly with his limbs, and his head drooped into her neck, warm breath blowing on her skin, carrying a faint smell of blood and herbs. Luo too mumbled in his sleep. Probably feeling the pillow in his arms move, he instinctively tightened his grip, almost choking Lin Jiao Jiao. Let go. She pushed at his iron clamp-like hand, her voice hoarse and soft, still sleepy. Luo too didn't wake up. Instead, he rubbed his face against her back, his stubble making her itchy and sore. Fifth brother let go. Nearby, Luo Sen's deep voice sounded. Lin Jiao Jiao looked up and met Luo Sen's bloodshot but unusually clear eyes. He clearly hadn't slept all night or had very shallow sleep. He was sitting on a rock, cleaning the sand out of his worn-out sandals. Hearing the elder brother's command, Luo Tu's ingrained obedience kicked in again. He mumbled drowsily, unwillingly releasing his hold, turned over onto his back, and started snoring again. Only then did Lin Jiao Jiao manage to free herself. She sat up and stretched her sore, numb waist. Although she didn't sleep well, she had to admit that in this freezing wilderness at below 10 degrees, Luo Tu was truly a rare and useful way to stay warm. Are you awake? Luo Lin was tidying up the leftover food from last night. His glasses had a thin layer of frost on them. There's still some hot water in the pot. Wash your face first. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned in closer. The water in the pot was mixed with some ash from plants, making it look unclean. She hesitated for a moment, then reached into her trusty yellow bag to search. Last night at midnight, her lucky charm refreshed as usual. Today, her luck was good. Besides the usual ice, she also found a pack of cleaning wipes and a bottle of safflower oil. In this water-scarce place, wipes were like a luxury item. Second brother, use this, she said, pulling out the wipes. What's this? Luo Yen came over. His face, which hadn't been washed last night, was covered in mud. It's a foreign product called wet tissue, Lin Jiao Jiao explained, handing him a wipe. It smells nice and can also disinfect. Luo Yen took it, sniffed it, and exclaimed, "Wow, smells so good. Like jasmine." He rubbed his face randomly with the wipe. His dirty face instantly looked cleaner, and the cool feeling made him breathe in happily. This is really good stuff. Luo Lin pushed up his glasses, glancing at the pack of wipes in Lin Jiao Jiao's hand. Use it sparingly. This stuff is more precious than gold here. There's not much left. Lin Jiao Jiao obediently handed out a wipe to each person, then quickly put the rest back into her bag. Just enough for everyone to wipe and clear away bad luck. The big men carefully took the small, fragrant wipes, acting a bit cautiously. Luo's son held his wipe without immediately using it. He looked at the delicate texture of the wipe and then at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was carefully wiping his neck. Her long neck and fair skin stood out sharply in the dull, gray desert. She looked like a delicate flower out of place. But this flower didn't seem so fragile. Pack up and get ready to work, Luo Sin said, pocketing the wipe without using it. He stood up and gave orders. Second and third brothers, go dismantle that jeep. Take off all usable parts, especially the fuel tank. Don't waste a drop of oil. The wrecked jeep still lay nearby, like a metal corpse. In this time of scarce supplies, that car is a treasure chest. All right, Luo Yen said excitedly, rolling up his sleeves and running over. Lin Jiao Jiao also stood up, brushing dirt off her backside. I'll help too. Stay back, Luo's son said immediately, refusing. That kind of dirty work isn't for women. Stay in the car and don't get sunburned. I won't, Lin Jiao Jiao said firmly this time. She walked up to Luo's son and looked up at him. Although she was much shorter, her stubbornness shone brightly in her eyes. Big brother, since we're family, I can't just eat and not help, she said seriously. I can screw in bolts and pass things. And, she pointed at the jeep. If the gas tank leaks, your rough hands will probably spill a lot. I have a way. Luo's son looked down at her. The morning light lit up her face, revealing soft hair. She was no longer the little girl who used to cry and beg. She still looked gentle, but inside, she seemed to have grown some strength. Okay, Luo's son said with a slight smile. Then don't complain about being tired. It turned out Lin Jiao Jiao really didn't complain about being tired. She took out a plastic water container and a soft hose from her space, tools she had used before. In this wild place without proper tools, draining gas from a jeep's tank usually meant sucking it out with your mouth. That taste anyone who has done it knows. Gasoline smell sticks around for days. Just as Luo Yen was about to bend down and suck the gas, Lin Jiao Jiao handed him the hose. Use this, she said, squatting down. She skillfully inserted the hose into the tank opening, using the siphon principle. She gently sucked, then quickly aimed the hose into the plastic container. Golden gasoline flowed out smoothly, without spilling a drop. Wow. Luo Yan's eyes widened. Jiao Jiao, you know how to do this. Back then, I learned it by watching my neighbor fix his tractor, she said casually, wiping sweat from her forehead. Luo Lin was nearby, removing a tire, glancing over at them. The hose was transparent and very flexible, nothing like the rubber hoses used now. There is also a plastic bucket which looks old but has good sealing and thickness. He didn't speak, just moved faster with his hands. An hour later, the Jeep was dismantled until only an empty frame remained. 2 spare tires, a whole box of gasoline, a removed generator, and even the seat cushions were taken down by Luo Yan, who said they would be used as beds for the injured in the truck bed. It was like taking everything valuable, leaving nothing behind. Let's go. Rosen carried the last barrel of oil onto the truck and brushed off the dust on his hands. The truck started again. This time, the atmosphere inside was much more relaxed. With oil, spare parts, and water, though it was from Lin Jiao Jiao's leftover bucket, this small escape team felt a bit more confident. Lin Jiao Jiao sat in the front passenger seat, holding a porcelain cup handed to her by Rosen. Inside was tea brewed from the tea leaves found on that dead car. It was bitter but very refreshing. Are you tired? Rosen, who was driving, suddenly asked. No. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head and handed the cup to Rosen. Big brother, have a sip. Rosen turned his head and took a big sip from her hand. His rough lips brushed her delicate hand, and both of them froze for a moment. Rosen's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the tea, and he looked straight ahead, but his ears turned slightly red. We'll be there soon, he said with a slightly tense voice. About 3 more hours, and we'll see the red willow forest. That's the sign of entering the oasis. When we get there, can we rest properly? Lin Jiao Jiao asked. Rosen was silent for a few seconds, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. When we get there, he said in a deep voice, it will be time to really get serious. There are things more difficult to deal with than wolf packs. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart tightened. More difficult than wolf packs? Zhao Yan leaned against the back window and suddenly pointed ahead, shouting loudly. Jiao Jiao reluctantly opened her eyes and looked in the direction Zhao Yan was pointing. At the end of the horizon, between the endless yellow sand and gray-brown gravel, a sudden splash of bright red appeared. It was a red as if it were blood. As the car approached, the red color became clearer. It was a dense grove of red willows. In this barren land with no grass, they looked like stubborn warriors, their roots deeply embedded in the poor soil, and their branches showing a vivid purple red. Behind the red willows, faintly visible, were a few earthen-colored buildings. The most noticeable was a tall flagpole, not with a flag, but with a string of large red lanterns fluttering in the wind. In broad daylight, those red lanterns looked especially strange, giving off an inexplicable dusty and rugged vibe. Red Sisterin. Zhao Sun uttered these words with a tone mixed with complexity. Is this the supply station? Jiao Jiao sat up straight, curious as she looked around. More or less, Zhao Lin replied, casually fixing his nails with a small dagger in hand. This is the only place with people within 500 miles. Trucks passing by, traders dealing in furs, or even some people who don't want the police to find them, all stop here. Who is Red Sister? Jiao Jiao asked sharply, catching the name. Someone who can run in this no-man's land and still hold her ground definitely isn't an easy person. A very capable woman, Zhao Sun said vaguely, clearly not wanting to say more. Remember, once you go in, speak less, don't run around. Follow me closely. The car entered the red willow grove, and the surrounding dust seemed to lessen a bit. A dirt road, made by humans, wound forward directly to a courtyard made of mud bricks. The courtyard was large, with 7 or 8 different vehicles parked at the entrance. There were old-fashioned trucks, jeeps, and even 2 muddy motorcycles. A few burly men squatted by the wall, smoking. When they saw Zhao's car, their dull eyes immediately scanned over like radar. Jiao Jiao was very familiar with that look. It was the look of someone assessing their prey. How's the car? Are there many goods? And finally, are the people fat or thin? Stay in the car and don't move. Rosen turned off the engine and didn't rush to get out. He took out a special old-fashioned crowbar from under his seat, weighed it in his hand, then pushed the door open and jumped out. Behind him, Luo Yen and Luo Mu also jumped down from the truck bed. Luo Yen carried a double-barrel shotgun, and Luo Mu was still playing with a bone knife. Even the injured Luo too struggled to sit up, clutching the undamaged hand tightly on the truck's side rail, glaring fiercely at the surroundings. This is how the Luo family shows their strength. To stand firm here, you need to show your teeth and claws even before entering. The men squatting by the wall exchanged glances. Their restless bodies settled back down. Tough guys. Can't be messed with. Hey, isn't that Luo boss? A sharp voice came from the yard. Then, a man in a greasy apron, holding a large copper pot, ran out. Though he was smiling, his rat-like eyes kept glancing at the car. Welcome. It's been over half a year since I saw your car. Where have you been making your fortune this time? Rosen ignored his flattery and simply said coldly, add water. Eat. 2 rooms. Got it. The man was unembarrassed, his eyes flickering. But Luo boss, the rules have changed. The water price went up and the room rent doubled. How much? A bucket of water, 5 yuan. 1 room, 10 yuan. The man held up a hand and shook it. This is extortion. Outside, 5 yuan could feed a family for a month. Here, it only bought a bucket of muddy well water. Rosen didn't even frown. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled stack of money, the same from the 2 dead men earlier. He took out 2 large bills and slapped them into the man's hand. This isn't enough. The man pretended to be reluctant. This is just for the room. Bang. Rosen's crowbar heavily struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This is for showing respect to Sister Hong. Rosen looked at the man, his voice quiet but cold. If it were up to me, this money would buy you 2 front teeth. The man's fake smile froze on his face. He shrank his neck and immediately changed his expression. All right. Leader Luo, please come in. Water will be sent to your room right away. This is the survival rule in the no man's land. Money is useful, but fists are more powerful. Luosin turned back to the car and opened the door. Jiao Jiao, get out, he said, holding out his hand. Lin Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, adjusted her yellow shoulder bag, and buttoned up her collar to cover the alluring skin. She knew a tough fight was coming. When her feet hit the ground and she stepped out from behind the car, the noisy surroundings seemed to pause for a moment. Even though she was covered in dust and her hair was messy, her figure and face stood out in this rough, dusty place like a piece of white jade in a coal pile. She was too eye-catching. Countless eyes, like flies, fixated on her, some naked, some fierce, some with creepy, lecherous looks. Jiao Jiao instinctively felt scared and shrank back behind Luo's senator. A big hand rested on her shoulder. Luo Sen's strong arm blocked the malicious gazes outside like a steel barrier. Don't be afraid, he whispered in her ear. Lift your head. Here. The more you're afraid, the more people will bully you. Jiao Jiao bit her lip and forced herself to look up. She stared at the men, trying to show a look of indifference and disdain. Though her legs still trembled slightly, she refused to show weakness. Luo Lin walked on the other side, pushed up his glasses, and looked around coldly. Luo Yen and Luo Mu walked in front and behind, protecting the group. The 5 men and 1 woman, all carrying the smell of smoke and dust, moved toward the big door decorated with red lanterns. Before entering, a strong smell of mutton, cheap tobacco, and alcohol hit her. The curtain was pulled aside. Inside was dimly lit. The hall had 7 or 8 greasy square tables, filled with various people. As Luo Sun and Jiao Jiu stepped inside, the noise in the hall seemed to freeze. Dozens of eyes looked straight at them. Sitting on a tiger-striped big chair opposite the door was a woman. She wore a bright red cheongsam with a slit up to her thigh, revealing a long leg in black stockings and red high heels. She was holding a thin lady's cigarette, and as smoke curled around her, her face painted with bright red lips looked especially charming and dangerous. She is Hongjia. When she saw Rosen come in, her originally lazy phoenix eyes suddenly brightened. But then, when her gaze fell on Lin Jiao, who was tightly protected in Rosen's arms, that light instantly turned into two sharp, poison blades. Oh, Hongjia exhaled a smoke ring, her voice with a slightly husky, magnetic tone, but it sounded harsh. I wonder why the magpie isn't singing today. Turns out, Rosen brought a burden with him. When Hongjia said this, the air in the hall seemed to be drained, so quiet that only the sound of hot air coming from the copper teapot could be heard. A burden? Rosen didn't move, just pressed down the hand resting on Lin Jiao's shoulder, as if comforting a frightened cat. He was tall, slightly lowering his head now, with eyes that had seen blood on those two unlucky men, but now, through the swirling smoke, he looked at the bright face calmly. Hongjia, your words are not very polite, Rosen said evenly, without showing any emotion. This is my sister. Hongjia paused, her finger holding the cigarette. She squinted, her gaze like two small hooks, sweeping from head to toe over Lin Jiao. White shirt, though a bit dusty, still showed good material. Her face, even plain, was tender enough to drip water. In this windy, sun-drenched Gobi desert, where women have become like men, such a look is like a living target. Sister, Hongjia sneered, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray on the table, which was half a skull. When did Rosen learn to bring family along? That's not like your style. She stood up, her high heels clicking sharply on the cement floor. She walked close to Rosen, close enough that Lin Jiao could smell her strong makeup mixed with cheap perfume, making her nose itch. If she's family, then you have to follow the rules here, Hongjia said, pointing at the price list on the counter with a finger painted with red lipstick. Zhou just said the water price has gone up. Since you brought such a delicate little sister, you probably use a lot of water, right? How much? Name your price. Lin stepped forward, clicking the beads of his abacus sharply, wearing his usual refined smile. My brothers and I aren't rich, but we can pay for a room. Red sister shot him a sidelong glance, a playful smile on her lips. 2 rooms, 20 yuan. Hot water costs extra, 5 yuan a bucket. No bargaining. 20? Luo Yen, like a cat with its tail stepped on, exploded on the spot. Why not go rob? 5 yuan can buy a lot of meat in the city. Is this broken house made of gold? In this place, water is more expensive than gold, and life is cheaper than grass, Red sister said calmly, adjusting her slit cheongsam. Too expensive? If you think so, you can sleep outside in the red willow forest. It's free, and wolves keep you company. What a lively place. Luo Yen wanted to say more, but Luo's son raised his hand to stop him. Luo's son looked at Red sister, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 crumpled big notes, along with some change, all the cash he had taken from the yellow-toothed man. Here's the money, Luo-san said, slamming it onto the counter so hard that the sturdy wooden surface trembled. The best room, the hottest water. If anything's missing, he didn't finish. Just let the crowbar he still held fall to the ground with a thud. Thud. That heavy sound felt like it struck right in the heart. Red sister stared at Luo-san for a few seconds, a flicker of greed and regret flashing in her eyes. She put away the money, waved to the still-stunned clerk, and said, "What are you waiting for? Take old Luo upstairs to the heavenly room. Bring up that freshly boiled water." Yes. Yes. The clerk, Sunzi, was startled and hurriedly took the copper kettle and led the way. Jiao, let's go, Luo-san said, wrapping his arm around Lin Jiao, walking straight across the hall. The gazes that had been fixed on Lin Jiao, sensing Luo-san's broad back, wisely looked away. Everyone here knew how to read the signs. The Luo brothers were fierce fighters, born from the wolf's den. It wasn't worth risking their lives over a woman. On the second floor, the so-called heavenly room was just a slightly larger mud brick room than downstairs. There was no bed, only a large heated bed that took up half the room. The walls were peeling, revealing dry grass and dirt underneath. The window paper is new, but it still can't block the outside noise. Just this one room. Roland frowned as he looked at the worker still trying to squeeze inside. There were supposed to be 2 rooms. Shunzi put down the copper kettle, looking troubled as he rubbed his hands. But Sister Red said the other one leaks. and it's being repaired. This big bed is spacious enough for 6 people. Even if we're crowded, it will do. This was clearly a trick. They paid for 2 rooms but only received 1, and now 5 men and 1 woman had to share 1 bed. Is this how Sister Red treats guests? Roland pushed up his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes behind the lenses. Second brother, forget it, Jiao Jiao suddenly spoke. She tugged on Roland's sleeve softly. It's warm here, I don't mind sharing. As long as it's safe, she saw through her. Sister Red just wanted to cause trouble, even provoke Luo's son to get angry, so she could find an excuse to chase them away or raise the price. On someone else's turf, it's better to cause less trouble. Luo-san looked at the big bed that could sleep 7 or 8 people, then nodded. All right. This one. Do you have water? It's boiling. Shunzi pointed to the kettle on the ground. This one is a gift. We still need to wait for the bathwater. The firewood is running out, so we have to chop more. After saying that, he seemed afraid Luo Yan would hit him, and he slipped out the door like a slippery fish. Now, only the 6 of them were inside. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Jiao Jiao sat on the edge of the bed. The fire underneath was warm, making her tense nerves relax a little. But the sticky feeling on her body was even more uncomfortable. Dust, sweat, and a bit of bloodstain from before mixed together, making her feel suffocated. I'll go check. Luo Yan threw his hunting rifle onto the bed and rolled up his sleeves. I don't believe it takes so long to chop firewood. They're just stalling. Fourth brother, come back. Luo-san called him. Don't cause trouble. They're testing our limits. What should we do? Jiao Jiao's all sweaty and smelly. We're tough, but her delicate skin can't handle this, Luo Yan said irritably, scratching his head. Jiao Jiao looked down at herself. Her shirt collar was stained with blackish-yellow sweat, and her hands were covered in dust. She not only wanted a bath, but also wanted to wash away all this bad luck. Water. If Sister Red wouldn't give it, she would find a way herself. She gently tugged at the strap of her yellow shoulder bag. There are supplies in the space. Maybe they can be exchanged in another way? Big brother, I want to go to the bathroom. Lin Jiao Jiao stood up, clutching her bag tightly. I'll go with you. Luo Mu immediately followed. No need. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. It's just at the stairway.
I saw it.
You all pack up your bedding first. I'll be right back. Luo-san looked at her, seeming to see through her little plan, but didn't say anything. Third brother, you stand guard at the door, Luo-san ordered. Don't let anyone get close. Luo Mu nodded, leaning against the doorframe, playing with a bone knife in his hand. Lin Jiao Jiao hugged her bag and quickly left the room. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a few yellow oil lamps. She didn't go to the bathroom but followed the same path that Suanzi had taken earlier, feeling her way to the backyard kitchen door. The backyard was even messier than before. Piles of chopped firewood were everywhere. A large iron pot sat in the middle of the yard, flames burning fiercely underneath, steam escaping from the gaps in the lid. A young girl, about 15 or 16, wearing a floral cotton jacket and 2 braids, squatted in front of the stove, adding firewood. She looked small, but her hands were rough like old tree bark, cracked and swollen from the cold. While adding firewood, she also wiped away tears that had been smoked red with her sleeve. There was no sign of Suanzi nearby. Apparently, the so-called helpers had gone to the main hall to slack off and drink, leaving this dirty task of boiling water to the young girl. Lin Jiao Jiao hid in the shadow of the wall, observing for a while. This was her chance. She reached into her bag, and with a thought, the familiar sensation appeared in her palm. It was a flat, round tin box with a delicate blue and white floral pattern, Shanghai brand snow cream. This was one of the supplies refreshed last night. She had originally planned to keep it for her face, but now it had a bigger purpose. Cough. Lin Jiao Jiao deliberately made a small noise and stepped out. The young girl was startled, jumping up like a frightened rabbit, dropping the firewood stick in her hand onto the ground. Who's there? The young girl's voice trembled, clearly having been scolded many times before. Don't be afraid. Lin Jiao Jiao slowed her steps, trying to look harmless. She stepped into the light of the fire, wearing a gentle smile. I'm a guest staying upstairs in the best room. I just want to see if the water is ready. The girl looked at her face and froze in surprise. She probably had never seen such a beautiful, clean older sister. Even though Lin Jiao looked a bit messy now, in this rough environment, she still seemed like a fairy fallen from the sky. The water is boiling, the girl stammered, nervously wiping her hands on her apron, trying to clean the black ash off, but only making it dirtier.
But
Brother Shunzi said, I need to send some foot soap to the madam first.
the guests.
Have to wait a bit longer. It was clearly a deliberate act of troublemaking. Lin Jiao inwardly sneered but kept a worried look on her face.
I see.
But I've traveled a long way, and I feel very uncomfortable. Little sister, could you please help me out? Even just one bucket would be fine. No, the girl shook her head like a rattle. If Hongjie finds out, she'll beat me to death. Lin Jiao sighed and took a few steps closer. She looked at the girl's red, cracked hands and softly said, Your hands must be hurting, right? The girl instinctively hid her hands behind her back, biting her lip and not speaking. In this winter in the Northwest, washing dishes and clothes meant burning fire, and her hands had long been damaged. Pain was normal, and no one cared. I have something good here. Lin Jiao suddenly produced a blue metal box, holding it in her palm. Under the firelight, the box gleamed with an inviting shine. This is called snow cream. She opened the lid. A rich, elegant jasmine scent instantly filled the smoky backyard. It was the smell of a big city, a symbol of a refined life, an absolute luxury in this desert. The girl sniffed, her eyes fixed on the box, throat moving slightly. Is this for me? She asked, unable to believe it. As long as you help me carry 2 buckets of hot water upstairs and hide it from Shunzi and the others. Lin Jiao lightly dabbed a bit of the white, creamy substance onto the girl's cracked hand. Cool and refreshing, with a soothing, pleasant scent. The burning pain suddenly eased a lot. The young girl looked at her hand, which had a small amount of cream applied, and her eyes turned red. Big sister, I'll give you this whole box, Lin Jiao said, tightening the lid and putting the box into her hand. Hide it well. Apply a little every night. Your hand will heal quickly and become as soft as mine. It was an irresistible temptation. For this young girl, who had never owned personal belongings before, this box of cream was 100 times more precious than money. It represented dignity, beauty, and a small act of kindness from someone of the same gender. Okay. The young girl clenched the cream tightly in her palm, as if holding on to her life. Big sister, you go back first. I'll go down the small stairs behind to deliver the vegetables to you. Lin Jiao smiled and patted her head. Thank you, little sister. 10 minutes later. Rosen was sitting on the Kong, cleaning his gun. Lin was studying a torn map, and Yen was sulking. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door 3 times. Yen was about to ask, Who is it? But Rosen gave him a look, signaling him to be quiet. The door opened slightly, and Lin Jiao peeked in, with a little proud smile on her face. Come and get it. Ruo Mu was the quickest to react, pulling the door open. At the door were 2 steaming wooden buckets, along with a few wet footprints left by the girl who had slipped away. Wow, Yan's eyes widened. Jiao, you're amazing. Did you put a love potion on that lady boss? That's a secret. Lin Jiao closed the door and locked it. Hurry, while it's hot. For 6 people, 2 buckets of water were not much. But given the conditions, it was a great blessing. Jiao, you go first, Rosen decided. He pulled a curtain made from a seat cover fabric, which he had taken from a jeep earlier, and set it up as a makeshift screen. Turn around and don't look, Lin Jiao said shyly, holding her clothes and slipping behind the curtain. The sound of water splashing echoed. In the quiet room, the sound was very clear, like a cat's claws scratching at the hearts of the men. Yen turned his back to the curtain, his face flushed. He didn't know where to look, so he just stared at the crack in the wall, counting silently. Lin adjusted her glasses, her throat moving as she swallowed, and she stopped moving the beads on the abacus. Even Luo, too, who was usually silly, felt uneasy now, his ears turning red like they were filled with blood. Only Luo's son remained calm, sitting steadily while wiping his gun with a cloth, slowly cleaning the barrel. His movements were much slower than usual, and his breathing was a little heavy. Inside the small space, steam and heat filled the air. Jiao Jiao used a towel dipped in hot water to carefully wipe her body. The moment hot water touched her skin, she felt so comfortable she almost hummed aloud. She washed quickly, knowing that 5 pairs of ears outside were listening. After washing, she put on a clean, slightly wrinkled shirt that smelled of soap. "I'm done washing," she said. Jiao Jiao pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. In that moment, the men in the room froze in surprise. She had just finished bathing, her skin glowing pink from the heat, her wet hair sticking to her cheeks. Her shirt buttons were fastened tightly, but it only highlighted her curves more. She looked like a peeled lychee, fresh, juicy, shining in the dull, dusty room. Cough. Luo's son was the first to recover, quickly looking away. "Let's share the remaining water to wipe our faces and bodies." Though he called it sharing, it was really just the brothers taking turns using the leftover water to clean their faces and bodies. The water was a bit murky, but it was water that Jiao Jiao had washed with, carrying her warmth and scent. None of the big men minded. Instead, they eagerly grabbed the wet towel, wiping themselves more carefully than during the New Year celebrations. Night fell deep. On the big bed, several old, darkened quilts were spread out. According to Luo Sen's plan, Jiao Jiao slept closest to the wall, with Luo Sen beside her. Then came Luo Tu, Luo Yan, Luo Mu, and Luo Lin at the outer edge of the bed, keeping watch. The lights were turned off, and the room was completely dark. Jiao Jiao closed her eyes, about to fall asleep. Suddenly, she heard very faint footsteps outside the door. It was the sound of high heels deliberately stepping softly on the floor. Next, there was a slight sound of the door latch being moved. Someone outside was using a blade to pry open the latch. The sound of the latch being moved was very quiet, like a mouse gnawing on wood. But to the man who was used to licking blood from the tip of his knife, this noise was no different from beating drums and gongs. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes suddenly opened, filled with cold, beast-like alertness. Luo Lin quietly reached for the bone-cutting knife under his pillow. Luo Yan's muscles were tense, and his fingers were already on the trigger of his double-barreled shotgun. Luo Mu and Luo Tu each grabbed something nearby. Only Luo Sen did not move. He was still lying flat, one hand covering the eyes of the girl next to him, Lin Jiao Jiao, and the other hand pushed her toward the corner behind him. This was a protective stance, like guarding his family. Lin Jiao Jiao was actually awake too. She sniffed the air and caught a strong, unpleasant perfume smell coming through the door crack. It was Sister Hong. In the middle of the night, the flirtatious boss lady was not sleeping. She was sneaking around, trying to open the door latch, probably not holding back her fart. During the day in the lobby, Sister Hong looked at Big Brother Luo's son with a hungry dog's gaze, as if she saw a meat bun. Click. A soft sound, and the latch opened. The wooden door made a squeaky noise that was almost painful to hear. Sister Hong, barefoot, changed out of her bright red silk dress into a thin, see-through silk nightgown. In this cold night in the northwest, below 10 degrees Celsius, she walked out like a fairy from a fairy tale. She thought that all these rough men sleeping in this room must be sound asleep, so she aimed to reach Luo Sen's bed. Luo loud as Sister Hong used a sweet, sticky voice that sounded like she could draw silk. The night is long. Why not find someone to chat with? Her hand, with red-painted nails, was about to touch Luo Sen's quilt. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the darkness. Immediately, the kerosene lamp on the bed was lit, casting a yellowish glow that revealed everything in the room. The charming smile on Sister Hong's face froze instantly, because she was terrified to see that all 5 men in the room were sitting upright, staring at her with sharp eyes. Luo Lin adjusted his glasses, holding a shiny bone-cutting knife. Luo Yan held a shotgun, the dark barrel pointed intentionally or unintentionally at her. Luo Mu was clutching a blood-stained steel wire. Luo Tu even held a half-eaten sheep bone from earlier that day. Most importantly, Luo's senator, this tough brother, had a stern face like the king of hell, one hand tightly covering his sister Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes, as if guarding her from thieves. Fifth brother, Rosen said sharply, full of dislike. Get a piece of clothing for this big sister to wear. Wearing such a small strip of cloth and wandering around, don't dirty Jiao Jiao's eyes. Kids might get a sore eye. Okay? Row 2 was straightforward. Looking around, he saw no clothes, so he grabbed an old, stained burlap sack covered in yellow mud and oil stains from the end of the com, a traditional bed. He threw it directly at Hongjie. Oh! Hongjie almost fainted from the strong smell of sheep and oil. She hurriedly pulled the sack down, trembling with anger.
You
all. What did we do? Luo Yen sat cross-legged on the Kong, teasing without hesitation. Madam Boss, are you sleepwalking in the middle of the night? Wearing something like a moth, aren't you afraid of catching cold? The fabric isn't even as good as my car cloth. People might think a white chicken ran out. Snicker. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing behind Rosen. This fifth brother's mouth is more poisonous than a snake. Hongjie's face turned pale and then red. She was so embarrassed, she felt like she could dig a cellar in the cement floor with her toes. She originally wanted to play a midnight surprise, but didn't expect the Luo brothers not only to be clueless but also to be fully armed, watching her act like a monkey. I heard some movement inside and was worried you might be in trouble, so I came to check, Hongjie forced herself to explain, pulling up the thin strap that had slipped from her shoulder. Since Brother Luo is fine, Hold on. Luo Lin calmly took out a small abacus, clicked it a few times, and smiled like a charming rogue. Hongjie, sneaking into guests' rooms in the middle of the night and scaring our sister. How do you want to settle the mental distress fee? I think the room and water charges for tomorrow can be waived. Hongjie's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at these bandits in shock. Are you trying to extort me? If you think it's unfair, we can go to the lobby now and ask those passing brothers to judge. Let's see which an owner's wife in the Northwest wears such clothes to cover guests in the middle of the night. Luo Lin retorted calmly. That's ruthless of you. Hongjie was so angry she felt stuck. Knowing she was in the wrong and couldn't afford to offend them, she could only glare fiercely at them. She wrapped herself in that stinky, oil-stained burlap sack, stepped into her high heels, and hurriedly left, clicking, clack, clack, bang. The door was slammed shut heavily, and the latch was relocked. Inside, a few men let out suppressed, low laughter. Rosen released his hand from covering Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes, and with a mix of helplessness and affection, gently tapped her forehead. Still laughing? This place is full of all kinds of people. Be more alert at night. Got it, big brother? With you all here, I'm not afraid, Lin Jiao Jiao said, leaning on Rosen's arm and acting cute. Now that there were no outsiders in the house, Lin Jiao Jiao didn't bother to pretend anymore. She flipped her small hand, and as if by magic, 5 glass bottles of cola with ice cubes and a few juicy peaches appeared on the broken bed. Come on, brothers, have some snacks to calm your nerves, Lin Jiao Jiao said happily, handing out the treats.
Wow.
This dark soda is so good. It really hits the spot. Luo Yen skillfully opened a bottle with his back teeth, took half a bottle in one gulp, and let out a loud burp. Jiao Jiao, your magic is amazing. It's 1,000 times better than the orange soda from the supply store. Lower your voice. Luo Lin took a peach, carefully wiped it with his sleeve, took a bite, and his eyes sparkled. Don't let outsiders hear. Anyone who says a word about this, I'll cut them up. Luo Mu sneered, clutching a bone knife, joining the conversation. I'll protect my sister. Anyone who tries to hurt her, I'll crush their head. Luo too mumbled through a mouthful of peach, showing his loyalty. Seeing how the brothers wolfed down the food and swore to protect her, Lin Jiao Jiao felt warm inside. In the 1980s, a time of shortages and danger, having 5 brothers who unreservedly protected her made her feel safe. All right, finish eating and go to sleep. Rosen drank half a bottle of cold cola, the icy, stimulating feeling washing away his fatigue from the past days. He waved his big hand, pulling a darkened quilt over Lin Jiao Jiao, tucking her in tightly. We need to get up early tomorrow. Once we reach the oasis, we'll be safe. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded obediently, leaning on her big brother's broad shoulder and closing her eyes. That night, despite the howling wind and sand outside, the bed felt especially secure. As for that defeated red-haired woman, who cared anymore? The warmth on the Kong had long faded, but this corner still felt like a steamer. Lin Jiao Jiao was awakened not only by the cold but also by a burning sensation. She groggily opened her eyes and found herself curled up in Rosen's arms, like a cold-fearing cat. One of Rosen's strong arms served as her pillow, while his other hand firmly pressed her waist, holding her close. His rough, calloused hand still tightly gripped the gun from last night, which hadn't left his side. "You're awake." A deep, hoarse voice came from above her, carrying the lazy tone of early morning mixed with a hint of dangerous desire. Warm breath brushed her hair, making her feel a tingling sensation. Lin Jiao Jiao moved slightly, feeling her waist ache a little. Although no one moved around her all night, the strong men surrounding her made the air thick with hormones, making her legs feel weak. She hummed softly, her voice carrying a charming, sleepy tone. Rosen turned over and sat up suddenly, causing a gust of cold air. "Get up," he said, his voice rough and low, with suspicious redness on his ears. "The second and third are already gone." Lin Jiao Jiao blushed and didn't ask more. She rubbed her eyes and pulled her yellow bag over. The supplies they refreshed last night were inside. She reached in and touched a cold, hard box. She took it out and saw a box of amoxicillin capsules and 2 bottles of Yunnan Baiyao spray. "Third brother, fifth brother," she said, nudging Rosen and Luo Yi, who were still snoring. "Change your wounds and then come down." Luo Yi sat up with a dazed look, his injured arms swollen badly. He smiled foolishly. "Jiao Jiao, no need to bother. This small wound, just lick it." "Shut up," Lin Jiao Jiao snapped, taking out the red and white spray and opening the capsule box. "This is anti-inflammatory medicine. It helps wounds heal faster. And this spray is for bruises and injuries." When the well-packaged medicine box was revealed, the men in the room all looked surprised. Rosen turned around, his gaze lingering on the OTC label for a second, then took the medicine and handed it to Luo Yi. "Eat it." After tidying up, they all went downstairs. The lobby was quieter than last night, with only 2 or 3 tables of guests. The strong smell of mutton and smoke had faded, replaced by a musty, old scent. Red's sister was sitting behind the counter counting money. When she heard the noise, she looked up. Today, she was wearing a dark green cheongsam, with heavier makeup, especially her lips, which were bright red like fresh blood. Seeing Rosen, her eyelids twitched, and she gave a fake smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Wow. Old Rosen gets up early. Did you sleep well last night?" Her words carried a sharp tone, also showing her resentment over being scared away by Lin Jiao Jiao last night. "Thanks to Sister Red, I slept peacefully," Rosen replied expressionlessly, then found a corner table to sit at. "Shunzi, bring tea. Bring breakfast." Red's sister closed her ledger and shouted loudly. Soon, a worker named Shunzi brought over a tray. It held a few bowls of thin millet porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a teapot that looked barely warm. "Take your time, everyone," Shunzi said, setting down the items. His eyes flickered nervously, afraid to look at Rosen's face. Lin Jiao Jiao was about to put a bottle of Yunnan white medicine back into her bag, but she moved a little too slowly. Red's sister suddenly appeared, holding a handkerchief, her gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed on the spray bottle. "What's this good stuff?" Red's sister's voice exploded near Lin Jiao Jiao's ear. Lin Jiao Jiao's hand trembled, almost dropping the bottle. "It's a bruise ointment." Rosen reached out and took the bottle, casually slipping it into his pocket. He leaned slightly forward, blocking Red's sister's greedy stare. "So, Sister Red, do you also care about what medicine the guests take?" Red's sister ignored Rosen's cold expression, licking her lips, her eyes shining with an unsettling brightness. "That bottle doesn't look like it's from around here," she said with a trembling smile. "And those pills the girl was holding earlier. Those are foreign products, right?" "Old Rosen, in this remote place, What we need most is this. If you're willing to share a couple of bottles with me. No, I won't sell, Rosen said coldly. Don't be so harsh. Red's sister lowered her body, her white chest almost close to Rosen's face. The price is negotiable.
Or
We could trade for something else. Her painted red nails made a suggestive circle on the table. Get out. This time it was Rosenlin who spoke. He was playing with a chopstick, and his eyes behind the glasses were cold. Big Sister Hong, business is business. Don't overreach. Be careful not to get hurt. Big Sister Hong's face instantly darkened. She had been in this area for many years, and no one had ever dared to disrespect her like this. And she really wanted that medicine. With such high-quality anti-inflammatory medicine, even a gunshot wound could be saved.
all right.
The Luo brothers of courage. Big Sister Hong straightened up and sneered. I won't bother you during your meal. Shunzi, refill the tea. Don't let our guests go thirsty. After saying that, she turned her waist and walked away, her high heels clicking loudly, as if keeping a rhythm. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at the teapot, feeling strangely uneasy. Eat, Luo Sin said, picking up a bun and breaking it in half to give to Lin Jiao Jiao. Just then, the young girl who had gotten snow cream last night carried a basin of face wash water past. She walked slowly, her head lowered as if she wanted to hide her face. When she passed by Lin Jiao Jiao, she stumbled, spilling a little water that splashed onto Lin Jiao Jiao's shoe. Oh no! You blind girl! Can't you see? Shunzi scolded, raising his hand to hit her. The girl shrank back in fear, but while bending down to wipe the water, she quickly slipped something into Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, her lips moving very fast, so softly only Lin Jiao Jiao could hear. Don't drink the tea.
It's
a sleeping potion. Lin Jiao Jiao's palm clenched. It was a crumpled little note, still smelling of ash from the stove. Shunzi was still cursing, while the girl ran away with the basin. Before leaving, she looked back at Lin Jiao Jiao, her red eyes full of fear and urgency. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She slowly put down the half-bun, gently tugged at Luo Sun's sleeve under the table. Luo Sun turned his head, looking at her pale face, his eyes turning sharp instantly. What's wrong? He mouthed. Lin Jiao Jiao didn't speak. She just stuffed the crumpled note into Luo Sun's palm and pointed to the steaming teapot, gently shaking her head. Luo Sun clenched his fists. He looked down at the note in his hand, then scanned the surroundings. In the main hall, the group of idle men who were originally eating and drinking suddenly stopped. Although their hands still rested on the table, their postures became stiff. Behind the counter, Red Sister was fixing her makeup with a small mirror. The reflection showed a pair of sneaky eyes staring this way. Red Sister became angry. She didn't act last night because she didn't understand the situation fully. Today, she decided to act because those bottles of medicine stirred her greed. In this remote area, wealth is kept secret. If exposed, it could lead to death. Second brother, Rosen threw the steamed bun back onto the plate, his voice calm and steady. This tea is good. Bring a bowl to Red Sister.
just say.
Our Rosen brothers know the rules, and we're inviting her for morning tea. She watched the gentle-looking man walking over with a smile in the mirror, and her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. The thugs who had been crouching in the corner also stood up, revealing their weapons openly, some holding stool legs, others twirling spring knives. Red Sister. Rosen placed the teacup on the counter with a sharp sound. This tea is really good. Would you like to try some? Red Sister squinted, her gaze shifting between the teacup and Rosen's face. Second brother Rosen, what do you mean? She tapped her eyebrow pencil on the table. Are you saying my tea isn't good enough? Of course not. Rosen still smiled, but his smile was cold. We just think there's a little extra flavor added. We're worried our stomachs might not handle it. But since Red Sister is strong, you can keep this blessing for yourself. This remark instantly tore the piece apart. Red Sister's smile disappeared completely, revealing a fierce expression underneath. Refuse the toast, then take the punishment. She stepped back and waved her hand. Since the Rosen brothers don't show respect, don't blame me for being rude. Leave the goods. The men. Cut them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The women stay here to serve me. With her command, 7 or 8 big men howled and rushed forward. Jiao Jiao, get down, Rosen shouted loudly. Before the crowd could reach them, he threw a plate. The thick ceramic plate, filled with pickled vegetables, spun like a flying wheel, whistling through the air, accurately smashing into the face of the frontmost thug. With a loud crack, the plate shattered, and the big man, covered in blood, collapsed. At the same time, Luo Yen and Luo Mu moved. Luo Yen flipped over the table, using the heavy elm square table as a shield to block 2 approaching knives. Luo Mu's bone knife suddenly appeared in his hand, shining coldly. In a flash, it cut deep into the wrist of the nearest thug, making it hard to hold the knife. You're asking for trouble, Luo Yen cursed and pulled out a hidden iron rod from under the table, swinging it fiercely. The hall instantly became chaotic. Lin Jiao Jiao crouched behind the overturned table, clutching her head, her heart pounding like it wanted to burst out of her chest. Although she had seen fights like this before, being so close to the violence still made her tremble all over. Don't be afraid, Luo Tu's broad back stood in front of her. He only held a stool but swung it vigorously, like a wall, blocking all danger outside. On the counter, Red Sister saw the trouble and reached to grab something underneath. It was a double-barreled shotgun. But just as her hand touched the gun stock, a cold hand grabbed her wrist. Luo Lin had already crossed over the counter. His glasses were crooked, but his eyes shone with a